My man's.
Hi.
Hello, hello, Mr. Capo. How are you
Yeah,
today? How are you feeling?
yeah. Good morning to you.
Uh, Thanks. Good morning to you too. Let's be real, man. We're all fucking on some
Oh,
janky ass
fuck.
sleep. Capo's out. Hey, everybody in the chat, say hi to Capo here. We're gonna shout him out as well, my boy.
No, don't do that shit. Leave me
We're not
alone.
gonna shout Capo out. It's okay. It's okay. We're chilling.
Yes.
Did you stream today, Capo? Just curious, by the way.
I went live like 10 minutes
Oops.
before you ended your stream, and I was like, dude, we're not doing this shit this afternoon. I didn't think you were gonna wake up.
Wait, you went live 10 minutes before I stopped my stream. Oh, I should have rated you. Wait, you didn't even pop
It's all
up on
right.
my followers list, man. It's okay though.
Uh,
Shotgun's a homie. He get that raid, baby.
yeah,
Capo sounds
yeah,
like Squidward. Nice, nice.
Does.
yeah. Fuck you, Trevor.
I agree, Cast. It did look like a badass body double there. Fucking troll. So to everybody that's in joining us for the podcast, welcome. I trolled with the name. Honestly, we don't have a name yet. So calling it for jack up sound get kind of meaty. Capo had a name called the Hub, but I shot that down.
Yeah, he did. They didn't even make it like 5 seconds. He was like, stop the
Yeah.
cap.
Yeah, I was like, stop the cap. What is the no. We gotta make it Outriders eccentric. Um that's why I said we were trolling in the DMs. Oh, I see Big Daddy. That makes sense. Willow, I was up to like 6 a.m. Palm was up to like 9 a.m. Big Daddy was up to like 9 a.m. Dawson went to sleep at 6 a.m. his time, so he could take his dog to the vet, which was in 3 hours. So we were being degens, outsiders on outriders. Okay, no,
Oh
that's
my
kind of
goodness.
catchy. But yeah, we wanted to go over, at least for this podcast, over the upcoming fixes and changes, the upcoming buffs, everything that they have on the table here as far as ongoing list of currently tracked issues. And then I also wanted to mention like the stagger bug that was introduced with the new patch as well. Then we can open it up for some Q&A afterwards. So this is our first time doing this, so we don't really have like a flow to it at all. And we might talk over each other a lot, or I'm just probably going to talk over Maffeine and Capo a lot because I'm just an asshole. But that's
Yes.
that's what we're going to start off with today. So Capo, take it away.
What do you want me to take away with? How you doing? How's everybody doing? I'm
Uh,
Capo.
I want I want everybody to go to that link to follow along if they'd like to. But yeah,
Uh,
yeah. So
you
that's
want
what
to
we're going
go
to
over
talk about pretty
this?
much. We're going to go over this because it might as well,
All
right?
right.
Go over like in detail. By the way, I know you went over it on your
Okay.
stream on patch day, but like I don't think it was like in detail.
No, I
Because
don't.
there's stuff to pick around.
Yeah, so all right, so basically dev news every Thursday drops down. It's basically what they have planned on coming as far as patches and what they know needs to be fixed. So for this week, obviously there was no patch. There was no patch on Tuesday. Obviously there was no patch on Thursday. Now for this one, we do not know. They're still testing right now. I'm not gonna tell you it's gonna come out on Tuesday, so I would expect it to be out and ready for release on next week, Thursday. So don't look for anything on Tuesday unless I throw some type of clickbait title out there on Tuesday. And then you're like, oh shit, are we getting something today? Then yeah, then you can expect it. But as
Clickbait
of right
title.
now, yeah, yeah. But then as of right now, I'm looking for the first half of this dev news is gonna be on Thursday. These other buffs, the one that everyone is like kind of excited about or asking why, that's coming on later. So it might be the week after or, you know, 2 weeks after. Who
Yeah.
knows?
So just
Uh,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, excuse me. Yeah. I mean, just
You,
outside of that, the only thing we have coming up this week is these upcoming fixes and changes that within that vicinity. But the upcoming buffs, that's for the future.
Yeah, that's one thing I wanted to clarify too. That's what I wanted to go over as well, because I think a lot of people got excited that these buffs were going to happen this Thursday. But as far
Right.
as this Thursday, it's only these things. Presumably this Thursday, right?
Right.
So I think we can go off one by one on this. So like improving multiplayer experience, fixing Technomancer's Borealis set, which is huge because we were excited to test that last week and that didn't happen. Looks like they're resolving an issue with the Devastator statue set. And then fixing issue with Trickster Hunt the Prey, improving target of Trickster's Vendor's Knife, and so on and so forth. We can go over these in detail really quick. So as far as improving the multiplayer experience, I guess
that's a big one.
I hope it helps, because it does says reduce for players under 350 ms pings, which should be fine for everybody. Like I would say, if even throughout the states, right? Because at least when I connect to servers like Florida and stuff, from time to time, it's like max 150, 180 ms. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Maff, you excited about the fixing the Borealis set, by the way?
I mean, as an ex-techno player, I think I'd
Wow.
be very hyped. Yeah, I'm excited for the people, excited for Plato, excited for everyone else that uses techno, but
I think that's gonna be a low key kind of a game changer, because obviously you're gonna have to test it. But if this 90% does really work, that's big. I think that might take over a full purple build, or you can mess around and make this a low key a support build that does a lot of damage. So now that other techno is gonna be doing way more than what he used to. So for you speedrun enthusiasts, this might be a thing.
Yeah, I was going to mention the speedrunning aspect of it too, because I think like triple techno maps like Stargrave, or even double techno max, if you can cycle
Yeah.
the cooldown on Cold Snap. But you do lose Bone Trap, which kind of does suck. And Cold Snap CDR, I think, is still a little too high, because I was thinking of experimenting stuff with, and Dawson too, with like firepower, cooldown, long range to see if it's
Right.
worth it. But like I think the max cooldown that Cold Snap will go to is like 16 something seconds, and that's still not enough uptime for it to be worth it losing Bone Trap. But again, a lot of testing needs to be done. But I think for speed running and support builds and people that want something new, and even use the absolute zero here in this case, because I think you can get absolute zero quitting for over 1 mil, if this actually works.
What do you mean? You can get it what? What you
Sorry,
mean over there?
You mean the absolute zero? Like people using absolute zero?
Oh,
over the,
absolute zero. Yeah,
support
you can
burst.
get it over
Yeah,
a mil.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can get it
Yeah,
over
definitely.
1 mil, which would be fun to see. But I still think freeze bullet with triple AR is still better in the long run, just because of the bonus damage. But if you want to just spam absolute zero, I think that'll be a lot of fun. Probably viable in duos and trios too. I don't know much about Devastator, so do you wanna tackle that one, Capo?
So actually, this is actually a pretty good thing that you kind of threw this my way, because today I just literally during stream talking to the CM, they had no idea on this. So
Oh, which one? Sorry.
this devastated statue set. So to their knowledge, right? So they're gonna resolve the devastated statue set and change its description to match its behavior, right? The old description says using either Tremor or Golem increases firepower by 100% and weapon leech by 100% for you and your teammates, right? The new description basically is while either Tremor or Golem is active. That's huge, right? Because if Tremor or Golem is active, it increases your firepower by 100% and weapon leech skills by 100% for you and your teammates. So you're telling me that as long as I maintain Golem, I'm going to have 100%, an increase of 100% firepower? Well, here's two things, right? One, I have a mod that increases the skill duration by 100%. Two, I have another mod that keeps the skill active for an extra 2 seconds every time I get a kill. So what you're saying is I can possibly have an increase of firepower by 100%. That's huge. That's big. That's insane, bro. Because now as a devastator, I could just continue to kill and never lose this 100% firepower, along with adding mods in there to increase certain weapon damages, right? Which we have seen that we can utilize. One being if I use, which one is it? I forget what it is, but I have a possibility of increasing my weapon damage by 75%. Do you know what's that? I can increase my weapon damage by 75%. I'm sorry, that's Boulder Dash. And now that Boulder Dash, and we're going to see later on when you read up the upcoming buffs, with how Boulder Dash, I can trigger it now. Now I control it, because before you couldn't control it. Once you used it, the class would automatically run forward, and then whenever it decided to, it would execute the skill. But now I control it. So I have a possibility to get 75% more weapon damage. Not only that, I have 2 other mods that give me weapon damage. So in total, I can possibly get up to 190% weapon damage on Devastator, along with the 100% firepower increase. 100% firepower increase. That's a lot of damage. And we are not talking about any other mods that I can put on this build that would go at the end of the equation that just says increases damage. And there's one right now that I can think off the top of my head that gives me 50%, right? So that's just one issue right there. That's just Devastator. You know what I mean? Yeah. The second part that they just found out today is they did not know that when you use the statue set, that the player was the only individual getting the increase in firepower, and the teammates were the only ones getting the increase in weapon skill leech. They did not know that.
Interesting. Did the community know about that? Because I don't play Devastator. I didn't know.
The community did know about it, and I had to, and I told them like, "Hey, this has been since launch," and I'm even going.
I know something else that's been since launch.
I know. Check this out. The response to that was, one of the balance dudes was surprised to hear that that's the case. So they're running bug checks on that right now. Well, today.
I got one thing to add to that. I know you said it was since launch, but like, I want to say it was about a month ago. Tic Tac and I did a run, and he had the statue set, and I 100% got the statue bonus. So I don't know if this.
You sure that you got the statue?
Like 100%.
Or there's a mod in there that if he uses Tremor, you get 40%.
Okay, maybe it was that, because my damage was crazy.
Yes. So you have to, that's why, you know what I mean? So I tested it, right? Because like I said, my first class was Devastator. During the demo and when the game launched, I was Devastator. And I even did a firepower build, which is on my YouTube channel, just in case, quick plug. So, right?
Capo, what's your YouTube channel? Is it youtube.com/Capo167?
Sure, why not? I don't know, I guess. Yeah. But when I did that, I ran some testing. And when we tested it, we realized that my teammate, which we just ran it in duels, I didn't do trio. Excuse me, my teammate was the only individual getting, right? But he was only getting the 40%. He wasn't getting the 100%. And then we took it a step further. We did it in trio, myself and 2 other individuals. We legitimately tested it live on stream. And there was no increase in damage because I removed that Tremor mod. And I just tried to see if it worked just off of Golem. And it didn't work. And so this is going to be big. Just this alone. Because it says the old functionality meant that the statue set bonus could end after 8 seconds. Reworking this set means that the bonus can now be maintained for longer.
Can they go into more details about what longer means? Maybe they'll do it in the patch.
Well, I'm going to say maintained for longer would be...
indefinitely, maybe, right? If you have the CD.
Goal, as long as, and it says it right there in the new description, as long as the skill is active, you will get the increase in firepower. So longer would mean
and weapon leech.
Yeah. So Golem would mean as long as the skill is active, you have the set bonus.
That's not.
You see what I'm saying?
That's not bad. That's honestly not bad. You know, Big Daddy's excited. I know Blackheart's excited in the chat, getting those firepower devs up to par.
You know, and as long as you're shooting, no one's dying. You know, with your weapon leech that high.
Exactly. As long as you're shooting. And killing ads.
True. What the fuck?
Yeah, as long as you're shooting and killing ads, you will continuously nonstop have 100% firepower.
This while we're on the topic of Devastators, real quick, do they know the issue with Damage Link and Devastator? Because I think maybe Big Daddy can go into a bit more detail if he wants to hop on in here too. But I know he's going to be unhappy with me saying this, but it's on the YouTube already, Big Daddy. It's been known for a while, so like all the devs need to do is go on YouTube. But there is an issue with Damage Link in Devastators where it just I don't know does a bajillion damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
It seems like it stacks like over and over again or something.
It does. It does.
That
The
being
ultimate
said,
damage link. That's why it's on.
Yeah, ultimate
it's on.
damage
I
link.
use it on the build. If you watch the YouTube FP the firepower build, you see that I'm using ultimate damage link, and then you're like wondering, you're like, well, how the fuck is he doing so much damage? Yeah.
Yeah. We won't go into too many details about like some of the mods that are currently bugged as well. But if you guys just want to figure that out yourself, you can always go on YouTube, and I'm sure the devs know about it. However, just reiterating to what I said earlier about things we've been saying since launch. I hope the other things that we've been mentioning since launch also get remedied up here, but it'll be a process, one thing at a time. But I'm glad to see that they are going to fix Trickster's Hunt the Prey to not turn the players towards an enemy's back if they're aiming down the sights. This was actually a bug that was introduced, I think, 2 patches ago, because it wasn't a bug that was introduced since launch. I think about 2 months in, one of the patches made it so anytime you hunt the prey while you're ADS, you just do a 180. Instead of facing the enemy and shooting its back right away, you are faced right behind, so you have to like swing your mouse or swing your thumbstick 180 degrees to get right back there. The easy fix was just to get into the habit of hunt the prey without ADSing, which you should be doing anyways for the most part. Using hunt the prey and then ADSing kind of just, you get more FOV doing it the other way around.
Is that what happened to Maffeine?
Yeah, in that clip, that's what happened to Maffeine. Yeah, he hunt the preyed. Actually, we do have a great example of this. I can bring it up, but I'm sure every Trickster player knows. But for those that don't play Trickster and want a quick look, I can find it in my clips here real quick. But that being said, I'm glad they're fixing that aspect of Hunt the Prey. I hope they fix other aspects of Hunt the Prey as well, and I'm sure it's on their radar as well. As far as just being super buggy, ISP, thank you, Trickster Lifestyler, my man. Don't have to fetch for it. I appreciate that. All right, you guys can see this, I hope. We'll just we'll pause the clip afterwards because right there. I don't know if you guys saw it. We'll play it in 0.25 seconds for speed here real quick and mute the audio, otherwise it's gonna look janky. But you can see me shooting the brood there, and then there's Maffeine finishing his Hunt the Prey, and he's facing 180 degrees behind the target that he Hunt the Prey behind, and then yeah, he's right down here. Sorry, let me get rid of the window capture too. So let's watch that one more time. So basically, he Hunt the Preyed. He's literally facing the opposite direction of his target. Start shooting his target. What should have happened was he should have been facing, the other direction. But I find that to be actually pretty fucking hilarious. Jesus. And hopefully, if that gets fixed up sometime soon as well. I just lost my my window capture. Sorry, 1 second. But yeah, glad that they're fixing that. Glad that hopefully it gets fixed. But glad that it's getting fixed nonetheless. The next one was another Trickster one, I believe. Will improve Trickster's targeting of Vendor's Knife so that it should now be more consistent with the enemy that people targeted. I did get this bug a lot when I was playing Trickster, when I was using the Vendor's Knife build. But a lot of inconsistencies with V-Knife made me switch to Time Rift, which in my opinion is the ultimate better build. And we'll get into that a little bit later with the buffs. And this one's pretty self-explanatory. We'll fix an issue whereby players who are level 50 may pairs level 1 in the party. This happens to everybody that is off-host. The host sees everybody's correct average gear level. Everybody off-host sees level 1 in the party, which is glad that that's getting semi-fixed as well. And like Capo said earlier, we're going to go to the upcoming buff section now and really get into it. These are changes that are not coming in this upcoming patch, by the way, guys. Just want to reiterate that upcoming fixes and changes, this is all that's getting patched coming this Tuesday or Thursday probably. No exact date on it as well. But that being said, as far as the upcoming buff goes, I know a dog about Pyro, so I'll hand it over to Maffeine and Cafo, which are a lot more Pyro experts than me here, while I just twiddle my fingers and listen.
Maffeine, you haven't said shit. Read.
So Feed the Flames, truthfully, I've never used, but that's the equivalence to like Trick Up the Sleeve or Toxic Lead, right? Like in retaining ammo.
Yeah.
So they're buffing
I just
that
want to put an
40%.
asterisk there real quick, Maffeine. It's the Feed the Flames. You don't get it on kill, like Trick Up the Sleeve and Toxic Lead. You have
It
to
just
like,
wants you to utilize the skill.
Got you. So just spamming that in between weapon usage, basically.
Right.
Yeah,
it causes ash. It basically turns the enemy that you use this on. It turns them to ash. So and then Feed the Flame kind of like also not only replenish your ammo, but it also does give you a little bit of health regen also.
Gotcha. Yeah, I see the 40%. And my instant thought is Toxic Lead. You know, like that
Right.
the extra 7%. Like that's huge. Like that. I'm not gonna say that's gonna make Firepower Pyro viable, but it'll help.
Yeah.
It'll help a lot.
I think, personally speaking, they needed to up that. I'm low-key not trolling here. They need to up that to like 50%. Maybe that's what they should have started with first.
Why you said 50%?
Because they have no other way of ammo regen, man. And it's just horrible. You know, because you don't get it off kill. And listen, to all the Firepower players out there, you don't know how important it is to get ammo regen off of kill versus
kills. Yes.
Right. Hunt the Prey is the only exception. Because, instant reload on the Hunt the Prey mod is the only exception to skill usage giving ammo back because it's literally on a 4.8 second cooldown. And you're using it with a shotgun versus an assault rifle. Keep that in mind as well.
Yeah.
And
that is a good point.
And another thing that kind of like adds to the like lack of viability for Firepower Pyro is that like a Techno gets like an extra 15 bullets with the proper like the meta build you use, you get an extra 15 bullets to your mag. And if you're using a Pyro, you're not getting those extra 15 bullets. So like Inferno Seed, you're sitting at 30 bullets.
Yeah, that's a great thing to mention, something that I completely took for granted. That is true. Trickster and Techno, I don't know about devs, but Trickster and Technos, they have a skill node where you can increase your magazine size. So 30 becomes 45 for Techno, for the Inferno Seed / any 3-burst AR. And then for Tricksters, your narrow shotguns goes to 10 to 15 respectively. And trust me, those extra ammo in your clip is very essential to a Firepower build. And I think it's a good point Maffeine made. It also makes Firepower Pyro a little bit harder to be viable. Because, it's just not... The mods don't support it, and neither does the class No Trees for top tree either, in my opinion.
So then, moving on from like the Feed the Flames to the Volcanic Rounds, you get a resistance debuff provided by the susceptibility mod, increased to 50% from 34%. Does anyone use that mod for that build?
I've never used that mod.
I've never used it either. And the resistance debuff, I don't know if that helps, because isn't the only thing you care about for Volcanic Rounds or for any Firepower build is armor pen, right? Is resistance piercing that important? But then again, I think I don't know. No.
I don't know if there's anything. Yeah, is there anything like the Unstoppable Force where it gives you some type of extra damage or for a certain amount of resistance piercing?
Oh, Big Daddy says Volcanic Rounds hits resistance. I'm also asking if he wants to join the Discord for the Pyro section for at least the Volcanic Round stuff, because he's experimented more on this than I have. Let me tell you, I tried Firepower Power once and I said never again.
Well, if you would have tried it like the first 2 weeks that the game released, Firepower Pyro was like almost, if not equal to Techno. And then they nerfed it. Yeah, he was up there.
Wow.
Pyro
Can you
was
explain
strong.
what they nerfed?
It was something in the tree, if I'm not mistaken. It was something in the tree in the firepower. I was too involved in Devastator to really remember.
Gotcha.
But it was something in the tree where they nerfed his damage, and they also nerfed Trickster, and everybody was all like, "Oh my god, no, why?" But yeah.
But yeah, Mr. Big Daddy's here if you wanna go over the volcanic round section.
Oh yeah, the nerf to top 3 pyro was negligible, by the way.
See?
It got nerfed by half. The last known was 30% and got nerfed to 15%.
Yeah, see? Yeah, there you go.
But I mean, it wasn't that big of a nerf, you know. FP pyro has always been less than FP techno, like the whole time.
Yeah, I don't know. People were like really upset because they was talking about how much damage they removed from it, you know.
Yeah, well, it's almost a good thing, honestly, because you know now that AP pyro is running top 3, it's almost a good thing that they nerfed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, but yeah, to
That'd
go
be
back
good.
to volcanic rounds. So volcanic rounds, it's resistance basically. But the problem with resistance breaker or susceptibility, it's called, is it's a multiplicative debuff. So basically, any resistance piercing on your skill tree will be less effective because then the debuff will reduce 50% of the resistance, and your resistance piercing will reduce that number by that amount. If you understand what I mean.
Can you explain it like we're 5?
Please.
Well, basically,
Party.
it's multiplicatively less good. You know, it's
So
instead of
basically, the
being
higher,
better,
yeah, it gets worse. So the higher the number, the worse it is.
well, more like you lose value from the resistance piercing already on your gear, kind of thing.
Got it. Got
Okay, I see.
it. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you know, honestly, not much there. You know, I'm gonna be real, not much there, not much interesting.
And you were talking about this yesterday on stream, but like the reload boosts and lava shots being switched, that confuses me because I don't understand FP pyro or pyro in general.
I've never.
Well,
used
basically, what the logic is, you use volcanic rounds on AP pyro, but you lose it. So when it goes on cooldown, you get the AP buff, and lava shots is FP while volcanic rounds is active. Is the switch they will do at the patch.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. Okay, yeah. I guess that's better if you're trying to go firepower, right?
Well, sure. I guess it's a new mod for firepower pyro lava shots, but reload boost is still garbage. Like, you know, who wants to lose volcanic rounds to get AP? Like,
Right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like, why
Yes.
waste that skill? Why waste that skills when you could use something else?
yeah, like slowly get a buff for losing rounds. That's basically
Yeah.
the mod. So yeah, reload boost still not but good. Lava shots
Just
though
throwing out
maybe.
some math numbers here. 100 resistance in the enemy, 50% first, then you get 50. Then your tree nets you 50%, but on the second half, the final number 25 instead of 100%. 100% equals 75% when multiplicative. That makes a little bit more sense in my head.
Matt,
And
So
yeah,
we
to
go
come
with
back
the
to
question.
feed the flames. Sorry, to come back to feed
Yeah.
the flames. I mean, I've used it, feed the flames. And I can tell you right now, the ammo regen is horrible. Even like with an LMG, you still lose ammo. So yeah, the 7% is not enough, not good enough. You're still gonna lose ammo on FP Pyro. Like you need that on kill regen to keep you playing, keep you shooting, keep you killing, and we're just not getting that on Pyro. So
Yeah. And I know a lot of people have experience with like Lucky Jinx and putting toxic, 3 on it. But then you're using a double gun, and until they actually make double guns good, sure, for solo, I think a lot of people, my misconception with off meta builds, for solo, almost everything works. Right?
Yes.
For solo, legitly, you can run any build and it works. You're gonna get CT 15 golds on like literally any map as long as you synergize your mods, you have the correct stats on your gear, etc. But where stuff like Firepower Pyro using Lucky Jinx really falls off is in duos and trios, where the enemy's health gets increased, especially in trios, by a shit ton, and then your build just is doing nothing at that point, right? If you're running with a squad, sure, it's great. But at the same time, I don't know how much fun you're going to be having with Firepower Pyro in trios, even using like the Toxic Lead Lucky Jinx version, just because you're not doing much damage and you're just fighting to keep ammo alive for the most part.
What if at some point Pyro were to get like a new mod like Lava Lead or Inferno Lead or something, gets 40%, like similarly to Toxic Lead, would that, do you think that would do much for firepower pyros, or is it just
I
like
think at
too
that,
much?
I think that's too much, man. You have to look at it. You have to be careful with what you do.
Oh well, what they could do. Well, I was
With
thinking
with
about it.
you have to be careful because now you got a guy that's gonna buff himself and then could have a teammate that's gonna buff him also, and then now he's basically a walking Terminator, a burning Terminator, just running through these missions, just mowing shit down because all you need is a couple heat waves and thermal bombs, and he's heat waving and he's thermal bombing. Like holy shit.
Yeah. I honestly
know?
think maybe firepower pyro should just be scrapped off the table because I don't see it working. It's either going to be like Capo said, maybe extremely OP, or it's going to be in the state which is now, which is just playable in solo and just really doesn't have a
Yeah.
much place in in group play. Which is
Right.
fine if that's the way they want to go. I don't think they're going to actually do anything with volcanic rounds or firepower pyro to make it too viable because I'm okay with pyro being like the AP class. We don't need more firepower classes in the game. You know, we already have 2 firepower classes.
Well, no, that's
3
not how it
technically
works.
with
That's
Devastator.
not how it works. Every classes should be able to do every build, right? Like, don't know
I
what
mean,
you're
technically,
saying,
you can
Plato.
say you can say it can do every build in solo.
Right. It can in solo, exactly, 100%. I don't.
No, but increasing the viability of FP Pyro is not a problem. You know, it's a good thing.
Well, yeah, increase it, but
Oh,
you
yeah,
have to
yeah.
be very careful. It's one of those reasons why I always said, even when the game launched, even in the demo, never give Devastators any kind of rounds. The moment you give Devastators any kind of rounds, and it starts having some legit as damage, like straight up legit, we're gonna run into a problem because now you're walking. Now you're basically giving a tank that doesn't die, because if today I literally stood in the middle of like 5 alphas and I didn't die, and they were just going ham while I was allowing my skills to cool down. But you give that guy some damage, what's the purpose of using anything else? Now I could just run through the game because I'm not gonna die. You see what I'm saying? So you kind of have to be careful with.
Yeah, sure, but I think you're overblowing the problem with FP Pyro because I'm gonna be real. Like the base multipliers on FP Pyro are hot garbage. So like even if you buff it, is it gonna be enough to make it strong? I don't think so.
I say
don't
do
think
Yeah.
it.
so.
If they have an option, just do it. See how it is, and if it's really that like OP, then follow it up with some nerfs. I mean, we know they're more than capable of nerfing if something is a little out of line. Again, the tricks are
Right,
nerfs.
but now I'm gonna play that other side of the fence. Why would I want to deal with that? Because now I'm gonna deal with backlash from the community on why they're nerfing it.
Because the build is useless and you want to increase the ability for players to play your game.
Why just not leave it alone? I already know that Pyro is a great CC kind of class, and we even haven't even reached the buff, the real Pyro buff. We haven't even discussed the real Pyro buff that has all of us like, oh my god.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, I feel like the game would gain a lot from making more fun, like more builds, more abilities, more mods fun.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
But then now,
I mean, personally,
the game
I would
has...
love a firepower pyro. Okay, personally, I would love it, so I can do some firepower pyro speed runs or just play firepower pyro in a group of party of 3. Even if it's not hard carrying, I still feel like I'm doing something, right? Because I'm a firepower builder, like a player by heart. I love shooting,
Right.
And I love pew pewing. So if you give me more agency to play firepower pyro, I would play pyro more, just because of that option. Because I don't like playing AP personally.
So I would say this: you do that, fine. But obviously you have to be careful, right? Because there's gonna be some very smart dude that just sit on a computer chair all day long and does nothing else, who will figure out a build to make that FP Pyro be something crazy and say, hey, you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna be my support guy, and you're just gonna buff me and I'm gonna annihilate everything, right? But at that moment, the game is gonna have to add an extra difficulty level, right? CT15.
Yep. And Roran just mentioned that as well.
Yeah, you cannot. It cannot be like your end of be all, right? This has to be like world tier 25 has to be a thing now. CT 25 has to be a thing now, because we're gonna, well, even right now, we're doing so much damage, right? You get
Yeah.
the right core 3, right? Well, you 3, Dawson, Plato, and fucking Big Daddy. You put them on any expedition, they're gonna do it faster than anybody has ever has, right? So that tells you what, all right, we need to ramp up the difficulty.
But you have to
Because
also be careful with that too, Capo, because that's like a niche kind of situation, right? Like we're looking at it in a competitive aspect. I think for casual players, even if they had like the best in slot gears that we had, just because they are casual players at the game, it's still going to be a harder time. But that being said, they're still going to be able to gold everything. You know what I mean?
right,
So higher
exactly,
difficulty levels is much needed, and I would love to see higher
exactly.
CTs, but
Because
also more
they
maps
give
added.
them that time. They give them that time, that leeway, right? Is it Scorchland? That's like, what is it? What is it? 45 minutes before it turns
20.
into silver.
23. It's a 23
Oh,
minute fucking timer.
yeah. I thought it was 45 minutes. I thought it was like 3 hours
Feels
before
like
you
it.
could go into silver. But it's just one of those things. You still have the time. And honestly, people are gonna hate me what I'm about to say. I think that's good for the casual players. I don't
It
think
is.
that the casual players, like, hey, the game is hard. Absolutely, 100%. Right? I get it. I'm able to put in 10 hours a day on a video game. You're only able to put in 10
Yo,
hours
Capo,
a week.
Cast says you're wrong on this one. You can't balance the game to the top players. Potato players are the majority of the player base. I think that's what Cast is saying.
Right.
Yeah.
That's well said.
I understand that, but when you look at games like Diablo,
Hold on,
they
can
don't
I pause
enter-
for just a second, real quick? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Cast, I this is really funny you say that. So Cast is saying you can't balance the game to the top players. We're gonna get to that, Cast, real quick, because they buffed all the meta builds. We'll get to that in just a second. Sorry, Kappa, go ahead.
Yeah. That is true. That's a good point. But you look at the games now, games that I main like Division, you're right. They entertain the casuals, right? But this is what the game is gonna find out, right? I don't think Outriders is gonna entertain the casuals too much, from what I know, what's been said, right? Obviously, given the legendaries, given that extra, 100%, everyone was happy about it. But 2 weeks later, everyone left the game. The same individuals that play the game every day and complained about not getting those pieces, right? They got the pieces and now they left, right?
And Roran
Just to
made
let
a
you
made a
know.
good point about that too, maybe indirectly. He literally said, he was searching for the Cal X and Y. Now that he got it, he has the best build. What's next? Nothing really.
Exactly.
And now I'm just helping people. So when I was happy that PCF increased the drops, and I'm sure a lot of their player base was. But in a sense, like when you get a perfect build on all 4 characters, which a lot of people that have played the game since launch have by now, what do you do next? Right? You go to
Exactly.
expeditions, great. But what do you do after expeditions? Because you have everything. What do you need expeditions for now, right? So we've reached endgame to the point where there's new content, and that's why speedrunning is kind of trending, right? Because it's something to do. It's a little competitive. While it may not be for the casuals, those that are played and are really invested in the game, trying to keep it alive and stuff, is really going towards that avenue. So we would love to just see maybe some kind of any new content coming to bring people back, but also to give people that have best in slot gear something else to farm for, possibly something else to do.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say
What do you want?
The reason people left is not necessarily because they got their items, like
Well, I mean, what do you want?
correlation,
it's-
not causation.
But you have to take into consideration it's not a live service game, right? It's a game that once you purchase, you should have known that once I get to end game, that is it. I'm done with it. You should know that. It's not Division, it's not Destiny.
But didn't they say like if the game got good traction, whatnot, that they would look into adding more content, right?
They did say that, but you just said them. We're looking. They didn't say they were going to give it to you. They said, "Hey, we're looking. We'll entertain that notion at that moment." Right. So just real quick, like let's we have to sit there and understand that whether you paid for the game or you didn't pay for the game, right? Or you got it on the Game Pass, you have to understand that, right? This is like you have to look at it like you bought Super Mario. Once you complete the game, that's it. It's over.
Yeah. You have a really good point there, and I think a lot of us just see so much potential in this game that we wish it was live service. However,
Right.
they really should have not released the game. I think when they did, maybe a bit more testing, etc. Because we really didn't get a $60 AAA product at that point. I know we're kind of veering off the topic here, but
No. This is good.
yeah, we really didn't get a $60 game, and that's why I feel like a lot of people want more, right? Because we weren't
Right.
satisfied with the state the game was in. We played it because
Right.
we loved it. We loved the core mechanics, but for those that have been loyal, we want something more. We want the game fixed, yes, but also a little bit more new content to
Right.
keep us going. And then after that,
Yeah.
Outriders 2, live service the shit out of it. We're gonna be there.
Exactly.
That's the
So
scenario.
I would tell you this, right? For as much as I can say, I would tell you this. I think they're doing a phenomenal job, right? Fix the game. They want to fix the game, right? They give you a DLC, they give you some type of expansion, okay?
Yep.
And they're gonna say, all right, let's check this out. Right? Let's just see how that goes. I think that, and I'm going a little bit further away from what we were originally talking about, but I think what's gonna end up right. I look more at Square Enix, right? Because if you look at Avengers, Avengers had a shit ton of problems, and now that apparently is doing well or whatever the case may be. Because I played it, I checked it out, whatever the case. But they follow that same suit, peer to peer. We don't want dedicated servers. We don't want this. We'll just drop DLC as time comes and if it's ready, but it will not be live service. Well, looter shooters with the Thors and the Iron Man, and I'm a big Marvel, I'm a big Avenger fan. All right, don't judge me. But that was a big flop, you know? So I think they saw out.
We're saying that too.
Yeah.
Which
It
I
absolutely-
have no because I bought the game one day before it got released because my friends
So-
wanted to play with me, so I had nothing.
So I obviously I got to play the game 2 days before it was released. But I couldn't matchmake. So the first couple of hours while I was secluded, well, actually no, 12 hours, right? The first 12 hours before anyone else was able to play the game. The first 12 hours, the first 6 out of those 12 hours, I couldn't matchmake. I couldn't play with another ambassador. I couldn't. And there was only 200 people on the game. Only people playing the game on the servers were the ambassadors, and we couldn't matchmake. So at that moment, we knew there was going to be some issues, right? Obviously, they fixed it. Everyone started playing. Australia got first, and people started coming around or whatever. But it was rough. It was rough. The demo, we didn't even have that issue. The demo's like we went in and, I mean, bugs here and there, but we'll see, man. They're going to fix the game. I know we want content. The game has only been out 3 months. Like we got to be a little bit more patient. There hasn't been any game that's released content in the first 3 months of a game being released. Now
That's true.
I would say now September, October comes around and we don't hear nothing. Then let's start pulling out the pitchforks and the signs and hey, what's up? What's going on? We're at the 6 months mark and you haven't even mentioned anything. You know what I mean? Something should have been mentioned already. Now at that moment we could start that. But it's just one of those things that we have to just be patient, And it sucks because there's nothing to play right now. And I know for a fact I'm not gonna go play New World. So
correct on that front as well. Not bashing New World or anything, but personally, if I don't invest any more time in another game, it's gonna be Diablo 2 for me, like I mentioned on stream all the time.
Exactly. So I think that would be it. So
all right, Ash Blast though. Now that we
Oh
can
my God.
slightly get back on topic.
Wait, can
But
I
hey,
speak
I
real
don't
quick
mind. Yeah, you
about that
can.
statue set?
Yeah,
Yes.
you can.
Okay, so I will say, as we spoke before, the interaction with damage link and statue set is a no. But I'm really happy that they're fixing it. Hopefully, they fix it correctly, and I can't wait to break some records with it. Let's go.
Wow. Wow. What else? What Ash Blast? Oh my God, Math.
Yeah, okay.
Talk
So
about Ash Blast.
real quick before we go to this, I know Cass said earlier, you can't balance the game to top players. Potato players are the majority of the players. Cass, I love that you said that because this right here is PCF buffing this game to all the top players and all the casual players by default as well.
Yes.
But mainly for people that are doing the speed runs like really cracked at Pyro. This is just fucking
stupid.
nobody would see this coming. Nobody saw this coming. Let's put it that
Hell no. Hell no. When you at Full Metal, I need you to fucking shut all these other plebs out, like Palm and Big Daddy.
way. But yeah, Maffeine, if you wanna go over the Ash Blast, my man.
Well, okay, so before I talk about Ash Blast, I mean it's kind of on topic. I worry about all these buffs, like this buff being centered, and it's not necessarily centered towards top players, but it's a top player build, right? Like the Ash Blast, Overheat, and I worry as much as I don't like nerfs, I worry if they continue just buff everything, we're gonna hit this point where even for just like the casual player, it might be too easy. I mean, if it's not already, we're like eventually it's gonna be way too easy. So like I feel like CT25s or something like that would have to be like a thought. at that point,
Maybe this is a prep for that.
Yeah, maybe. Wink, wink, maybe.
Wink, wink.
But yeah, the Ash Blast change, like that's huge. Like that's wow.
I mean, to be fair, I could see like the thought process behind these buffs for casual players. Because Ash Blast has a long ass CD, and that sentence is actually pretty short of a debuff. So I could see both of these changes. It's just in the context of the current meta, right? In speedruns, you look at this and you're like, what the hell are you thinking? Like we're just gonna go even faster, and you're making the strongest build stronger. So we're just wondering what's going on,
So Venom, sorry to cut you off here. Venom brought up a good point. Is that what Maffeine said too? Like Venom said, not if they're bringing out harder content, right? Right. Is that something you alluded to earlier that my brain just missed out on?
Yeah, I think that's what it would take, right? Or else the game's too easy. There'd have to be harder content.
So think about this, right? I'm just to stimulate the mind. Think about this.
Mm-hmm.
There's just something that just came, right? That they just added to the game. Some type of UI that they just added to the game. As you're looking at your gear, they just added a brand new UI, right? So I'm just doing math here. 1 + 1 is 2.
I noticed.
2 + 2 is 4, right? Okay. So you add this new UI that says 50 out of 50, right? You're adding these little buffs. Who is to say that a DLC may not come out where they increase the gear level?
Yep. And that's one of the first things that that came to my mind when I saw that. The second thing that came to my mind, and we're gonna go off topic here again, is showing average gear level now will help us spot out people that are using modded trainers, etc. If it works. I don't know because I haven't seen one in my lobby yet, but would it show higher than 50 or is it capped to 50 yet? And even if they have higher 50 gear, it won't let us know. I'm not sure there, right? Because I don't have any
That's not the purpose of the UI thing.
It's not the purpose of the UI, but it's a nice little side effect that may have came. But yeah, the first thing I thought of when I saw the UI.
I don't think so, honestly. Right, the watermark system is what they have in mind for cheaters. Otherwise, this system, which is not even working, by the way, is probably limited to just showing 50, right? Like, I
mean, whether they thought about it or not, Big Daddy, I think a lot of the community kind of went to that junction too. Like, hey, now we can, like there's new content yet, but like at least now we'll be able to see in our party if someone is using
you'll be able to see something like that, right? But then
but that wasn't the intention behind it for sure.
Right. And I always want to let people know like if you look at these people that are modding things, right? Let's just say whatever. What's the highest gear you've ever seen somebody like? They always say like 70, right? So if the game allows you or has some type of coding in there that reaches up to 70, well then now you know that there's somewhere along the line or in the future, possibly.
Yeah, not
That
necessarily is the problem.
Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
we're gonna be able to get there. So
Well, it's just normal in programming, right? To make a scalable system, and maybe they just
Yeah.
programmed it scalable all the way to 70, but it's never intended to get there, right? So
yeah.
it's just like they're just manipulating the game code is what they're doing.
Yeah. So we'll just see. We'll we'll
No,
just see.
I like that. Yeah. And if we look at it that way, it makes all the buffs a lot more sense, right?
Right.
It does. So
No, but
this
I
is
was gonna
probably-
say, is the game even that easy? Is the game even that easy? Like, I'm pretty sure casual players are struggling getting to CD15 still.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. 100%. 100%. They're still struggling.
So yeah,
Right.
like you guys are there, like, oh, the game is easy, make it harder. I don't think so. I think a lot
Well,
of people
I
are still
I
struggling a
think-
lot with
No,
tough
no, Big Daddy.
builds, dying
I
in
get it.
solos. Like you're.
Well, here's the thing: the game is not meant for you to play solo, though. Because if you pay attention when you do the CT15s, when you end, it tells you, like it has like this verbiage. It says not meant to be solo or some shit like that.
Sure.
It's not meant
But
to play solo.
I'd agree with that sentiment if there wasn't outscaling based on the number of players in the group, right?
Yeah, I mean, true, 100%. But but that's what
Yeah,
they
could you
say.
imagine doing solo with the same amount of health as trios? Now that would make solos be,
a fucking
insane.
nightmare.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, sure, I was thinking if they want CD15 to be this group thing and this harder content, right? That would be a way to do it. Is capping it at
And-
the three trios outgating, right?
Yeah, and I do agree with what Big Daddy says too. Like, is the game actually really easy? Because I think a lot of us forget that we've reached endgame for a long time, and how much of a struggle it was getting to endgame for us. And it took countless hours of farming to get there. Because I remember when I first started this game, bro, I started with Trickster first. I was literally doing near 10-minute chem plant runs, trying to farm my gear. That was in solo, and that was hard as balls, right? So I agree with Big Daddy there. The game is not easy. It's easy once you start getting all the gear sets needed, and even then, like Big Daddy said, it's not easy because it's all up to the player's skill at one time, right? Like you can copy the most meta builds, like the same build I use, Dawson uses, Big Daddy uses, Capo, Maffeine uses, but if there's not that player's skill level at it, even with the best build, you're gonna be probably struggling with solos, and that's when you really want to, like for casual gamers, that's probably when they'll stop, right? They'll be like, shit, this content's too hard for me. And then for those that want to grind it out and learn, and learn the skill rotations, learn the maps, the spawn points to get really good at it, that's when it kind of clicks in your brain, that kind of stuff. So while I agree the game is very hard to play, I still would like new content to come for those that have reached endgame and want a little bit like a DLC out of it, right? Like go up to level 70, perfect. Make it up to CT20, perfect. And if that's going to be the cap, then I'm totally okay with it. At least it gives players that have reached endgame since they've started playing the game at least something a bit more to do with the game. Even though it's not live service, like Capo mentioned earlier, I think it's still nice to add a higher difficulty level to the game as well. Maybe not have expeditions go up to CT20 like Borderlands.
Yeah.
But maybe
What is
have
it,
it like
Menace? What is it called? What Borderland has?
We need a
Mayhem.
CT15
Mayhem.
plus. CT15
Mayhem.
plus.
Mayhem. That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, the Mayhem. They have Mayhem 1 through 10.
Yeah, I think we need a CT15 plus, but like if you do a CT15 plus, right? I think you're gonna get to the same problem where like it'll work, but then it'll be the same as the current CT15. So
once we figure it out,
yeah. So maybe like there's nothing stopping. Like I think it's
No, but I'm saying it's the same thing, right? Like if you add 5 CDs and people progress through them, and then they're at CD20, and they're gonna say the same thing, right?
Yeah,
so I'm just saying, if you want your added difficulty, just add a little tier above it, right? No added rewards, just added difficulty for people that want it, right?
Oh, bet that makes a lot more sense too. Yeah, and I know Yuke mentioned this too, but maybe, and I don't think PCF will do this. So don't get your hopes on it. But like a horde mode, is instead of doing the maps the fastest, why don't we try to survive the longest and put that on speed runs too? You know, because I would love to do that shit. To be perfectly honest,
Because the game can't handle it, sadly.
yeah, I don't think the game.
The
can handle it.
engine
But
is
I would
limited.
love
I mean,
that, man. You know,
looking at
like
spawn-
zombie mode for COD, bro.
looking at spawn stopping them. Imagine that in a horde mode. Like you look at the wrong spot and the game just stops working. Like
Yeah, that's true as well.
it's not gonna happen. Sorry, game is broken too much.
I mean, it's a good dream to have. I would love for them, instead of to add extra CT levels, add a horde mode with extra difficulty levels like CT. But
I'm
you know
just
what?
being
I
real,
don't
too.
think that'll happen. Yeah, I don't think that'll happen.
The engine is limited. Like wait for Outriders 2, if I'm being real, before any like special game modes.
I think to set everybody's expectations straight, and we're very much just just talking out of our asses here. But I think if with Capo mentioning like average tier level 70, maybe they'll just add higher CTs, a few more expedition maps, and call it a day, and fix all the bugs, which I will be totally okay with, because again, this is not a live service game. I think that would bring a satisfactory end to Outriders to me personally, and then Outriders 2, we can look on the outlook of horde mode, extra modes being added because it's live service, just like Final Fantasy and Borderlands 3 of the sort.
I know I guess it's kind of on topic, but like, have you guys? I'm not sure how many of you guys have played much Destiny or anything like that, but like for Nightfalls, which is I guess Nightfalls are kind of like the more difficult versions of strikes, and strikes are basically expeditions. What if there was like modifiers, like increased damage for perforos, like melee damage? They do like they'll one tap you if you let them melee you and stuff like that. Like guaranteed. Like I know you can get one shot by a perforo, but like we're talking like guaranteed.
Oh, like
Yeah, well,
fun game modes kind of stuff. Yeah.
The first thing I'd say is more RNG, and the second thing I'd say is implementation and bugs.
Yeah, I think I don't think we're gonna get new game modes personally, because it might be like a new thing for a while, but then nobody would touch it again, right?
Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised.
Don't be surprised. Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, maybe horde mode is coming. Capo got really excited about that. Okay, maybe your dream is being fulfilled, and Capo has that ambassador insider information that he can't go on to in more detail. But again, like Big Daddy said as well, hopefully the engine works with it. Hopefully it won't be, it won't like you'll be in a, let's say for example they implement horde mode and you're in a 40 fucking minute horde mode, and then you look at your task manager and you see it's using 27 gigs of RAM. Like I could see that kind of stuff possibly occur.
Yeah.
But with the state of how much memory leak that sometimes Outriders can have.
Yes.
It's
but what about maybe like adding some, and this is something else that I kind of like thought about, like adding some type of expedition where every time you complete it at a certain time, like you unlock something ever, or you unlock a new time, right? And then you hide gear behind that, right? If you want this super duper inferno seed that turns into a dragon.
Can I say something about that?
What's up?
If that happens, carry meta is dead. Big Daddy's personal best carry meta is live. You want those items? Get carried by the speedrunners, baby.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, like like hey, shit. For the hardcore guys, because at the end of the day, listen, let's be real. The casuals run the gaming world, right? Not everyone is a hardcore gamer. Not everyone can keep up with the guys that fucking a brand new game comes out, they get it, they put in immediately 24 hours on it, they don't go to sleep, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Plato, can you stop Googling a mod? I know what it does, okay? Just close.
Thank you. I wanted to know what it did. Okay, I wanted to know what it did, so calm down.
So, you do that for the hardcore guys. Hey, all right, cool. Hey, casual, you get the nice little legendary Inferno Seed, but now for you hardcore goers and you tryhards, this is what we got for you. All right, tight. Fucking Plato did Boomtown in 1 minute and 59 seconds. If you do Boomtown in 1 minute and 45 seconds, we're gonna give you this exclusive gun. Right? How about that?
And Tom said it perfectly to counteract you there, Devil's Advocate Capo. He said, "Keep it locked with time trials. This game will be dead even with the new DLC."
Wow, but why?
Tom. But no, Tom. I'm gonna disagree with that just because I think it adds an extra, and I think they shouldn't do like mods or stuff behind it. I think maybe what they
Right.
wanted to do is, I think it should be cosmetics, like Capo said, right? Strictly cosmetics kind of stuff.
Yeah, but
that way
I
it
was
doesn't
gonna
impact the
say,
game, just impacts the looks.
I
It'd
was
be
gonna
nice.
say,
I'd
well,
fucking do it.
like the problem with the time trial is not, of course there's a problem with time trials because it forces
Yeah, there
people
is.
to go fast and do DPS, sure.
Right.
But you gotta admit as well that the biggest problem with the time trials right now is the balancing, because the only way to get the times reliably is with specific builds, right? If the balancing was way better, the time trials would be way less of a problem.
Yeah, but let's not even do time trials. You just make it harder, right? You
No,
unlock.
no. I mean,
Yeah,
you could
you
remove the time trial. I'm just saying, right? In the current way
Yeah.
the game is built, it's not that bad of a problem. Like time trials, people over exaggerate the
Yeah.
problem of time trials, I think.
Yeah. So I hear Tom and what he's saying, but this is where I get passionate. Here's where not the logical capo is speaking, the passionate capo is speaking. I'm one of those people, and chat, don't beat me up. Like, don't like try to hang me for what I'm about to say. But I'm just one of those people that if you're really good at the game and you're able to do certain things, well, there should be little special things for you. And if you're just one of those people that can't, well, here you go. You can have the stuff that's gonna get you to end game, but if you don't possess or you don't have certain things that's gonna get you above average and good, well, then you don't get this, and that's okay. And it's
I'll
okay
agree
to
with
not
that
have them.
only to an extent that they don't lock mods behind it.
Right.
I don't think
And I
it's
agree with you.
yeah.
Not mods.
If
Not
it's
mods.
strictly
Yeah.
cosmetics, instead of having a garbage pay to skin win like Valorant and League, I did spend a shit ton of money on those, by the way, just FYI. If PCF wants to do it, you fucking have skins, I'll pay money for it. But I think that would be cool, but then it kind of defeats the purpose of maybe transmog, or maybe that's how they can implement transmog. Like, I don't fucking know. They can do something about it, but I think if they kept transmog to armor, and then maybe did what Kappa recommended, and if you want a certain skin for a gun, do X, Y, and Z. Because if you start getting down like the skin line, Kappa, I think transmog becomes less of a route that PCF wants to go on, and a lot of people have been asking for transmog to make any piece of gear look like anything with crafting. But then again, we get to the issue of crafting and like, what are they used?
But you can have
what are the materials
transmog
used for, man?
Yeah, but you could transmog. You could have that. You just won't have that Play-Doh bear skin.
Oh, gotcha. That makes a lot more sense. Sorry, my mind didn't go there. Yep. Okay.
That's
I
just
see
what
what
it
you mean.
is. You're gonna have the transmog. You just won't have that cool ass where your Inferno Sea don't look like a pile of bones. It looks like a dragon. You just won't be able to do that. But then here's my other thing, right? Why not keep a certain, let's say just one gun, right? Let me just say a sniper rifle. Why would you be opposed for it to be locked behind a certain difficulty?
No, I agree with Plato there.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't
Why?
want to lock. Well, the simplest reasons is
Why?
accessibility, right? You want everybody to be able to play the game to the maximum level, even if they don't have the skill to perform at that level, right?
Right.
You still want them to reach that level.
Okay, so isn't that an incentive? Because honestly, I'm sorry, but honestly, the fact that me, Maffeine, you, Plato, Tom, McLeod, I could keep going down the list. Psychotic Wolf, I could go down the list. We don't help people reach that potential, because what we do is we help them get something. So now we stop, right? They don't really get any better. It's like, hey, come on, I got you. I'm gonna help you out. So even if we do lock cosmetic skins behind certain things, they're never gonna be able to complete endgame anyways. They're never gonna be able to reach that. I personally feel like, I mean, it might be my military mentality, but I just feel like you lock something behind a harder difficulty, it causes people to work harder now, and it causes them to learn, which gonna make them get better at the game. You want something really good, get better at the game. How do you do it? You put in the work ethic, right? You have to have the work ethic.
Yeah, but I
I
think
mean, I'm
Play-Doh has a good point where you want to have like a balance between, you know, art content and rewards, and casual gameplay and being able to play the whole game,
Okay.
right? Like you need a balance between these two aspects because you can't just have the whole end game being fucking
again,
gated behind
everything we
skill.
talk about may not be viable for Outriders 1, but it could be something that the devs get inspired for, maybe for Outriders 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure they'll have another system. But I do like the ideas, though, Big Daddy. I do like what's Capo saying, is to unlock certain skins at certain difficulty levels. And for us right now, we only know it as time based, right? Because that's the only content we have.
Right.
You finish it at you have a goal time, and then you have get this skin for this legendary, and it can't be all the guns, I would say only legendaries, or I don't fucking know how they would balance this, because then you add all sorts of extra layers onto it. Like, is it going to be all guns that's available? If it's a variant you unlock it for all guns, and how would that work with their current coding?
So
and, I mean, it's like we're going down a rabbit hole that goes down
right.
rabbit holes. Yeah.
I just say this: you leave it, and then the tryhards want to go ahead and unlock it. You leave it for right now, for let's say for the first quarter, right? All the tryhards get it. You hear everyone else is like, "Damn, I wasn't able. I wanted that skin." Blah blah blah. Guess what you do the next quarter, right? Then you could put it up to buy. But here's the problem: you're never gonna buy it. Why? Because Outriders has said from the very beginning there's no microtransaction. So guess what you'll do? You can then I'll even go a little step further, and I'll say, all right, everyone all the tryhards that unlocked it, right? That unlocked it, they get it, and they get that skin in a certain specific color just for them, right? Gold. Everyone else, when they open it to the whole public, you get it in silver. That's it. Same skin, just who put in the work, and who just
putting seasons in time trials.
Oh,
I mean, Cap,
I was
that's
I was gonna say, to cap up this conversation, like I wouldn't expect anything else than time trials in Outriders 1. Let's be real.
Yeah, 100%.
If they put in anything else, I'd be extremely surprised. Like, time trials are gonna be what we end with.
Oh yeah,
I do like what Cass said, though. Maybe a currency to make drop pods more useful, and then we can buy something with it. Maybe we can buy legendaries with drop pods. Like, for example, let's say you needed how much legendaries? Because 999k, super easy to get. Let's say you needed an arbitrary number, 420 million drop pod resources to get a guaranteed Ugake cowl. Like, that's an arbitrary number, right? That is an arbitrary number I'm putting out there. But that's something I could see them adding to Tiago. And to make it even more spicy and RNG like this game is, have it on a rotation. Let's say that Ugake pops up for 420 million and you have 300 million. Well, you're fucking shit out of next luck. It rotates every 24 hours or something like that, right?
That's good.
I could see something like that being added to the game.
That's
actually right now, what do we do for drop pod resources? Absolutely nothing. Like, have Tiago on a rotation, but make it worth it to buy it.
Okay,
so people
but
that are grinding the game,
people have been asking for Tiago rotation since the launch of the game, so maybe don't get your hopes up.
Yeah, I know.
Here's
I'm just
the thing,
saying, though, but they could add it in.
Yeah,
you still time.
Probably
still time.
No, I disagree with you, Big Daddy, because I think at the moment when the game dropped, it was irrelevant, because now what was the purpose of you doing fucking expeditions if the guy's gonna have it for you? You just wait. Hey, what does he have today? No, I don't need that piece. Fuck it, I'm not playing Outriders today. Yeah, exactly.
No, but I'm not. That's the thing, is I'm not denying why we want it. I'm saying they haven't done it. There's probably limitations on the server side to make that easy to happen, right? Like,
I think now
it's gonna happen.
I think now it makes more sense to do it now. The game's been out for 3 months. All right, if you haven't grinded to get all the legendaries, we're gonna throw you a bone. Here you go. Especially if you introduce new legendaries. Right? Now, if you introduce new legendaries, why not put Tiago on a rotation with all the old stuff? Nothing new. You still gotta grind for all the new stuff.
I mean, I'm down. That's the thing. I'm
Right?
down. I want Tiago to have a rotation. I'm just,
Yeah, it
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense
very
because what is
doubtful that
Tiago's
it will happen.
purpose other than giving us literally the shittiest legendaries in the game? Literally saying, here's legendaries that it's gonna drop in in expeditions normally.
Yeah.
But
Here's some
you can have it
cannonball.
here. Yeah, here's some.
Well, sure, Tom, but the game is limited, right? Like the game is limited. People played it how long? Like maybe what's the average time played on this game? Maybe 200 hours or something. Like they stopped playing. They still had their fun. Maybe they'll come back. We don't know.
Sorry, it's really hard for me to get to everybody back in the chat. I am reading chat as hard as I can, and we will open up for some Q&A once we actually get down to the rest of the patch.
Yeah,
notes and stuff.
we let's just say let's close this Ash Blast thing. Let's just say that this Ash Blast is insane. So what are they saying? They reduced it by 4 seconds. So if correct me if I'm wrong, Big Daddy,
Mhm.
I could get bottom tree. I can get Ash Blast down, bottom tree. I think the lowest is 14 seconds. So what you're
14.5. 14.5.
exactly. So now what you're telling me is that with this reduction, I can get Ash Blast as quick as top tree does,
No.
and bottom, right? Because top tree does what is it? Top tree is 10 seconds, right? Top tree is 10 seconds.
Well, still,
Can I
Pablo,
can I
35
interrupt?
hours.
Just
35 hours,
can I
that's really
interrupt?
good, right? 60
Just to
bucks,
ask you guys to
35
keep the
hours.
conversation going. I'm gonna grab some food real quick. Yeah.
All right. But right. If I'm not mistaken, if you go top tree,
It's
your
base.
Ash Blast is 10 seconds, right?
If you go bottom tree, it's 10.1 seconds. I mean, if you go
No.
top tree, it's 10.1 seconds.
It's 10.1. Okay. So with this reduced cooldown, if I go bottom tree, that works better in group. Now you telling me that Ash Blast, I'm gonna get it every 10 seconds now?
No,
10.5.
no. Because it's the base skill cooldown, right?
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, I don't know the math exactly.
So okay, so the base is going from 27 to 23. So now you got to take away 1, 2. There's 2 cooldowns in there. That's 30%. So take that 30% down, right? Along with the wildfire, that's another 10%.
No, it's okay. I got you, Capo. But basically, it's going to be an around 2-second difference. Around 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's going to be around 12.5 for bottom
Yeah.
tree and around like 9 or 8 for top
Oh
tree.
my god, that is insane.
Yeah. Because it's only the base skill cooldown, so you're not gonna lose 4 seconds.
Right, but still
But
2
still.
seconds is huge.
Yeah. 2 seconds is massive, definitely.
2 seconds is huge for this for Ash Blast.
Yeah, and don't forget the death sentence buff as well, which is gonna make stacking your burnt out and death sentence way easier. So you're gonna one-shot bosses like.
Yeah. And not only you're gonna one-shot bosses, but you know who's definitely gonna benefit from that is like your techno.
Yep.
Your techno is gonna love this because now he has an extra 3 seconds. So now, how much faster you're gonna kill the boss now?
Yeah. No, I mean that's insane, right? The debuffs are gonna stack way better. You're gonna blast bosses way easier. Like, yeah.
God, bro, this is what?
Yeah, I'm not sure honestly. It's gonna definitely gonna break the meta. That's what's gonna happen. Breakers are gonna fall.
Yep. It's good. Look. Full Meta hasn't said shit, but LOL because he knows.
Yeah,
he knows. He fucking knows what's about to happen, bro.
Yeah,
like that's
it's kind of questionable, honestly, right? That they just buff one of the best builds in the game. Like I get the reasoning behind the buff, right? Ash Blast is slow to gas.
But there's a reason though.
That sentence is short. Sure, I get these buffs, but in the context of the game, it makes zero sense.
I understand the death sentence. I always thought death sentence was too short. So I'm not even upset about the death sentence. But the Ash Blast, bro, Ash Blast is too powerful, man. People don't realize it. People that really don't know how to position themselves with Pyro. kind of really don't understand how powerful Ash Blast is and why it makes speed running a thing. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
if they don't watch you really play this, like, because obviously I watch you, I watch a lot of Full Metals and Palma and Loki, right? I watch you guys and I'm like, yo, look at where they're standing, and look at where they're placing, and look how they're doing this, and you guys just literally clear everything. You clear a whole map by just standing in one specific place. So now you're telling me that you're gonna remove 1 or 2 seconds off of this. That 1 or 2 seconds on reduced cooldown could legitimately mean 5 seconds faster for you guys,
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
speedrunners. That's like, chat. You have to understand that this 1 or 2 seconds of cooldown reduction could literally mean 5 to 10 seconds off a speedrun.
But let's move away from speedrunning a bit. Also, Big Bear is asking, will Borealis be meta if it's fixed?
I would
We
test
can,
it.
We can do a little side discussion. So yeah, they
I
tried to
would.
fix Borealis, but basically what happened instead is they broke Stagger even more. So I
Yep.
don't know if you notice now, but basically when you shoot something, it's jiggling around and you'll shoot riflemen and they fall to the ground.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. But I will say that yes, if Borealis works as intended, or at least as it says in the description,
Fuck,
like it will
bro.
be very, very strong.
Can I pause this conversation real quick to show everybody the example of what we are talking about when we do say?
Sure. But and let me say as well, Endless Mass Blackheart. I will also use Endless Mass on my FP build because that is very good.
Let me tell you something, man. If Borealis legitimately works, like 90% increased damage, oh my god, bro.
Yeah, no, I mean it's insane.
Oh my god.
You stack up that on Shatter and Freezing Boost, and you'd be like one tapping Icicle Storms and shit.
Yeah. You're done. All you need is that AR. That AR, you're automatically doing 2 million. I've seen. I personally, on the day that the patch released, I did 2.2 with no buffs, no nothing, just me. I
Yeah.
froze somebody and I shot 2.2.
Yeah,
What?
I know. I saw like that's the problem. Basically, it's like some dude walked up in the Maffeine carry with a
Yeah.
Borealis set, and I was hitting for like 3 million on frozen guys, and I was like, "What is going on? I don't even have the set on right now."
It's dumb.
This
All
game
right,
is a
quick pause here, guys. Here's what Big Daddy is talking about when they tried to fix Borealis with the last patch that they introduced stagger. I have some
Okay.
clips in my channel regarding like elites getting staggered, but here's what happens to riflemen a lot of the time. Right here, we'll watch it from my POV first, okay? So here's my POV.
And also, just to preface this, let's be clear that the stagger on shooting did not happen before patch.
Right.
Yes, this stagger on shooting was not present before patch. I don't know if this was an indirect nerf to Techno, which it probably wasn't. Just PCF coding is what we're going to kind of do. But pay attention to the rifleman here first, guys. I've never seen a rifleman do this in my life, where they get shot and they just prone to the ground like in COD.
I saw him get staggered.
All right, and if you watch it from your teammate's perspective, here's what it looks like.
Oh yeah, show him the
Send that
clip of yeah.
Now you guys see this ballerina move? Look at this shit.
The little leg kick. Look at that. Boop.
So you know why we were molding yesterday in our speed runs? Because there's a section in Chem Plan, where in the third room, where once you clear enough, right, there's riflemen that spawn in the left in a group, and then after you kill that group, one spawns in the right. So pre-patch, if you look at our old world record on Chem Plan, you could shoot the riflemen there, and they would just keep walking towards you. Now, when you shoot them too early, they stagger and they get stuck behind like the door, and you can't clear them.
Oh. Wow.
And if Pomp can send that elite clip, let me know, because it's even more mind-boggling on elites. Because elites do the same thing as well, like the riflemen, where they'll just prone to the ground and their head is just a bop it for the majority of when you're shooting them.
Well, listen.
I just want to do a little Blackheart said something again. So there was a note about reflect bullets refunding. Is that later in the notes?
Yes.
It's later in the notes. Yes.
Oh,
Later,
okay,
later,
sorry.
later.
Okay, we'll speak about it later. Sorry.
I will. I forgot what I was gonna say. You threw me off. All right, continue on.
Yeah, but there's also a clip from Palm where also in our camp plant speedruns where I was killing the first elite that spawns in the first room, and you
Yeah.
can literally see his head just bopping, bopping. Each time I shoot him, you can see his little head jiggling, and you're like, "What is going on?"
Yeah. All right, Trickster. I'm not a Trickster main. I don't know. That's all you, Plato.
One sec.
Oh, whoa, the cooldown on borrowed time though. What is that? Holy.
I don't know nothing about Trickster, so that could be that's all you guys.
Yeah, well, I mean, I used borrowed time on a AP Trickster build with aggressive teleportation, which they buffed recently. So I don't know. With the added CD, maybe it'll be even better.
I mean, the
Palm,
only
if
thing
you're still there, I'm waiting for the clip. I don't know where it is.
I only thing I know about Trickster is that class could do an insane amount of damage with one shot if you give it the right buff. That's all I know about Trickster. So all this
I
other
can't
stuff right
go
here.
on the Trickster here in just a second if you want me to.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm
Well, I
sorry.
think it's a pretty needed buff, honestly, to borrowed time.
Mm.
Not that it's a good skill still, but you know.
All right, here's Palm's POV of the elite, by the way, for the stagger.
Yeah, look at me shooting that elite in the head, and them just having a little, little dance party, basically. Look at him. Look at his head. Look at his head. Look at his head. You see his head?
It's a little hard to see on this one. Shit.
Yeah, the clip is not great, but look at
Yeah,
his
Palm,
head.
it's not a good clip. But if you guys are techno players and you see that head bob, you're missing your crits.
Just look at the Juggernaut's head.
Like
right?
you see the head going back and forth like that. That was not a mechanic that was introduced pre-patch, Borealis patch.
I will tell you this though. Let's not knock the little mistakes that happened, because I don't know what patch it was, but one of these patches fixed despair.
It was
on
the same
Devastate-
patch.
It was the same patch. Yeah,
Yep.
it fixed despair. So hey, there was some good that came out of this patch, all right?
Yeah, sure. So don't fix Borealis, but fix Despair and tell us you fix Borealis, lol.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't know.
Oh
You
yeah,
know?
Despair, by the way, everybody in chat, Despair is juicy as hell now. Just by the way.
Yes.
And yeah, Castel, be moving acting indeed. All right, the borrow time stuff, I'm gonna let Big Daddy handle because I've never run a borrow time build and I know.
I'll reset it. I mean, it's gonna be fun. I think
Is it gonna
with
be
the
fun?
added CD, I'm gonna be spamming fucking borrowed time to get that aggressive teleportation damage. I think it's it's an interesting buff. Also for the FP Trickster build, though the FP Trickster build is kind of trash.
Okay.
Would you use borrow time in FP Trickster build though? If this were
You could, but I won't.
Yeah, I won't either because that means getting rid of Hunt the Prey, and that's just really hard to do. Unless, you use Hunt the Prey and borrow time, and then you just have twisted rounds, and you don't have like Time Rift or Venerer's Knife for some extra fun.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like you could on FP Trickster, but I wouldn't personally. But the AP Trickster build will be interesting though.
So yeah, borrow time, really not much to say. Other than an additional cooldown is always nice to have. More spam is always fun. Hopefully they fix the revive stuff with borrow time though. I don't know if they're gonna get to that, but borrow time is buggy where it blocks players. It acts like another body. It blocks players' movements, and apparently you can't revive in borrow time either. So that part is kind of up in the air. But as far as the slow trap goes, when I first played this game, I was really looking at slow trap as like a viability thing, and I couldn't because of the CDR. Even with max CDR, it was pretty ass, right? But with the cooldown of it being reduced by 9.7 seconds, bring it to 21 seconds, I think the max cooldown with the nodes you can get to this, and I haven't done the math on it, is maybe like 13 to 14 seconds, maybe 15. I'm not 100% sure on that. And I don't know if support Trickster builds will come out because I don't see slow trap as like a useful utility thing end game.
Yeah, it's just too small and not really useful, honestly.
Even if you use the increase the slow trap thing by 2 meters. Now, that being said, I do want to make a meme build with this where I just maximize cooldown and just go hunt the prey, slow trap, hunt the prey, slow trap as fast as I can on everything. I do want to make a meme build out of that though at some point. But will it bring viability to slow trap Trickster? I'm going to say no because no other skill really synergizes with slow trap on the Trickster build. in my honest opinion. Because if you're running AP, you don't want to run slow trap. You're just, it's a dead skill. If you're running firepower, you don't want to run slow trap because again, it's a dead skill. And if you're running like a new support build on Trickster, not the build to go support with.
Yeah, we're about to speak about that, June. We're about to speak about the meta getting more meta right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, June, we will. And that's coming up after in the second part of the time rift stuff, actually.
Well, I mean, we can say right now that reducing the cooldown to time rift is massive because you can spend it even more now.
Let's get to the time rift cooldown buff because that is actually fucking huge. Slow trap for horde mode though, if they have it, Hugh, I'd be into that.
Hey, we'll see. Not happening.
I don't think it's happening though. Okay, as far as the cooldown on time rift goes, this one is actually fucking insane. I read that one change, along with the other change, we're gonna go down to pain transfer, and I said, well, my ass is going back to solo boomtown on Trickster. Because the 3-second base cooldown, guys, means your time rift now goes from, I believe, an 8.8 second cooldown to around almost 6 seconds. Maybe at 6 or like 5.9. So 3 seconds off this is actually huge. Because when you use Time Rift with all the other mods that you need to make Time Rift viable, so we're talking Pain Transfer, Long Range, Double Time, and Geiger's Wave. So if you don't know, Pain Transfer, every enemy hit by Time Rift takes a percentage of, I believe, your weapon damage and anomaly damage that gets transferred to the enemy. So a good combo is Time Rifting a group, hunt the preying behind an elite, and since they have more max HP, you shoot the elite a few times and everything else dies. So great for ad clear. Long range makes your time rift go triple, so you can spam it from Narnia. Much more value there. Geiger Wave makes everything vulnerable, and double time increases them in the air for 2 seconds, which is actually really clutch for your skill rotations. But yeah, reducing this cooldown by 3.4 seconds is actually huge because that means I'm going to be able to use time rift more consistently in certain areas in Boomtown where I wouldn't before, waiting on cooldown. So again, if we're going to look at a speedrunner aspect, it's huge to save time. But if we look at it from a casual player's aspect, it's still huge because time rift, I don't think a lot of people run a time rift build. Because I think a lot of people gravitate to the Venator's Knife build on Trickster. And they don't realize how great of a utility as well as, okay, time rift is one of those skills that does offense and defense and everything else, like removes like enemies from using their combos and shit at the same time. It is such a good ability on Trickster, and I feel like it's not used as much because people just don't know how good it is, okay? It applies weakness, which means enemies do more damage, less damage to you, so the opposite of vulnerable. You can cast it while enemies are spawning, although, because enemies have iframes, you should wait till they spawn anyways to make sure they're actually time rifted. Vulnerable will still apply, though, and I can get into more detail of that later. But the fact that it's an interrupt as well, so meaning that if a captain is casting something, you can time rift it. They'll immediately stop casting it because they'll be floated in the air. If a behemoth is about to charge you, you can cast it. If an alpha is about to charge you, you can cast it. It just interrupts all of them. And applied with that weakness, it is such I think it's such a sleeper skill that a lot of people don't know until now, to make it a bit more meta. Because even with Nick 2's video about the time rift build on Trickster, I think a lot of people still gravitated towards Venator's Knife. Just because Venator's Knife is useful in its own way, with the high crit numbers, with the extra damage. But yeah, I think a lot of people sleep on Time Rift because it does require literally 4 Time Rift mods to work. So grinding the gear for that is really hard. But man, once you have those 4 mods, it's like you can't go back to Venator's Knife after using Time Rift.
By the way, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure the buff to Pain Transfer will not affect Trickster.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because, I mean, again,
it's weapon cleave damage.
Again, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure Twisted Rounds, it's for anomaly damage.
I think you might be right. Actually, you might be right. Well, we'll find out with testing, I suppose.
Well, no, but I would explain why Time Rift already does so much damage, right? Like, when you blast in the lead with a Pain Transfer, you're like one-shotting the ads, basically.
Yeah. True.
That's not 10%, buddy. That's not 10%.
Wait, hold on. One sec.
But yeah, also you kind of skipped over a little bit of pain, which is an interesting.
Oh no, I was gonna get to that. I didn't actually even get to the time rift stuff. I was just explaining the cooldown and why it's kind of huge that they reduced the cooldown from 15.4 to 12 seconds. because it's
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
a CC. It's an offense ability, a CC ability, and a defense ability at the same time.
No, Time Rift
So
is
like, yeah,
very strong.
yeah, Time Rift is such a strong ability on Trickster. Probably the strongest ability Trickster has, aside from Hunt the Prey with instant reload, in my opinion.
But yeah, looking at a little bit of pain, actually a very interesting info right there, which says it scales of AP. Apparently, the mod scales of AP. But
Hickory
yeah, I
shot.
think that
Yeah.
it makes also an AP Trickster build with Time Rift more possible. We'll see what happens though.
Yeah, to like all the AP Trickster players out there, I know my boy Wolf likes to run his AP Trickster. It's the first one that comes to mind, and I know Big Daddy likes to do it too. So there'll be a lot more theory crafting as far as Time Rift AP Trickster builds, and then that might be something that may make me go to Time Rifting Trickster. But we also have to realize with a lot of these patch notes, we have to see it from also both a speedrunner perspective and a casual player perspective. But I think any buffs that help speedrunners also indirectly always helps casual players too, right? Because a buff is a buff no matter what.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, right? If you pair a little bit of pain with the pain transfer, right, you could have some synergy right there for AP
Oh, yeah.
Trickster.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, yeah. So moving on to, I believe, increase the armor resistance. The reason we're not talking not in detail about a little bit of pain, I don't think anybody has used a little bit of pain extensively.
Oh, I tried it. It's
you
hot
tried
garbage right now.
It's hot garbage
was
right now?
basically useless.
Gotcha. So the second part, condense the dot duration of a little bit of pain mod to 6 seconds, previously 10. Can you explain that?
Yeah, because basically the problem with the little bit of pain mod is not only does it do no damage, but it does that damage over 10 seconds, right? So by condensing it, they're making each tick do more damage, basically is what they mean.
Big Daddy with the brain there, my man. Moving on to increase the armor and resistance debuff provided by Timecraft mod to 35%.
Trash.
This is really bad.
Garbage. Useless mod. Don't take that ever.
No, this is really bad.
Yeah.
This is really bad. This buff means absolutely nothing. It's a dead mod, and upping a dead mod by 10% is never going to fix an issue. Because increased armor and resistance debuffing by time crack, you don't need it, because if you're running Time Rift on Trickster and you're running Firepower, you have Twisted Rounds. And if you're running AP Trickster, Big Daddy, what's the alternative, I suppose, for armor piercing and resistance piercing and all that? Or is there no?
No, but you're just not. No, it's just bad. This is bad. I don't even need to say why.
But
I will say this though, like it's kind of similar to susceptibility on the pyro buff, which is like it's not horrible, right? Reducing resistance is noticeable. It's just, is it worth a mod slot? I don't think so.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to: is it worth a mod slot for the end game build? And a lot of the times, no, for certain mods, right?
Like especially the armor part, like what you need an FP Trickster, an FP Dev on your game to benefit from the armor penetration, like that's kind of too niche as well.
Yeah. Now this part about pain transfer, I read it over and I wasn't like really sure, but it says increase the weapon cleave damage provided by pain transfer mod to 20% weapon damage versus 10% weapon damage. So
yeah, because right now, the way pain transfer works is 10% of weapon damage and 40%, I think, of anomaly damage is getting shared between every enemy afflicted by Time Rift. So basically, what it means is weapon damage will be increased, right? The weapon damage they share will be increased by 10%.
Now, like you alluded to earlier, does that matter when you have Twisted Rounds up, or because, like you said, Twisted Round gets its voodoo from the anomaly damage, right? So with that 10%.
Well, it depends.
I think it will, though.
It depends basically on the formula, right? Because I haven't tested this in depth, so don't quote me on this again. I will repeat, don't quote me on this. But it's entirely possible that there's a double dipping happening with these buffs, which mention both weapon damage and anomaly damage, right? So when you use a round skill, you're aiding resistance, but you're using a weapon. So it's possible that there's double dipping happening, right? It's possible, but it might not be the thing, right?
So it's confirmed that you're saying that double dipping is happening.
No.
That's what you
I'm
just said.
saying it's highly probable, but it's not confirmed. It has not been tested thoroughly.
I'm going with confirm.
But yeah, basically
but
what
yeah,
I'm saying is it's gonna be negligibly noticeable.
Yeah.
and I will be doing testing on this as well. So what I'm gonna do after I end stream today is I'm gonna go to like a behemoth in Heart of the Wild, or just in a scenario, right? And I'm gonna pain transfer and then shoot and try to record the damage numbers and then
Well,
come
Plato,
back post
Plato,
patch.
the best way to test it, right, is just go to Boomtown.
Oh yeah, I can just go to Boomtown. Yeah.
Just go to Boomtown and do the exact same thing you've done 100 times and see if it works
true.
better.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can just do that too. Yeah, that's also a viability. Yeah. But
Yeah.
I'm loving the trickster buffs. I have no negative things to say about the trickster buff. The only thing that I question is PCF buffing a meta build instead of a non-meta build for trickster. But you know, maybe it's maybe they're going to be slowly doing these buffs periodically, and they're going to get to every other like non-meta class like Scrapnel, AP Techno, or Rocket Techno, or anything like that. And maybe the hopes is to make set pieces a lot more useful, because it feels like some set pieces just suck, right? Like you have a set piece, go for it, but it's not a viable build. It's like a half fun build, and maybe that's the plan with some certain set builds. It's like it's a half fun build.
Yeah, no,
But
it's
to
just
people-
it's just strange that they're prioritizing meta builds, right? Like, why are these buffs even happening right now when other things need to get buffed?
Can I say something that maybe okay, this is kind of harsh, but maybe the devs don't really know what is meta and what is not on their build, because I'm not calling out PCF here in general, but I've seen some of their Twitter posts where they promote certain builds, and I look at that and I go, why would somebody run this build? And I question it as well, you know?
I think it's probably the
So-
same thing like with Blizzard and the more hardcore player base. Like they're ashamed of it, maybe. Not they're ashamed, but they're trying to have a reach to a more casual audience. So promoting the extreme hardcore part
Or
of your
maybe-
player base is not
or-
that good to them.
Yeah, or maybe they're just, reading Reddit and they're looking at, okay, what are the people complaining about the most? All right, cool. Well, then let's fix this.
Yeah, maybe too much Reddit focus
Yeah,
could be an
right?
argument to be made. Yeah,
Because
Yeah.
you could definitely say that, but then as we scroll down, right? Because we're about to hit Techno and Devastator.
Yeah, I know. We're about to not even hit Techno Devastator Kappa. We're about to hit fucking Universal buffs. We haven't even gone to the Bone Shrapnel yet, man. I'm gonna lose my mind on the Bone Shrapnel one, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later.
But if
no,
you look at
Jingo.
Techno, they're talking about Pain Launcher. They're talking about Devastator. They're talking about Boulder Dash. Even though that was a big. When we get to Devastator, I'm going. Hey,
Hey, you going
We'll
hard.
get to that
You're going
later.
hard on Devo.
yeah.
But yeah, no, we're done.
But-
We're done with Trickster pretty much here. Just FYI.
yeah. I just want to say
Do
to
you-
all Bojangles, I'm not saying they're listening to Reddit. I'm saying they're paying too much attention to Reddit.
Yeah. What do you guys think about you Techno mains about this Techno Math? You want to talk? I don't know if you fell asleep on us.
No, Matt's here. He's big.
Yeah, I'm here. Chilling.
So what's up with this Pain Launcher? What is Pain Launcher and why does
don't
it
use that.
exist?
Ooh, Capo with Toxic.
I think everyone used Pain Launcher only at the very beginning of your first techno playthrough, because it's like the first thing you get, isn't it? Or like second? I think it's second thing you
It's
get.
like the second kill, I think. You're right, yeah.
Okay,
so
what is it and why does it exist?
just shoots a bunch of missiles,
It's-
right? You
it's
set it on the ground.
garbage, and it exists because they needed another skill slot.
Shit. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
there
it's
you
just-
go. You get a base cooldown of 10 seconds of it. So damn,
Okay,
that
no,
cooldown
but
was that big.
Let's be real. Yeah, the cooldown on Pain Launcher is horrible. Like June Carden says, though, there is a build you can use like where you can regen your ammo with it, like a
Yeah.
maybe kind of build, but it's bad.
Yep.
The torrential downpour build also kind of bad.
Yep.
The buffs are there, but there's nothing on about the damage. Right?
Uh-huh.
Problem with AP Techno. Like with all these skills, Pain Launcher, Scrapnel, Freeze Turret, the problem is no fucking damage. And they didn't touch the damage, so
Okay. All right.
So a lot of
but this-
these Technomancer buffs. Sorry to cut you off. All these Technomancer buffs
Yeah.
are nice, but they also need to do like substantial buffs to like the set, etc., that utilizes these builds before it can actually become like before these bugs are actually like these buffs before these buffs are actually like seen in those builds, right? Because currently those builds are ass and you can say they're ass. So buffing an ass build by reducing a cooldown like this, at least for Pain Launcher, I don't think it's gonna make that build any more viable. You know what I mean? I think they need to do substantial other adjustments to that before you can see this buff in full effect. So this could be like a good way to get started with Pain Launcher for now. For substantial buffs coming in the future for that set is another way you can look at it as well.
But okay, so this 5 seconds cooldown on the shrapnel grenade, isn't that?
That's hot. That's hot. That's kind of hot.
Yeah,
that's
like
good,
that.
right? Because now
That's
you're
good.
getting 30% more weapon damage. 5 seconds earlier, right?
It's good for FP Techno, and it's also good for AP Techno, which will have his combo back faster.
Yeah. So for casual players, this is also a great buff. So one thing I do want to mention, if you are consistently playing with another Techno in your party, like your friends and you're playing, one of you needs to get off of the last node. What is it called?
Empowering Antenna.
One of you needs to get off Empowering Antenna and not use Turret, and the other needs to go Scrapnel and go Cannonade. Because that way you're not stacking Empowering Antenna because it doesn't stack. You'll be stacking Empowering Antenna on top of Scrapnel, and with the 5-second base cooldown on Scrapnel, it means you're getting that 30% extra bonus that much faster. So if you're running in a 2-tech party, pro tip, both of you do not run Turret with Empowering Antenna. One of you switch your skill tree to run Cannonade instead. So you can get that 70% uptime. You're pretty much debuffing yourselves by doing that. Also speedrun strat as well.
Oh yeah, no, Pain Launcher as well. Just it's in a line, like the area of effect of Pain Launcher is utterly garbage. The damage is garbage. Like it's just not a good skill, sadly.
All right.
Freeze Turret, the mod, we can just skip over that. Just skip over that thing.
We can. It's bad.
Okay.
We can go over it really quick though, honestly.
I mean, I'll explain what it does. Okay, I'll explain what it does.
Ahead.
So basically, the L shot mod increases the damage of Cryo Turret based on your status power. Right. So all this is doing is increasing the scaling of status power damage that the mod gives you.
Yep.
Okay.
That's all it's doing. Like it's just a better scaling on a mod that nobody will ever use because it's not good.
Again, it could be something in the future for substantial buffs to come to something based around a freeze turret build. Okay.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, but. Just want to play devil's advocate.
Pointing out that like it's a mod that's not really good right now, and they just slightly increase the scaling. Not gonna change much.
Correct. At the end of the day, so some of these buffs are nice to have, but they really don't fix the issue with, I suppose, viability for those builds. Let's put it that way. We can get to the juice now, though, in Devastator.
Whoa.
So Capo, take away on the juice.
Boys.
Players, let's go.
Players can now trigger again to use an AoE attack during the run animation. Let me tell you how big that is, right? Everyone could probably be like, how so? What does it matter? Okay. Just listen. Before, when you used to use Boulder Dash, your Devastator used to take off, and you never knew when he was going to be able to do this Boulder Dash thing, right? But now, you control it. You can trigger when he does that. So that's number one. Number two, there's a bigger picture to this. If you go to the FP build, right, and you go top tree, the final node, whenever you use Boulder Dash, it gives you 70% weapon damage for 10 seconds. Am I correct? 70%? Correct? Yes. I don't know.
Yeah, you mean the node on kinetic activation skills.
Yes. Yep. You get 70. So now I control it. So I could just really quick use Boulder Dash because I trigger it, which is gonna start the cooldown on it. But for 10 seconds, I got 70% weapon damage. Not only that, I have a mod that every time
Primal Chain Gun.
Yep. I use Boulder Dash. It stacks up to 5. I get 15% weapon damage. What's 15 times 5? That's 75. So you're giving me 75% weapon damage on top of the 70 that I'm going to get because of the node on the top tree? This is huge, and this is something that people have been asking for since like the game released. And then not only that, but you have what is it, the death proof set that reduces the cooldown on Boulder Dash by 90%.
No, but I mean the biggest thing. Okay, I mean you're everything you said is correct, but I mean I'll be making this very clear. The problem with Boulder Dash. The problem with Boulder Dash is you just cast the skill, right? And it's locking you in the animation of the skill for like 2 seconds. And
Right.
you're just running and running and running and running. You know, whether there's an enemy in front of you or whether you're hitting a wall or, you know, or just
Right.
running into nowhere, the
Right.
skill keeps going. But now,
Mhm.
if you're on top of somebody, you just double tap the skill real quick and it just goes
It's go
off.
time.
It just
It's go
goes
time.
off. It just goes off. So that makes Boulder Dash way fucking better, way more useful. Actually,
Yep.
a skill that you could actually use in AP as well.
Yes. Like
Can I cut you guys off
kinda-
real quick?
you-
Bojingles did ask, is he missing something? What is making Dev look spicy?
What is what? I just
mean, we
gave you a
just-
bunch of numbers. I just
Yeah,
gave you
I
a bunch
mean-
of numbers.
I think you may have missed it. Can you go over it again real quick?
I mean, I'll explain it right now. Like the ability to correctly use Boulder Dash, right, to not be locked in the animation for 2 seconds is huge. Is massive.
Yes.
Massive.
Because now I'm not wasting 2 seconds. So Boulder Dash is pretty strong, right? Just in general, if you've ever done it and by some magical reason or the gift from God, you actually hit an ad with Boulder Dash, like it kind of does do damage. It kind of does. But now that I can control it, I don't have to wait 2 seconds or 3 seconds in that running animation. I could just immediately cause him to do the Boulder Dash, and I'm getting 70% weapon damage, right? For 10
From the
seconds.
skill node.
Yep, from the skill node. And if I run into a mob and I use this and I have the Primal Chain Gun mod in there, now I'm getting 75% weapon damage.
Yeah, that's what
So-
you're saying, Bojangles, is that it's garbage right now. But when
Yes.
you will be able to stop it, like to activate the AoE attack instantly, that will be so legit.
Yeah. Like,
But yeah, this is the second part you have to focus on, is players can now press the trigger again to use an AoE attack during the run animation. I think this is
exactly.
what people are really happy about, because right now, it's you dash and that's it. You can't stop
That's it.
it.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Now you can dash and stop, and it does like an AoE attack, which I assume is going to be like a jump melee or something. You know what I mean?
No,
Yeah,
but
he's-
basically, Boulder Dash already has a melee AoE attack at the end of the animation.
Oh,
right?
Yes.
is that what that is? Okay,
Yeah, so
Yes.
you can activate it instantly now.
Yes.
I see. See, I don't play Dev enough to know those, but thank you guys for having some Dev players here. I appreciate that.
Each enemy hit with Primal Chain Gun mod is 5% weapon damage. No, it's 15.
Yeah, it's 15. Black,
It's
right?
15, Blackheart. It's 15. It's not 5%. It's 15. And it could stack up to 5. It's 15. It's not 5, bro. I just looked at it today. We was talking about it.
What mod is it called?
Primal
it's-
Chain Gun.
Yeah, Primal Chain Gun.
The wiki is outdated, by the way. It's
Oh, it's
already nerfed
outdated.
it.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind then.
Wiki says 20%, but it's 15 now.
It's 15 now. Got it. Link to patch notes right here, Ron. Can
Yeah.
I? I'm gonna go into the next section real quick about Endless Mass. Okay, this is one.
Oh,
this is a change
yeah,
I'm
we
really
could
happy
move on.
about.
This is good.
Yeah. So since I'm a techno player, I can no longer be trolled by fucking Pomerino Pepperino or any of you motherfuckers out there that use Endless Mass on everything that I'm shooting at, which makes it not able to shoot. So enemies affected by Endless Mass can now be damaged and killed during the animation. Oh my
Massive.
fucking god. Huge.
Massive.
Devastators, come in my party, baby. Double devs. Let's go. 2 devs and a techno.
Seriously
it.
though, like Endless Mass, not a troll skill anymore, confirmed.
Facts, bro. That's huge. And doesn't Endless Mass also give a buff to your teammates?
Yes.
If I'm not
It
mistaken.
does. Yep. I don't know if it's after skill usage or during skill usage.
Yeah.
What do you
That
guys
part I
mean?
don't know.
You
There's
get
a
it gives you
mod,
some type
right?
of Yeah, it gives you some type of weapon damage. Look at those like that.
I mean, there's probably mods
Siler
for
says
it.
it's after.
I don't-
Yeah,
I don't
Siler
know
says it's
any
after,
mods.
so it might not be as good. I'm
Oh,
gonna mute for
okay.
just a second. Continue. Tez, Thank you so much, my man, with the raid with
But
the
that's
party of
huge
6.
because the
My
fact
man,
that it
Tez, let me
does
give you that shout out,
damage
baby.
and
Tez,
kill
how was your stream?
during
Hope
animation.
you enjoy. We're doing a
Well,
podcast
no,
right
but
now,
that's
my
the
man.
thing is that right now, when you endless mass something, right, the target is locked in stone, and you can't kill it, right?
Right.
But now, if you endless mass in the league, right, and apply whatever debuffs you might have with your mods or whatever, right, that way you actually can kill the elite while he's endless mass, and while all the ads are upping on him, right? So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Let's
now
put this
he's
picture up.
that big block of what people say shit, but I just say
Try
a
and head
nice
straight toward.
piece of onyx, right?
yeah,
But now you could shoot it. But now so now I'm gonna question you
Thank you
on
for that
this
raid,
part.
Tez. I appreciate you, man.
I'm gonna question you on this part right here. You lose your crisp spot.
I mean, do you though? That's the thing. We don't know.
Yeah. See. Okay.
We don't know
okay.
how it will work, right?
Right.
Will it just be a fucking will it just be a stone that you shoot and you only hit white shots? I don't know.
Or will it be a stone that you just shoot and you only hit yellow?
Well, no, I think what it will be is they'll just remove the stone effect, right? They'll just have the ad flying in the air, like the elite
Yeah.
flying.
But yeah, you put somebody in an endless mass, they're gonna die. They're not coming out of that thing.
Dr. D, endless mass. See you later, baby. Not that, like we would do speedruns with Devastator, but like for a casual play, you go Dr. D, the motherfucker can't put down
He's
his
gone.
freeze fucking turret anymore. He's fucking
Yeah.
gone, man.
He's gone, bro. He's
Moloch,
gone.
see you later, bitch. Paxian,
Yeah.
see you later, bitch.
Because think about it, right? You have one Devastator. He throws him into an endless mass. All you got to do if you have a Pyro and a Techno, he just does his little heat waves and he goes up there. He moaning wins while your Techno is going ham on him with blighted rounds. He's not coming out of that box. There's no way in hell. No way in hell.
I know. I mean, I can say this right now. Endless mass already useful. I mean, I already could be used in builds, but now it's actually gonna be used like meta, basically.
Yeah.
I see
And
the endless mass meta coming really, really hard after this upcoming patch,
yeah.
whenever this will actually happen.
And we can also mention the mod change as well. So White Horizon increases the AoE of
Fucking get
endless
it.
mass. So basically, endless
Back
mass
to box.
will bring up ads around you
Yep.
to the target. So White Horizon increases that range of
Oh,
ad
flip it,
bringing
ninja.
to get it right. But also now, what White Horizon will do after this buff is
run a bit of a roll.
cancel the fucking status
Yes.
immunity from alphas and
alphas.
broodmothers, right?
Yes.
So now you can
Yep.
actually endless mass an alpha with absorbing skin or a broodmother with absorbing skin.
Yep.
That's actually really clutch, by the way, guys. If you missed that because of the shout out. So the mod now make on top of the range increase, it'll allow endless mass to ignore absorbing skin on alphas and broodmothers. So if you don't know what that is, it's when broodmothers like do this thing, and then you see the waves of blue around them, and then they get like these black and blue like rocks on their skin.
Yeah, you'll know
if you
because you'll
use, like-
freeze them.
yeah.
You'll freeze them and they'll just walk through it because they've got absorbing skin on.
It kind of happens to time rift too. If they have absorbing skin on and you try to time rift them, they just won't get floated in the air, and you kind of just like, oh, there goes my time rift. So if you're playing a trickster, just a small trickster tip, if you ever see absorbing skin on, take it off by shooting it, and then time rift, and then you're good to go.
Yep.
But that's
So
pretty
you
awesome.
massive buffs to 2 abilities, which have
No. Three ability.
Well,
Reflect
no,
bullet.
I'm just speaking to what we just spoke. about.
Oh, I was
So you
about
have
to
2 massive abilities, ability buff, not only to like their usability basically, right? It's quality
Yeah.
of life buffers that are amazing, and I love them. Thank you, PCF, for once.
Yeah. And even this reflect bullet saying that ending the skill early will now refund parts of your cooldown up to 90%. That's huge.
Yeah. I
Because
mean,
now I could just spam reflect bullets nonstop because I could trigger it to go off. And that
Yes.
means I'm gonna get 10% whether I'm bottom. I'm gonna get 45%. If I'm bottom tree, I'm gonna have a constant 45% anomaly power for 10 seconds consistently, nonstop.
yep.
And if I'm top tree, I'm gonna have 45% weapon damage nonstop.
Yep.
That's
So
insane.
overall, what we're saying is devs just got fucking like they got awakened on whenever
Yeah,
this
I
patch
mean,
is gonna go live.
Let's say it
Dev's
like
about
this,
to
right?
be. Oof.
So right now, the protection nodes, you proc them with Golem. Most people will use Golem to
Yeah,
proc
Golem.
the protection nodes just because the survivability is really useful. And
Yep.
it's just a good skill, you know, even if it doesn't work with statue set. But if you add reflect bullets in the mix, right, this thing will be spammable as hell
Yeah.
to proc those skill nodes, which give you more damage. So
Yep.
I mean, it is an insane change, yeah. Insane
Basically,
change.
basically with that change right there on reflect bullets saying that I'm gonna get parts of my cooldown, I could care less because right now, if I use reflect bullets and I'm not mistaken, my cooldown is at 13 seconds.
Yep.
That's gonna go away. My cooldown is gonna be
Instant.
less. It's instant, yeah. And
Yes.
I get that proc for 10 seconds. My
Yep.
cooldown will never be longer than maybe 5 seconds. So I'm basically have 45% more damage through the entirety of the map.
Exactly. It's basically a free node. Yeah, you're getting a free node activation.
Yep.
Like literally, it's what it's happening. It's kind of
Yeah.
insane.
It's crazy. And let's not forget that it's Devastator, someone that doesn't die.
Facts.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, right? Because right now there's a speedrunner that's running Devastator. He did Archways. It's called One Sleepy Asian,
Uh-huh.
and he's running Reflect Bullets instead of Golem and instantly canceling it. Because
Yes.
he said the cooldown is faster than Golem, right? So he keeps up Paladin better. But now,
Yes.
if the fucking cooldown is refunded when you insta cancel it, because the problem is with
Huge.
Reflect Bullets
Oh, Big Daddy back
Yeah.
on that speedrun Devastator, baby.
is that when you cast Reflect Bullets, except if you have the specific mod that stops like the weird animation.
Yep.
Like if Reflect Bullet is active, there's a weird animation where you're holding a screen up.
Yep.
And so the actual strat is just canceling that ASAP, right?
Yep.
But now with this change, you'll cancel up ASAP on every 10 seconds and just keep the node up all the time. It's kind of insane.
It's stupid. So yeah, so that guy, he's probably has a 3-second cooldown because since the Paladin, I think it's like, what is it, like 10 seconds that you get that proc, but the
Yeah.
cooldown is like 13 seconds. So he's
Exactly.
he only really has a 3-second cooldown.
Yeah. But with this buff now, it's
There's no
you
such
have it
thing.
up. You have it up 100% of the time. It's kind of
Yeah. So now just think about it like I was saying earlier, right? Let's say they fix, right? They fix the statue set. So now the statue set, I have Golem up for however long I can keep it up, right? And we talked about it earlier. Now they fix that. I can keep Golem up, or let's just stick with Golem. I can keep Golem up the entirety of the map, right? That's 100% firepower, right? I play with this thing right here. I put reflect bullets. Now I have 45% up all the time, right? Because I don't need earthquake. I don't need it. It's an FP build. I just want to shoot shit consistently. I have this up 45% more weapon damage, and then I add Boulder Dash to this, which is going to give me not only 70%, right, of weapon damage, but because of the mod, I'm going to get another 75% more weapon damage. So now you start stacking up. This FP Devastator build, after some testing and moving some stuff around with mods, it might be viable, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so here's what we need. Once this patch is live, we need Big Daddy to get off his ass and make a build video. Test everything out and then make a build video for Firepower.
I mean, that's not
Devastator.
What I will do
for
is
Anomaly Devastator.
do speedruns. That's what I will do.
I know. But you honestly should make a build guide, Big Daddy, because you know so much shit about Pyro and Devastator. And I'm going to be completely honest right now. A lot of the content that I see on YouTube about all these builds just tell you, like, how to go fast. Or not how to go fast. Just, like, use these mods, blah, blah, blah. But they don't really, like, explain why it's good. They don't explain, like, why you do certain things and, X, Y, and Z. So I personally would love it. And it would probably make me play Pyro and Devastator a lot more if I, like, watch one of your videos when you go over it and stuff like that. But no pressure. I'm just saying, if you ever want to do it, I'd give it a thumbs up.
I'll say this. I will definitely make an FP dev build to try and beat records with it. That's on the table. I will also probably update my AP dev build as well. Yeah. That's on the table for sure. Also, AP Trickster, also on the table. Beating AP Pyro records, also on the table. So, I've got a lot to do.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, so as far as going the class buffs, guys, like nothing we can really argue about. Some questionable stuff on buffing the meta build, but again, like we alluded to before, maybe, you know, they're going to increase the difficulty and stuff. And these buffs will be like, holy shit, thank God they buffed it. Otherwise, these builds would have been completely ass. And with the way these buffs are going, I think a lot of other things are going to get buffed too. You know what I mean? The buffs
Yeah.
aren't going to stop here. They're going to be coming in waves. And you know what? I would be okay to see a few nerfs here and there as well. Okay, we can't just all have like a buff train.
Nah, they need to change the
but-
meta organically.
But
Changing the
maybe
meta.
small,
I mean,
maybe just
I
revert
will say
this bone
I will
shrapnel
say
stuff.
this. I will say this. Stop buffing the meta, right? To start. Stop buffing the fucking meta. But I just mean like, I just think nerfing is a bad idea because you're just gonna make what people are using worse instead of making what people aren't using better, right? I
Yeah.
feel like the meta should change organically, where an ability that nobody used gets buff and now suddenly it's actually useful, right? That should be how the meta changes, not nerfing and everybody's struggling to even play the game, right? Like,
No, you make a good point there. But like I mentioned the nerfing thing is because honestly, I hope this change doesn't make it. We'll get to it in just a sec with the bone trap change. That can just go back to how it is. He doesn't need to increase by 5%.
Let's talk about these universal buffs though.
yep.
True. Let me start off with personal space because I feel like I use this mod the most.
Sure.
Wow.
I mean, I'll just preface whatever you're gonna say with the close range damage is additive to the close range damage you get from your gear and your skill tree. So obviously, close range damage from personal space is going to be less useful than say something like Captain Hunter, which is multiplicative with your damage. Just to be clear with everyone.
Appreciate that. With that being said, and that little actually that's especially important to note. This personal space damage bonus increase where it goes from 15 to 25%. It depends. And I'm going to say it depends because now you have firepower devastators that might use personal space as well, right?
BRB, by the way.
Then I'm primarily seeing this from a trickster point of view, right? For firepower devs, I think personal space should be okay. Blackheart, you know more about this than I do.
Yes.
I think
it's
for
gonna be
firepower
just
devs,
fine.
it's going to be just fine. But if you're a trickster, yo, Vodka, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate that. Let me do the follow real quick. Vodka, if it is legal, my man, stay blazed. If you're already blazed, smoke a little bit for me, brother. I appreciate you, and thank you again for the speed run. Congratulations. We're not done yet. We're going to be doing more speed after our podcast here. But going back to personal space, on Trickster specifically, I do not think I will still be using personal space over, say, Geiger's Wave or Buckshot Shells, and here's why. Because you have to remember, personal space is close range damage only, right? Only close range damage. So yes, it's a 10% increase from the base 15% increase, but only in close range. And guys, when you're playing Trickster, I guarantee you, 60 to 70% of the time, at least over 50% of the time, you're not going to be in close range to do your damage. Usually you're in close range when you hunt the prey. So if you're focusing on like elite damage specifically, and you're having trouble with elites, run personal space, right? But the way I see it is, even with Buckshot now being 10%, versus personal space now being 25%, a 15% difference, I still think it is viable, and I'll have to do some testing on this for sure. But I would think it's still viable to have 10% damage at all times versus that 25% damage in close range. Like Big Daddy said earlier, it's not like Captain Hunter, right? So that 10% increase, while some people will see that number go and go, holy shit, now it's going to be fucking OP. You have to realize when you're shooting ads, when you're trying to clear things on Trickster, because Trickster doesn't have the best clear, even with Time Rift, right? You're going to be mostly out of close range, because close range is a very specific range. Like, you go out of close range and your damage is gone. Like, close range is like here, and you go like here, and you're out of close range already, right? So it's something that I'll test in Boomtown for sure, to see if it has any benefits. But overall, I think this buff doesn't really help Trickster too much. But it should be just fine if you want to run it for firepower.
Well, but
Devastator.
Devastator is going to be big because, I mean, when I play my FP, when I used to, man, I'm in everything's face. Especially, let's say at the moment I was using Gravity Leap, right? But now if I'm going to use Boulder Dash, I'm running up to something, I'm going to Boulder Dash, and then I'm right there. So I think for a Devastator, this might be a plus. I do agree as far as the buckshot, right? Because that's 10% every time. But I don't know. I don't.
Yeah,
I think
we honestly
I
don't
think
know.
I would have to. Yeah, you know, I think I would. Right now, I'm saying I'm gonna go here because of my play style with the Devastator, and I see how huge this is gonna be for it. But it's like I don't know. I would have to see it.
There's
I'm
some
gonna have to
questions
see it.
asked in the chat real quick.
I mean, I'll say
Like, add
this right
personal
now.
space with-
Stare
sorry,
into
go
the barrel. The fuck you doing running? Stare into the barrel.
Yeah, Blackguard. I was gonna say that a lot nicely, by the way. Blackguard stare into the barrel is kind of a bad mod, so I would never run that on Trickster in any meta build or any off meta build, because it's very unreliable, right? Especially like with elites. In mobs, great. And I think if you're running that in Devastator, maybe I can see it working. Because
No,
let's be
no, no,
honest,
it's
no,
not.
no, okay,
Not
never
even.
mind, never mind,
Not
never
even.
mind.
Yeah, not even.
Hey,
No,
what
it's
up, Bird?
just-
How are you, man?
You're just like reliant on having stuff around you. But when do you want to be surrounded by garbage while you're shooting an elite, right? Like
Yeah, you don't.
usually, if you do that, you're just gonna die.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so Sir George, you mentioned a good point. You said 50% of the time while Trickster you're not in close range. Have you watched your Boomtown World Record? So Sir George, it looks like I'm in close range a lot of the times in that map, but I'm really not. Especially when you count for pain transferring stuff, you're definitely not in close range for the pain transfer stuff, right? You have to realize that as well. That's something that I alluded to. Maybe I should have. But when you're pain transferring an elite, only the elite is taking that close range damage, right? And anything that's getting transferred from, I think that's how that works. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the buckshot
Well,
shell,
no, it's like
no?
you're overthinking it.
I'm overthinking it. Yeah. Okay. I'm really overthinking it. But see, and Jude mentioned the introvert mod, which is really garbage, guys. Don't waste a mod slot on introvert. It's actually bad. I was excited about that mod and I tested that mod and it's really not that good. But yeah, George, you're hard pressed to always be in close range to take advantage of personal space. However, one thing that I did want to try is replacing Geiger's Wave, applying vulnerable with personal space to see if that makes any difference in times. So I'll do a few more testing.
No, with
But-
Blackguard, like with FP Dev, right? You're using damage link, so like each shot is making you lose stare into the barrel, right? Like it's just unreliable. Not really good for elite killing, which is really the biggest problem for FP Dev. But yeah,
But
to go
yeah.
back to personal space, right? The reason personal space is getting buffed is because it's only close range weapon damage, right? Like I said earlier, close range weapon damage is just getting added to your close range weapon damage stat in the skill tree, like in the stats page.
Yep.
So that number is actually additive to every single close range weapon damage stat, like on your gear, on your skill tree.
Yep.
So that's why it's getting buffed, because it's right now it's only additive, so 15% is not that big. But now to the question between buckshot shells and personal space, I think there's an argument to be made for personal space, and further testing will need to be done by Plato.
Right.
But it's only 10%. Like it is multiplicative, but it's only 10%. Meanwhile, adding 25 to an additive like multiplier, there's an argument to be made there. So I think personal space could be very good now.
Yeah. And again, it's going to require testing. And it's all play style based too, right? As far as like from my viewpoint on personal space, because, and I'm looking at it from a speedrunner play style. I'm not looking at it from like, just casual gameplay here. But from a speedrunner perspective, and especially if you do watch my Boomtown run, a lot of the times I'm hip firing, right? And I'm actually not in close range to take advantage of personal space or any of my nodes in my skill tree as well, and my my gear damage as well. All of that damage for not close range comes from like my firepower additives.
Yeah, but
as
you're
well as
thinking
buckshot
about it.
shells.
You're thinking about it in a pretty niche aspect, right?
I am.
You're thinking about it in the out of range to riflemen,
Yeah.
I really am. Yeah.
I think as far as for like casual gameplay, I think this is beautiful. I think this is definitely going to help them out because sometimes, hey, you get too close to the enemy. You add this right here, 25%. Now you might be able to kill them before they kill you. It might help those guys out.
Yeah. I mean, I actually didn't think about that, right? You could slap this on fucking techno, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can. If you
like
you
instead of splash boost or something, right?
Yeah,
personal space for splash boost. So when an alpha is leaping on you, you can kill it faster, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Not that bad.
It's not a bad deal. So you definitely have to take a look at it and see where it could be a plus. That's why I say definitely, like everyone's been saying, we're gonna have to test it because it's gonna it's gonna come down to play style, right? What's the situation, what's happening in the situation. If you're in Boomtown where you got ads 360 degrees around you 24/7, right, the whole entire map, then maybe this might be a viable thing. But if you're in Scorchlands where the ads are fucking spread out, yeah, exactly, then maybe this might not be a good mod to use during that. So
But yeah, guys, I'm not saying personal space will still be bad. I'm saying there's going to be a lot of testing that needs to be done. And honestly, you might see a new speedrun build that uses both personal space and buckshot shells and says heck it to Geiger's Wave with the vulnerable. So it just requires the testing.
Because vulnerable is not reliable.
When
so,
you
vulnerable is not reliable.
Well, okay,
but yeah, I will say this: like this was needed because personal space is kind of trash, and now it's more useful.
Let me answer this for Shining. That's what they did. So you're gonna see that in next week's patch. That's why they said while Golem is active, you're gonna still have your 100% firepower and weapon skill leech buff while it's active. So no longer do you have to waiting for you to lose your damage buff. As long as Golem is active, you're gonna have your damage buff.
Nah, I don't think. Yeah, I think honestly, FP Dev will get real nasty real soon. Honestly, if I'm being real.
No, Shiny, I agree too. With some of the stuff, with Boulder Dash, Endless, and even Reflect Bullets, right? I don't know much about devs, but I know like being able to spam a kill on and off cooldown to get extra damage percentages is going to be OP, especially with now that's going to refund up to 90% if you end the skill early.
Probably not Sifix, just because Trickster has better multipliers thanks to Twisted Rounds and better mobility, right? Thanks to Underbraid. But pretty close, because FP Dev will have insane early damage, insane AoE clear. Like, seriously, FP Dev, the only thing that FP Dev will be lacking is mobility, definitely. Yep. But still, like, I'm telling you, it's already good. It's already viable.
Yes.
Even though in its utterly broken state. So when they fix it up and make some of the alpha abilities more usable, like the sky is literally the limit.
I'm gonna have to make a Devastator. I'm gonna literally have to make a Devastator just so I can farm views on YouTube. Putting a Devastator something together, it won't be as polished as Big Daddy's. But it'll be good. It'll be good clickbait. The one that provides information you need. But yeah, going back to personal space again really quickly. I think it's going to be very viable to run both personal space and buckshot shells. However, further testing is going to be required. And I really wish this game had a practice mode or something, so we don't have to go to expeditions and get one shot trying to test this.
Hey, sorry, can I just answer Shining? So, I mean, that doesn't matter if you kill him fast enough, right? Like, it doesn't matter. You won't get staggered if you kill him. So, you just need a build that will be good enough to kill him.
Yeah, and Shining, as far as like the FP dev stuff that's going to come out after this patch, I would say just watch Big Daddy stream, because I'm sure he's going to be doing some fucking fun ass shit on Devastator, and he's going to start with firepower. So if you guys want, I turned off this shout outs, but let me, if you guys want to see some firepower Devastator stuff, go ham. Give my boy Big Daddy Shit a follow, and when this upcoming patch comes live, whether it's in 2 weeks or 3 weeks from now, make sure you're following him, because he's going to have some juicy content there for you. Still the #1 Devastator in my heart, by the way.
Nah, I lost all my Rickers. I'm gone from the leaderboard.
Oh my god.
We can move on to Crit Stack, I believe.
I don't get this
Crit Stack in the chat.
I don't get this Crit Stack one. I don't get it.
I think it's just saying Crit Stack will have its anomaly power boost increased by 21%. So basically going for 5.79 base to 7 is a 21% increase. So it's just free damage on Crit Stack.
Yeah, but who uses Crit Stack for anomaly power?
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't change much.
I don't know. It's
okay.
It's a mediocre buff for the
sake of buffing. I thought about a build, right? Because I know we're putting right in our trios, we're putting Techno on Aura of Force, right?
Oh yeah.
So if you go for the node in the skill tree that gives you anomaly based on the weapon damage nodes, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
you go in anomaly enhancement for single target, like off AR attack AR, right?
Yeah.
So you could, and you have crit stack, as normal type of
Uh,
thing.
I
Like
guess.
no, you do a bit more. You do a bit more single target damage, is what I mean, right? But just
Yeah.
for like bosses or alphas type of thing.
Yeah. But would that
Is-
really discount like the free stuff you were running, Big Daddy? Sorry, Math.
I was
No,
just
but
gonna say,
I'm just saying it's an idea, right? Because
Oh,
we're
yeah, for
already
sure.
putting in Techno on Aura Force, right? And he's getting 30k AP, so might as
Yep.
well benefit even more from it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And
What
he's
you
getting a
saying,
ton of
Math?
AP from crit stack.
I was just gonna say, blighted isn't influenced by anomaly, as it's pure firepower, right?
Blighted only turns your weapon damage to anomaly damage, so that's the only thing it does. It doesn't actually affect the weapon scaling.
So this buff won't affect blighted rounds, will it?
No, except
Okay,
if you're running
that's what I'm thinking.
attack AR with anomaly enhancement.
Yep. That's when it can be good.
But but I've been saying that. So that could be a thing where I've been telling people, hey, go get attack AR, and obviously bone shrapnel, fucking freezing bullets, but make sure you have one with anomaly enhancement. That way you could throw a dark sacrifice, and we've tested it. We see the increase in damage in it. All right, nothing. I'm not gonna say, hey, it's better than the fucking bone shrapnel, but it's an option. And if
Yeah.
but then if you're saying that this crit stack and it's having this anomaly power boost, then if you have attack AR, you have the anomaly enhancement, then it might be a thing for you. I don't know. Might have to
Yeah,
test it.
but
might
I'm
have
just
to look
saying,
at it.
right? Since we're putting Technos on Aura Force, right? So the pyro can clear, might be an
Yeah.
option.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Something to
Uh,
test.
but yes, fix Boulder Dash is not fixed yet. Like you need to wait for the patch before testing Boulder Dash.
Yeah. You have to wait.
No, he was
Yeah.
asking, will it be useful, and will it be useful for both firepower builds or AP? But we can do Q&A later, guys, when we run through everything else. But if you want to answer this one now, you totally can.
Oh, for both, fix for both. Just
Yeah.
real quick for both.
Stand tall. I don't use stand tall. Stand tall is the one where you're not in cover and you get more
Negligible
damage, right?
buff to kind of trash mod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
The stand fucking Siler, if you're there. My boy Siler got his gear ready with personal space and stand tall to test it.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
He did. He sent a
He did.
screenshot in the Discord too, and I was cracking up. And Big Daddy
Oh
was
my
like,
God.
"Why'd you even
Let's
go for
talk.
stand tall? That shit's gonna still be ass." But yeah, stand tall. There's not much to go over. It's negligible. I don't think people will use the mod regardless. But if you don't have a mod in your early game and you have something that rolls with stand tall, it'll be better and it'll be more viable than it was pre-patch. So
Yeah.
it's still a win-win. Okay, even if the buff doesn't really do anything really, just to have something be buffed is still a buff, and we'll take it over nerfs any time of the day.
This shield.
Maffeine chatting instead of talking. Well,
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not getting much of a chance to talk, so I'm just chilling. I'm here.
Oh no, Matt, you just talk over us, and then that's just how it goes.
No. Manners, man. The manners.
Nah. Podcast manners. You talk over. Let's go, Matt. Go for it, my man.
No,
all right,
no.
Math, your turn to speak about Perseverance Shield.
Jeez, I don't use those.
Wow.
Why would you use defensive mods?
Wow. Toxic.
You're missing out on firepower.
Wow. I mean, you got a point there. That is a point. But Plato had another point when he came by the stream and he was like, if it works as intended or as it should, might be the best defensive mod.
I mean, yeah, if it works as intended, and it should, I honestly see P Shield being the best defensive mod because mitigation is broken with crit stack and damage absorber. I personally don't like damage absorber. I know Dawson loves damage absorber, but if P Shield didn't have this stupid bug, I think Dawson would run it too.
Dawson is right because let's be real, it's defensive mod that gives you more damage, right? It's the perfect defensive mod.
Yeah.
That's true, Dawson. That's true.
But to go to what Shining says, they will fix Impale. It's on their radar. They just haven't done it yet, probably because it's hard.
But yeah, if you're looking at a pure defensive mod, like not just just in general. And because here's the thing, Dawson, wouldn't I love to test rejuvenation on my ritualistic cape? But I just never will because it never drops with that mod.
Get a vagrant's code.
Wait a minute.
No,
wait
fuck
a
that.
minute. Buff Impale?
Yeah. They fix Impale. Fix Impale.
Okay, like what? How?
Fucking make it work like a normal skill where it doesn't
Make it
delete
work like endless
songs
mass.
and-
Exactly.
Okay.
keep dead bodies floating on the air and like just
Okay.
no buff the damage.
What?
Shining, no, fuck buffing the damage. They need to fix Impale so it stops cucking Devastators, where
wait.
you literally impale something and you can't do anything for 20 seconds.
How much damage do you do with the Impale? Because I do about 1 million, almost. I could get it up to 2 million.
I mean, he's
on
right.
Impale.
He's right though. The damage is pretty ass, but the reason the damage is ass is because the skill is ass, right? If they fix the skill, then the damage would be better.
How much harder you want it to
No, but
to
that's
hit?
what I'm saying. Like, they just need to make it a better usable skill, right? You press the button, damage happens. You press the button again, damage happens again, right?
Okay,
This-
yeah, like that, then
this
yes.
fucking, Impale bullshit, and they're like staying alive. Yeah.
Under the right circumstances. I don't understand what you mean the right circumstances. I think the right circumstances is you just use fucking what's this shit called? Earthquake, right? You apply the little bleed, you hit the golem and then you hit Impale and then you see 1 point something million. I don't understand any
Yeah,
other
I
circumstances.
don't know about buffing the damage, but I mean,
like
the
that.
skill,
that's
making
it.
better. I think yes.
I agree with you on that part. Yeah, let's make the skill better. I hate that damn delay that we have. It's stupid. The same thing with thermal bomb, but
What do you mean Impale should last longer? Palm? I think Palm is trolling.
yeah,
Palm is trolling. Palm is 100% trolling.
we're not listening to Palm right now.
Hey, cooldown buff on honestly, give Impale a damage and cooldown buff and get rid of the fucking shit where you can't hit enemies while they're impaled and the fact that it takes 20 seconds to get rid of Impale. So anything you wanted to do with your runs, it just gets absolutely destroyed. Like, you know how many Devastators posts I've seen on Reddit that says, could have had a gold, but there goes Impale. You know what I mean? Like, I feel for that. When you're first starting out,
Really?
and you're about to get that gold, yeah, and you hit Impale,
okay.
and you can't get the gold because, the timer's out. But yeah,
I see if you first start.
I mean, personally,
I see it started off.
Yo, Sefix 1988, thank you so much for the follow, man. I appreciate you, Sefix. If it is legal, my man, stay blazed.
Just take away
You're
the
already
delay.
blazed.
Take the delay
Smoke a
away.
little bit for me,
Impale
man.
is just
Appreciate
fine.
you.
Like, you put
Alright.
me with
In
an Impale build
1998,
that actually works
the year you were
and
born,
I'm
my
like
man.
probably
Easy,
fighting that
90s,
time,
baby, let's
Yeah.
go.
Shit, a matter of fact, I soloed Eye of the Storm in under 10 minutes with Impale.
Well, okay, if you get, you can just leave Strix alive and do it under 10 minutes.
And that's what a Devastator.
Yeah, I'm not saying
solo.
it doesn't need a buff. I'm just saying, right, it doesn't need a damage buff. Like, we don't want to break the
Oh yeah,
skill.
Shining, I agree. If the enemy can get stuck on Impale, but also doesn't if they're considered the dead the moment they're on the spike, then that's fine by me.
Exactly.
That's fine by me.
I agree with you
that's,
there.
that's a
Why?
welcome change that needs to happen.
Why does it need a damage buff? I mean, we'll
It
see after
doesn't.
they fix it. Like, let them
Yeah.
fix it first. We'll see then if it needs a damage buff.
It doesn't need a damage buff. No damage buff required. I think
Look, I don't play Devastator, so get me out of this conversation.
it doesn't. Like, it don't need a damage buff. I think it's beautiful how it is. Just take the damn delay off. Once he's on that damn stake, that's it. Consider him dead. Take that red dot off the map. And that's it. Because being a techno, I see your frustration now when you see that red dot on the mini map, but yet you go shoot it and then you realize that the motherfucker is impaled. So he's already dead. It's just there delayed. Now you just gave up 6 rounds of your blighted. Like, I could see that frustration.
So I got a question. So based on Impale and like the fact that it lasts too long, does the cooldown start once the enemy like dies from the Impale, or does it start
no,
after usage?
No.
The cooldown is just massive as well. I mean, Bojingle is
Yeah.
right on that part. The cooldown is a bit too long.
Yeah, it
Okay.
is. That is true. That is true.
But yeah,
It's
would
not to
be-
do with them being stuck on the spike.
I do agree with Bojingles there. I'll give him that. Like, if they fix the skill, also reduce the base cooldown as well. I do. Yeah.
Yes. Agree. Agree.
But so Bojangles, I think they're saying like this doesn't need a damage increase because if you reduce the cooldown,
No.
right? That's a damage increase right there.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying like it needs
Oh, I see,
more
I see.
damage or shorter cooldown, and I agree with
Oh,
him.
I see.
A shorter cooldown without discuss.
I think a shorter cooldown is much more satisfying.
Oh shit.
Okay, so we can skip over. I mean, Perseverance Shield, very good now. Very good now.
Yeah, very good.
Yep.
Now.
Blazing
Blazing?
Aegis, who cares? Do we even?
Nah,
need
we're not
to-
gonna go over Blazing Aegis, whatever that is, or Plate Dodger. We're not going over Plate Dodger either.
Yeah, no,
Like,
no,
yeah,
no.
we're skipping Blazing and Plate Dodger because let's be honest, those are two dead mods that'll never be viable.
Yep.
In any meta that Outriders has. So
Yep.
those are random buffs that I don't fucking know. It's a buff, I'll take it. But yeah,
Yep.
nobody's gonna use Blazing Aegis or Plate Dodger in any build because they're just useless mods for the sake of having mods in the game.
Yeah. This anomaly enhancement though might be a thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this
Gotta
part is
test it.
interesting. So more damage
Yeah.
from anomaly enhancement, pretty interesting.
Yes.
And bone shrapnel getting.
No, we're not gonna talk about that yet. We're not gonna talk about that yet. I don't even want to talk about that yet.
Yeah,
Bone Trap.
wait on Bone Trap. Wait on Bone Trap. But remember
Yeah.
how Big Daddy was saying earlier? Now with like the buff to crit stack using Aura Force. This is very
Yes.
niche, by the way. Anomaly enhancement could be viable on attack AR, for that single target damage because one of the
Yes.
technos all the time doesn't need to be running like splash boost and all that stuff, right?
Nope.
They can be solely. It's for very niche speed running, like only speed running tech kind of thing.
Well,
Or if
no,
you're facing, like-
no, because I mean, there's
That's-
people out there that don't play bone shrapnel for some reason, right?
Okay, yeah, it's facts.
Right.
But
So
for
now
those that don't want to
you
use
wanna-
Bone Trap, OP as fuck.
Like
yeah, I think like now, especially with the extra node that you have on the skill tree, like the free node, which you can just show in the AP, and
Yeah.
crit stack being even better for AP, I think anomaly enhancement will actually be pretty fucking strong right now.
yeah, it'd be a thing. It's gonna. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Like, and it's not like a little. It's like a 10% increase, bro. That's
Yeah, but think
Now-
about this: it's 10% more firepower
Firepower.
from AP.
yes.
Yeah.
That's pretty insane. Like,
Yes.
Now, this will require more testing, but I guarantee you'd still want to run bonus firepower on your gear, right? You still don't want to do the whole anomaly power base build on
Absolutely.
techno.
Absolutely.
Because
let me check real quick.
yeah, check the math on it because I would like to run both, and because I have the gear for both. I mean, this is why I'm a hoarder. I literally have gear to run anomaly techno. I just don't have anomaly enhancement on a fucking AR, but I can get it with the Earthborn. So I'm gonna try that. Just make a new character.
Well,
over and over again.
here's something that I
Try to-
also
try to
realized that these mods.
Yeah, no,
like,
no, you still need the bonus firepower.
Here's the thing with these mods though. It's a difference. Like, let's say if you have a weapon that's under 90%, and if you have a weapon that's
100K.
above 90%, it's a huge difference, right?
Oh, you mean for firepower? Yes.
Yeah, it's a
It's
huge
huge,
difference. Like, if
huge.
you're under 90%, then it kind of really doesn't matter. But if you're above 90%, then yeah, like it's gonna play a part. Like, you will definitely see it. That's what I'm thinking. Because after doing some math a couple weeks ago, and I was off stream, and I had the Killer Virus try anomaly enhancement, and he was like, "Yo, wait a minute." And he tried it on attack AR that was above 90. I think it was like a 93% firepower. He was like, "Yo," and then I asked him. I said, "Well, try it with a Renegade because he has a Renegade that's 85." And he was like, "Nah, it doesn't hit the same. Obviously, because the bonus firepower is different, but he basically said if it's under 90%, then
90K.
yeah, under 90K.
I
then-
mean, I'll say what Dawson says. Dawson being the number one thing in the game, by the way. Doesn't matter, right? The firepower is negligible. Ultimately, I mean, you will notice the damage difference, but
yeah,
you can still get world records with an 85.7, which I have done. Like,
right.
let's get real. Like, people worry too much about the firepower of their gun, I think.
Yeah, and I say this in my techno build video too, because I said word for word what Dawson said, right? Like in 85.6K tacked Earthborn AR or any AR that's 80 to 85K or not 90 above is still going to be better than the 99.4K Inferno Seed you have, simply because Bone Shrapnel is out of this fucking mind OP T2 mod. Like probably the best T2 mod you can put on a weapon, in my opinion, if you're on techno.
What?
Currently.
Yeah. No, I mean, bone shrapnel is just so good because
What?
it lets you not kill every single ad with a bullet, right? Like the time
Yeah,
save,
so like Capo,
not
you
swapping
have a
to each single ad.
99.4K
Like,
Inferno Seed, right?
No,
Um,
I'm trolling. I
oh, you're
trust me.
trolling. Oh, you're
I'm
actually
trolling.
trolling. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, bet. So, so like when I put those YouTube video outs and people still comment in the section like, but what if I have an 85.6K AR and I'm just like, bruh, just watch the
It
video.
It don't
I
matter.
know, but I'll say this to everyone, to anybody watching. Like, if you're a techno and you're playing with an 85K, you should be blasting. Okay, you should be blasting. The
Yeah,
the
100%.
the AR is not holding you back. The firepower on your AR is not holding you back at all.
Correct.
Bro.
If you are not blasting with an 85K AR, whether it has bone shrapnel or not, it could have a dead mod on there. For crying out
Yep.
loud, it can have something useless like I don't fucking know, vampiric
Minefield.
leech or something, right? Just
Claymore.
simply it's a 3-burst tac AR with dark sacrifice. And if you have at least some of the mods you need, you don't even need T3 mods. Like I'm legitimately going to make a budget techno build that only uses T2 mods for everything. And I'll show you guys how easy CT15s are. Actually
Yeah.
insane how overpowered techno is.
So that'd be easy, brother. But Techno is basically all T2 mods anyways. The only T3 mods he has is what?
Got that under
Euthanizer?
Euthanizer.
Yeah.
And splash boost as well. And icicle storm. Okay. So I mean there's
But
Yeah,
you
but
can remove
already
that.
needed. Already needed.
But you
They
don't
are
need it.
needed.
No.
Yeah,
they're
you
not.
don't need it. You could give yourself, other
You could
damage
just
mods.
stack up. You could just stack up tier 2 mods like crit stack
Yeah.
and Stenthal or some.
Yeah. Oh
right?
my god, Santa. Personal space.
Yep, personal space on techno. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for a budget build, personal space definitely with these upcoming buffs, 100% will be using on that budget build.
Yep.
Yeah. By the way,
Yep.
Sifix just said something which I agree with. It's like the game is still not easy, right? Like you will still die. Even the best players in the game still die sometimes. Like the game has not become easy, or like I don't know what you guys are on about. But the game is too easy.
But yeah,
I would
Sefix, I can I just reiterate that real quick, Crap? Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead,
When I say it's still going to be easy to run CT15s with Techno, I should elaborate. It'll still be it's easier to run versus every other class in the game with like the exact like gear situation, right? Where you have shit gear, like T2 mods, everything's not perfect. You can put broken mods and broken gear on Techno as long as you have some mod synergy. It's so easy to run CT15, CT14, CT13s, where if you put a Trickster, a Devastator, or a Pyro in that same scenario, you're not going to yield the same results. I should elaborate there.
Facts.
I mean, to Bojangles' points, like you can go right at tanky build or whatever, but it's just not fun, right? Who's having fun taking 3 hours to kill one elite? Nobody. So, even if they remove the time trial aspect, the game itself is still reliant on you doing damage to be fun. Like, I'm not sure, but I don't go out there and take 3 hours to play at killing the lead and have fun. So yeah.
So what do you guys think about Bone Shrapnel getting a damage increase?
I saw that, and I really thought they were nerfing it. I literally saw Bone Shrapnel, and I thought, oh, they're nerfing Bone Shrapnel finally. But before we move to Bone Shrap, quickly do what Ubiquitous said, and we can get to a Q&A session here in just a bit, guys. He says the time required is easy if you can survive. That's too Ubiquitous, but again, some of the maps, like Boomtown and stuff, they're really time-gated, right? So you can survive as long as you can on Boomtown, but still miss out on the gold if you don't have the DPS for it. But for other maps like Coliseum or anything that's not Boomtown, honestly, you're correct. As long as you can survive, you're going to get a gold. And if you want free golds, just go to Scorchlands.
Yeah, it takes you 3 hours to get silver.
Well, no, you can get a Bone Shrapnel AR literally like that easy. Like you don't need the DLC.
Yeah, no.
There would be.
True, but what Luke says
quick.
is funny too, though.
Yeah, it is funny. I mean, it is pretty funny.
What do you mean? Don't buy the DLC. There's no DLC to be bought.
What do you mean?
Yeah, there's a
there
DLC
is
pack.
Capo. There's a DLC. There's a DLC for the weapon pack. That's the DLC.
Yeah, the
Not new
Airborne and
content.
Renegade.
I didn't get that. I didn't get that.
Yeah. Which you can buy right now if you want to. Yeah.
Yeah, nah. Oh well, someone gifted it to me, so okay.
Oh, I see.
I get what you say.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Bone Shrapnel buff, guys, I really don't know what this is about because there's a T3 Bone Shrapnel buff. I mean, there's a T3 Bone Shrapnel mod that probably needed the buff more than the T2 bone trap.
Oh
I mean,
my God.
surely, like, there's a mistake there or something, like, right? They just
I don't know.
they didn't write
Look, they
ultimate
put
for some
2
reason,
asterisks near it too, man. They
Yeah,
put
I
2
don't think this was
asterisks.
a mistake. They
So
knew what
I
the
don't-
fuck they were doing.
Why is it? Well, yeah. Why is there 2 asterisks? Can
I
you
don't
just scroll
know,
down?
man.
Maybe there's.
I don't know, bro. Well, here's the
Bojangles,
thing.
no, here's
Okay,
the thing. It may be 5%, bro, but like
No, but it's
5% is
a lot.
5%. It's a lot.
that's a lot, bro. it already kills a mob of fucking portfolios of those little bastards. Can you imagine the other things that it's gonna do now?
No, but that's the
Here's-
thing is like it's the best mod in the game, basically.
Oh my
and you're telling
God.
me they're putting 5% more on it.
But here's the thing: the tier
What?
3 mod, right? Doesn't it do the same amount of damage, but only if you crit, right?
And
oh,
has a
with
3-second
internal
cooldown.
cooldown. Yeah.
With a 3-second cooldown.
Correct. So
And
okay,
this
let's
is
put
a
this into
1-second
perspective.
cooldown
Sorry.
on kills, right?
Yep.
Oh my
So
God,
the
yeah.
so the T3 bone trap mod, and when I see a lot of people running this mod, I go, they must
Why?
they must not know about T2 bone trap because they must still be new at the game. Because the T3 bone trap mod, right? Well, if you make the argument, well, Plato, can't you clear mobs with the T3 bone trap null mod as well? Yes, you can. Maybe only human mobs, but and the reason I say maybe only human mods is good luck landing a crit on an alien mob to proc it. Let me just put it that way. If you have a shit ton of alpha Perforos running at you, or those fucking orange, blue, and green frogs, good
Maulers.
luck hitting a crit on them. To
Where's the
even
Mauler
proc
crit
it.
spot, by the way? Where's the
No
Mauler
fucking
crit
idea,
spot?
man. I don't
The
fucking know, man.
mouth? The chest? I don't know. The toe?
It's random. It's RNG where their crit spot is. But
No.
the
There's a
3-second
5%,
cooldown.
There's a 5% native crit on every shot, right? So you have a 5% chance to crit on any shot.
Oh, I did not know that. Seriously.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, still negligible though, right? But like,
So changing that tier 3 mod to 1 second, would that help?
Dev,
I think
Dev,
kinda,
Maffeine,
but
thank you so much for the follow. I
dude,
appreciate you.
the
If it
tier
is
2's
legal,
still
my man,
better, you know, because
stay
of the
Blaze.
crit.
If you're already Blaze, Dev,
Right.
smoke a
hit
little
that
bit
crit.
for
just
me,
gotta
man.
kill.
I'd
So you
appreciate
just
that.
gotta
Thank you
kill
so
Yeah.
much.
Well, I mean, it would be better for elite damage, basically, right? It would be like a trade-off. You get less ad clear, but way better elite AoE, like kind of thing.
Just in general, I mean, yeah,
Okay.
the ad clear, and that's
I-
the purpose of it, right? Is the ad clears having
Yeah,
bone
yeah.
shrapnel for that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like I said, I was just asking the question because in my mind, I'm just want to play the other side of the fence, and I would say,
Mm-hmm.
well,
Yep.
if I could get it could be every second, and I can crit every second, then that means that bone shrapnel is
No, but that would be actually legit as hell, by the way. I would just want to say that right there. Like,
Yep.
yeah.
that would actually
If they
be
reduce
pretty
it to 1
strong.
second, oh my god, I would try the shit out of it if they reduce it to 1 second on
Right.
Yeah,
T3.
like,
Yeah.
crit a
You
couple
miss out on
times.
Dark
and, yeah.
Sacrifice.
Yep. And what Duke said, sorry to cut you guys off here. What Duke says is actually very important too. Bone Shrapnel is a lot more flexibility because it's a T2 mod. You can drop a T3 mod on top of it because it drops on any weapon.
Right.
Yeah, actually, that's a good
That's
point.
what I'm saying. Yeah,
That's a good
because
point.
you
Because
wouldn't get Dark Sacrifice.
I don't know. I mean, ultimate damage link. I see it only for Devastator. I don't see
Yeah.
no other class using ultimate damage link besides.
yeah,
Vodka's
for
question,
whatever
I don't know
reason.
Vodka.
for whatever reason, there's either it's a bug or it's an interaction with armor. Can't confirm either, but yeah.
For right now, Vodka, I think you still go damage link on Devastator because of the
Definitely.
interaction.
Yeah.
Bone Trap is not the play there.
I would not. Nah, I wouldn't fuck with it.
But can I go back to this bone shrapnel stuff? And I know it was mentioned earlier that we see a lot of things from the speedrunner perspective. But even in casual play, this is a huge deal. Whether you're going for time or not, right? The 5% buff literally means that an ad that may have survived before has a good chance of just getting absolutely nuked now.
Yeah.
Just by one
Nothing
tap,
will survive.
right?
Nothing.
Yeah. So you one tap something like, for example, when I see people using Inferno Seed, and they're running expeditions. Not that there's anything wrong with using Inferno Seed as a primary weapon, but when you don't have that bone shrapnel and you have to clear every little Perfuro, that just takes so much time. And honestly, if you have like a lot of hand pain issues and stuff like that, best to just point and click at one thing and everything dies versus like point click many things, right?
Or using a stupid Amber Vault. I don't
or
understand.
using an Amber Vault. But that being said, if we want to look at it from a speedrunning perspective, this is huge as well. That 5% means like at the end of Camp Plan, for instance, where my entire job at the end of Camp Plan is just focusing ads down. They're just gonna die. They're just gonna die, right? That part I don't have to
Good
like.
point.
I don't have to kill one and then kill
Also-
another. One kill, everything is dead. We'll need testing, but like
Well,
Wow.
not
5%
only
is huge.
that, not only that, but that's 5% to the base damage of one shrapnel.
That's what I was
right?
gonna say. 5% to the base
Yeah.
damage.
Well, then how much more
So-
damage would that do at the end of Boomtown if you kill a captain? How much more damage is that going to do to Dr. Detonator? You know
No,
what
but
I
that's
mean?
what I'm saying, right? If you put in all your mods and you're vulnerable
Oh
on
my God.
toxic and your skill tree, right? One
Oh.
channel is getting multiplied, so 5% becomes like a lot of
Oh,
damage.
yes. Wow. Wow.
So yeah, this
That's-
buff is, I guess we'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's actually the T2 mod getting buffed, bro, I mean, we'll take it. We'll take it. I
Yeah.
guess. Same thing for
I'm-
the
I-
Ash Blast buff, by the way. The Ash
Yeah.
Blast buff is so incredibly
Oh my
insane.
God.
I guess we'll take
Oh,
it.
you know what? I think I know what the 2 asterisks means. It means they're
What?
talking about the T2 bone shrapnel. I'm just putting my tinfoil hat here right now.
What about if
Oh
you scroll
my
down?
God.
Though? What if you scroll down? Is there 2 asterisks?
No, they just said 2 asterisks here too. Oh, I see what you mean. I don't think that. You know what? Let me do this.
Oh, never mind.
2 out of 4. No,
I'll look myself.
tell us.
So,
Yeah.
well, let's take this back. Well, maybe that just means that Bone Shrapnel is going to get a damage increase by 5%. That means both of the mods, to the tier 2 and the tier 3, because they're both Bone Shrapnel.
Maybe.
Yeah, so
Maybe.
they're both getting a damage increase by 5%. That's it.
Kind of insane.
I hate the fact that Palm only says anything in the chat when we mention the Ash Blast buff. Like, see?
Fucking Palm.
See? He don't
Bro,
say
you know why
shit, but
Palm's
once you
happy,
mention
right?
it-
You know why Palm's happy? Because he's running
Stargrave?
Stargrave, and I'm sure that shit's gonna
Stargrave,
fucking
yeah.
yeah, be up the rails on Stargrave for Palm.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, before we open up to Q&A, I actually did want to go over all of this too, okay? If that's okay with you guys. Ongoing list of currently tracked issues. There's not
Hit it.
too much to go over. We don't have to go into too much detail. But they do note that this is not an exhaustive list of things being worked upon. So we have to keep that in mind. This is not also a list of patch notes for the next patch, upcoming patches, or will address issues that may or may not list. Upcoming patches will address issues that may or may not be listed here, which is true, because they did. With a lot of this shit. Investigated means that we have been able to successfully produce an issue on our dev environment and are currently looking into the root cause. So if you see anything that says investigated here, they're still working on it. If we have not been able to reproduce a specific issue, it may not be listed here, but that doesn't mean we're unaware of it. Now, for this, I would say more transparency is always better. But I'll give, PCF the benefit of the doubt and say that they do know certain things like mitigation not working with crit stack. If you're in inventory while chem plant is spawning, or the door in chem plant is opening, like Dawson mentioned to me, that enemies will not spawn. Stuff like that, right? I'm going to even say it here, the ammo bug exploits. There's also another T2 mod that you can exploit that's not an ammo bug, which will just keep stacking on anomaly power every time you equip it and unequip it at the crafter. There's all these stuff, and you can find all these on the YouTube videos that I'm sure the dev team is aware of, but I personally would love an extensive list that they mentioned, because at the end of the day, if at the end of the day, the information is out there, might as well just put it in this. I'm just going to start off with that. But that being said, the current issues that they are currently tracking, which I believe may be the highest on their priority list, which is why they're listed here. We'll start off with the state of Stadia and completely skip it because no one cares. If you bought this game on Stadia, you just wasted $60. I'm sorry. Stadia is just, I don't know why you'd buy a game on Stadia, knowing that Stadia has its own dedicated servers and you can't, play with anybody else other than people on the same platform that is Stadia.
The same 4 people you see every day.
Exactly. But stuck on the 99% accolade progress. If one of you guys wants to start it, I need to go use the restroom real quick.
Basically, it's an issue that's being investigated. It appears to only be present on accounts that has had a character present before or during launch day. So basically, if you're one of those tryhards that completionist, and you can't get that 100% accolade progress, and you've played the demo, or been playing since day of launch, they're investigating, and they have and it says we have manually triggered the missing accolade for the user who previously helped us investigate this matter. We may be able to fix all others affected users via a patch once the issue has been resolved, but we will confirm on this later. So basically, the one person that brought it to their attention, they were able to fix it by manually triggering it, but that was the person. Now they can't do it for every single.
Basically, if you want it, just go bugger
No,
support.
they're
Go
not
bug
gonna
support.
Don't do that.
Yes,
Don't do that.
Do that.
No,
I mean,
don't do
they
that.
just said it worked for that guy, right? So
Well, it worked for him, but then I got to do it for like 100,000 people to have it. I mean, if you're a completionist and you want to go that route, knock yourself out.
yeah, I'm just saying,
But-
maybe try it if you want to.
Yeah,
just might.
yeah. You just might. Gotcha, man.
I just might. I got 16 more Legos to collect, and if it doesn't pop, then customer service will hear from me.
Got
So
it.
did I just hear 100,000 people out of your mouth in this game? You're capping.
Yeah, I was gonna say, bro. You mean 5,000, maybe?
Well, I mean, I didn't mean like they're playing actively. I was just saying as a number. Jesus Christ. I mean, 3.2 million people played at launch, so I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, what
it's
Dawson said is
possible.
actually true. Regarding contacting support, BMac, if you guys don't know, he's the CEO of Outriders in gifted subs. This man went to support. What Dawson said. They actually set his accolade level to like -400, and he lost all his.
Oh man, I'd be upset.
GG.
Yeah,
B-Mac.
so
Did they
the
fix
great
it?
way to do it, and I wish Captain was here, or Jester was
Wait.
here. And I think you just make a new character, and then just transfer all your mods over on that new character and stuff like that. And
Did they
it'll work.
fix it though? Did they fix it? That's the question.
Well, Jester, so here's the thing. Jester was stuck on 99%. He made a new character and did what Captain told him to do, which was dismantle everything on that new character, mod for mod. You know what I mean? Get all the mods and whatever. And it worked for Jester.
Okay.
I will discuss with Captain and see what he recommended Jester to do for everybody that's stuck on this 99% accolade progress.
Okay.
And Captain also said something about if you dismantle anything while you're at the end of the expedition, it might bug out and not count towards like a mod being claimed for that accolade. So
Uh-oh.
there's
Yeah,
so
I've
much
done that.
like nooks and crannies into this.
Yeah.
But I think the best bet is to create a new character, transfer all your mods over like on a shitty blue or whatever, dismantle it
Yeah.
on that new character in spawn, and it should work TM. But I'll get more details on this from Captain and Jester when they're online.
No,
Got
but
it.
wait. Do you have a screenshot of BMac? Is that like level being bugged?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I mean, BMac can get it to us whenever he starts playing this game again, which is probably never.
Yeah. Moving
Yeah, I'm
on.
just wondering. But whatever, yeah.
But no, I
Matchmaking
have some
privacy-
DMs from BMac where he contacted support and he said support wasn't able to fix it. So
Oh,
Okay.
man.
You know, I'm just wondering if they broke it even more, right? That's what Dawson is saying.
Dawson is toxic. Okay.
facts.
Because I mean, if they broke it even more, you know, I kind of feel like I want to know.
Matthew,
Well,
you want
they
to take some of the other ones, my man?
Yeah.
Matchmaking privacy settings.
Yeah.
So
Match-
matchmaking privacy settings may set themselves to open without input from the player. The hell?
You don't know about that? That's
Um,
like when you join somebody
so-
and
Yeah,
yeah.
that happens, and I hate when that happens too, because you know, like I'll leave the game on and come back, and you know, people join me and stuff like that.
And then it's
That
all
happened a lot.
open.
In Dawson.
And then you
Yeah.
have random people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome change, by the way. Issue being
100%.
Yeah.
investigated and will be resolved in a future patch. That's fine.
I mean, from my experience, basically the bug happens when you leave a party, right?
Yep.
So
Mhm.
if you leave a multiplayer party with people, for some reason your party automatically gets set to open.
Even if it's set to whatever in your settings.
Yep.
Do we know, did the change to like not matching AFK players or whatever, does that work?
I think
I
it
don't-
was.
That's it?
I don't matchmake, so I don't know. I don't play
Yeah,
with
I don't
strangers.
matchmake either.
Well, I don't know. I noticed that the thing stopped happening. Like right, like my party was opened once and there was nobody in my game, so I'm pretty sure it was working.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
They did mention that they did update that in the latest patch with the Borealis set, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder if the stagger bug has been reported to them. If not, I should probably just
Yeah,
Yeah,
Capo.
report it.
Capo,
Huh?
Capo,
can
can
you
you,
tell
What?
can you actually?
What is this
Yeah,
capo
you're an
thing?
ambassador. Capo, you're
Yeah.
the one and only ambassador that still plays this game and is passionate
Bro,
about this game.
I tried
You need to
slide.
tell.
I tried to slide into Toby's DMs, but he's just ignoring me. So it's up to you. Okay.
Oh
Yeah,
my
Capo,
god.
you need to tell them about this stagger bug because it is honestly just
Just because they talk to me while I'm streaming doesn't mean that they listen to me, okay?
listen. They listen to you more than they listen to us. So you
Bro,
need to
I
tell them,
tried.
please
I
at
tried
least look.
speaking, okay? And
All
they're just
right.
ignoring my ass.
Just let me know. Send me the clip. Let me know,
Yeah.
and then I'll send it to
Just
him.
watch my entire stream pod from yesterday. You can just
Yeah,
go
I
to a
got you.
random point and hear us bitch about it. But no, I'll send you
I
the clips. I'll
gotcha.
send you the clips.
Yeah, I
got you,
mean,
got you.
the old VOD is just bitching about the stagger bag.
No, Palm. No, Palm. That's definitely not happening. Because
Oh, no,
then,
I agree
Oh,
with
also
Bob. I
for
mean,
Full Metal, this is for Full Metal. I don't know if he's still here, but Capo, please tell Toby to add sprint as a default option.
I mean,
for
that's
Full
not-
Metal, no, fuck
Yeah, for
that.
Full
Because
Metal.
then now Full Metal is no, fuck that.
I mean,
We
that's
gotta,
not gonna happen, right? Because
yeah,
That's
we
not
gotta,
gonna happen.
we gotta restrain Full Metal some way, and if that's the way we're gonna do it, then that's how we're doing it. All right.
yeah,
Sorry,
I mean, 'cause
Full Metal.
Full Metal's literally saying like what you're perma sprinting, right? You just
Yeah.
Exactly.
press
Let's
forward.
go.
No, I mean that's a horrible idea, right?
Yeah.
Nah,
Auto
fuck that.
sprint, right?
Yeah, auto
Auto
sprint.
sprint.
Yeah, no Full Metal. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I'll do it once Full Metal learns how to say hi and stop lurking, being a damn creeper.
Nah. Don't hate on my boy, okay?
Yeah,
Now,
Full
I
Metal,
love Full
Full
Metal.
Metal be a lurking lurking man.
Yeah,
Let the man
I
lurk.
hold on. Full Metal always gets shots out for me, like that. That
Let
he
him
knows
lurk.
was Full Metal.
Okay,
gets,
you know what? You brings up a good point here to get into Toby's ear and tell them to not put toggle. Sorry, not that. Not put toggle over jump. I mean, sorry. I don't know if this is what you're talking about, Yuke, but they need to not put dodge roll and vault on the same hotkey.
Yes. Okay, got it.
Like toggle mantle type thing.
Yeah.
I mean, also you could put on a sprint toggle, I guess. You know, wouldn't be what Full Metal wants, but it would be better, I guess.
Palm. Okay, Palm. First and foremost, if you buff Anomaly Echo, then you're just gonna make Pyro way stronger than what
okay,
he needs to
my
be.
man.
You're doing the most right now. And the second part is,
Oh yeah, but they don't care. Just buff another Echo then.
yeah. Then now you want cooldown reduction on the helmet. You're
mean,
making
actually,
him even
just put-
stronger. You're
Actually,
making him
just put AP.
stronger.
Just put AP on the boots. Like, who cares about
Bro.
the helmet? Just put AP on the boots. Thank you.
Oh my god, you're still making it stronger, bro. Like you
It
guys
Hey,
just
are
Capo,
Flash Blast.
Capo, excuse
It
me.
just
Are you saying they're
Flash
still?
Blast.
Are you saying they're making meta build stronger, Capo? They would never do that.
I mean, they did, right? Look at Bonestrap.
Literally,
That's
Anyways,
I'm memeing
that.
you. I'm memeing you.
Treat
I'm
the
memeing you.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Look at Bonestrap, though. Anyways, listen, guys. Okay, I cannot go over there with this fuckery. All right, I will help with the stagger, but I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, Capo. I'll take the stagger honestly because I'm gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
The
I'll
stagger
do the
thing,
stagger.
please.
I will work on the stagger thing, but these buffs you guys are asking for the pyro from the pyro
Oh yeah,
commission.
they're actually trolling, man. They're actually
Yeah,
trolling
but-
about those buffs.
we're
You
just
have to know
joking.
they're memeing.
But
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the
yeah.
pyro commission. When you talk about Big Daddy Palm and Full Metal, that's the pyro commission right there. Jesus.
Hey, don't forget Jack. By the way, Jack is cracked too. He just doesn't stream or speedrun, but the real Soul Jack cracked.
Nah, forget about it. Well,
Jack,
Wow.
I'm sorry. Xbox problems related to sign in. I guess we can skip that.
bro,
Xbox
I
more or
want
less
to
fixed.
keep the PC superior. You know, gotta keep the PC superior with the sprint.
What is this mod and resources may be lost? I did. Well, matter of fact, I take that back. Someone was saying something.
I
in
do
my
know what this is
chat.
about. Yeah.
They said something about they were like they lost some of their mods or some shit like that, but now there's a link right there. So please use that link. Because in this aspect, I personally can't do nothing for you because I remember for the wipes when it previously happened, they want specific details. They
No, but
they want to know like what you was doing, what time, who you was with, like what color the sky was. Like they want details. So just
yeah.
if
But
you
there was
lost shit,
a
go in
there was a
there.
Reddit post, right? There was a Reddit post at some point with a guy that lost
Yeah,
every
yeah.
single mod he had.
Everything
So
was
that's
a
what they're
locked
talking
icon
about.
again. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they're talking about. It's basically the same as the inventory wipe, same thing.
Yeah, I can't help you there. So
Because they're saying it's quite rare, right? So
yeah.
basically the same exact thing as the inventory wipe.
All right.
This is the one that I
Next.
wanted to talk about most, so I'm going to take over this one. Certain enemies, especially alphas, may break out of frozen CC as soon as they are damaged. My fucking god. And this isn't even with alphas having absorbing skin, right? You go to Coliseum
Yeah.
or any map with an alpha, you pop a cold snap and you shoot the first they're just done.
You
Like
crit 'em.
so a
On
great way to
crits.
test this is on crits. A great way to test this is you cold snap a group of alphas, they will literally stay frozen for years if you don't touch them. The second you damage
15
them,
seconds.
yeah, the second you damage them, boom, they're just not frozen anymore, and they're free to fucking quick attack you and one shot you. So please fix this. Make this like a top priority because oh my
Yeah, but
god.
that's what I'm saying. By the way, this is all connected. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Borealis, this,
Yep.
the stagger bug. This is all the same problem, right?
Okay.
That's as much as we can get into that one, but it's in being investigated, and let's allude to this right here. They've been able to successfully reproduce the bug on a dev environment and currently look at the root cause of the issue, right? So that's at least good though that they've been able to reproduce the issue successfully. So which
Well, we
means
know
that,
they're playing around with it, right? Since they just introduced the stagger bug, we know they're
Yep,
actually working on fixing it. It's just they broke it more, sadly.
correct. Math, you want to handle the game stutters and multiple colors on the screen because I feel like being on a console that may affect you a little bit more.
Oh man, yeah, it's pretty bad. Like if you're on, I think one of the worst spots is on Stargrave, like that.
Yeah.
Was that like the second? Is it the second area? Second or third?
Third room, right?
Yeah.
Where all the crawlers spawn. Yeah.
Yeah, once they do their attack, your game like drops FPS tremendously, and it feels like you're gonna freeze, but you don't. Happens every single time. There's multiple crawlers on screen. Sometimes even one crawler actually. So that'll be definitely a welcome change.
Yeah, when it happens.
Oh.
So it does say it's going to be rolled in a future patch. So at least it's something that's, they'll be able to reproduce and working on a way to fix that. Because I think about older consoles, and you have a PS5 for crying out loud, right?
Yeah, PS5 even.
Yeah.
I think
Imagine
it's-
people on a PS4, etc.
Oh yeah, I've heard it's worse. Yeah, even, and I'm pretty sure I get like I think it's a constant 60. I don't think there's any frame drops apart from like
I mean,
the crawlers.
this is easy to fix. Just get a PC.
Well, no,
Hey,
I mean,
hey, Capo saying get a PC in a time where literally graphics card costs as much as, I don't know, a car.
but yeah, I mean, they could just reduce the particle effects in the crawlers.
Maybe that's
Oh
not
my
even not
God.
what it is. Maybe it's just
He
something
says,
more
I'm about
internal,
to
maybe.
tell you the issue, not
This
find the cause of
motherfucker.
it.
Well, no, I
My
mean, I
fucking
know,
PC.
I know it's the problem, right? It's the terrible optimization, right?
Bro, I didn't see all this other shit down here. Holy fuck, there's a lot of shit.
You haven't seen this yet? This is, oh my god, Capo, be a better ambassador, man. Okay, moving
I'm
on.
sorry.
Moving on. Certain mods not working, in particular when you're the client during multiplayer sessions. What are we talking about here? Probably Toxic Lead and probably any other mod like Bone Strap 2. Does not
No.
consistently work off host.
Moaning wins.
Moaning wins.
Yep.
Also,
Weapon
there's
desync.
so
Yep.
many.
Basically, half the fucking game doesn't work in P2P. By the way.
Yep. So here's the thing. Here's what I want PCF to be more transparent about. Certain mods. List the mods, please. Let your player base know. Please list the mods. Because when you say certain mods, like, how the fuck is the player base gonna know? Like, you know how many times, PCF, if you're watching this, I have viewers coming to my chat that are new to this game, asking
always
me,
lose ammo off host.
Plato, why am I always
Problem.
losing ammo? And we have to tell them it's because you're most likely using Toxic Lead off host. You want to use Toxic Lead and trick up the sleeve off host, and you're gonna have a much better time. But like it's things like this, and especially when you hide it, below like upcoming patch, no one's gonna fucking scroll this far along, Like 70% of the okay, I'm gonna be generous. 90%
I
of
did it.
people will not scroll this,
I did it.
including your ambassador, your one and only ambassador. Did not even know that these were being talked about here. But
That's
when you
toxic.
list stuff like certain mods, and I'm gonna be straight up here, ambassador or not, right? Like you need to list this to your player base, so your player base doesn't have to get this information from like third party. And you've seen the misinformation of third party on YouTube. I mean, that's a whole nother rabbit hole we can go down on. But please just list the mods that are having issues, so us as players can avoid this in multiplayer sessions and have a better time.
I mean, let's be
especially
real. You're
offense.
telling me the devs didn't notice the stagger bug, like, bruh.
I don't. To be completely honest with you, not being a main techno guy, I wouldn't notice it.
No. I mean, it's fair. That's fair, but still,
That is fair.
what did they do? Like, what did they do? Right? They changed something. And
But
they didn't look. They didn't look to notice, right? The
Oh
stagger.
no,
after
Big Daddy
being in every
can't
single
go down that
shot.
rabbit hole because like coding, I'll forgive them for this. Coding is hard as fuck.
Yeah,
Making
sure.
everything polished
Coding.
is hard as fuck. Okay, like we have to
Sure.
cut them a break there. But
yeah, like
just
the
list
spare works
mods.
now.
No,
Fucking
but
list the mods.
no. But I'm not speaking about that. But I'm not speaking about the fact that they broke it. I said earlier, they tried to fix it, they broke it. That's sad. I'm saying,
Yep.
speak to us, right? Where's the transparency telling us? Okay, by the way, guys, we completely fucked the game. Just be aware,
Okay, I get what you're asking for, but I think with this right here, they're doing more than what 80% of the gaming industry does.
No, but
I guess
will
you're
say
not
this,
wrong there,
They're
but,
going in the
yeah.
right direction, right? They're balancing, they're bug
Yeah.
fixing.
Yeah,
They're doing what I want. Okay, I just think
they're already
not
giving
being-
you. I mean, come on, they're already giving you more than what anyone else is giving you. You can't be like, wait, hey.
No. What? I mean, every company is doing patch notes now. Like these guys
Not
are fixing the spare and not telling us. Like
not
what?
every company is giving you dev news every Thursday.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like if they're working on something, they should probably let us know, right?
No.
Like if if a change is coming, just tell us, maybe, right? That's all I'm saying, basically.
I just want to quickly interrupt to say that Dawson just did a 5-minute 21-second solo run on Boomtown on a techno with 0 T3 mods. Just
Yeah.
FYI.
Well, I mean,
But you're Dawson though. Like you can't come on. It's Dawson, bro.
I mean,
I'm saying.
I gotta give Dawson a point there. Okay, the last patch was a train wreck. Okay, let's be real there. Like they said, they fixed Borealis, and suddenly it's in the next patch notes again, the same bug. Like that's a problem. That's not okay.
Kappa, read what Casper wrote. I was busy killing someone. It's not a good excuse to not being jailed for robbery. Fucking Pablo, man. But no, I like the transparency that they're being more transparent than they were for a while, right? Because they went radio silent
Yeah,
for a while, and I understand why they went radio silent. Okay, literally everybody bashed the game, and blew it out of proportion. Yeah, they really did blow it out of proportion. I do feel for the devs here. They literally got shit on for no fucking reason. And I talked to this about in my stream extensively that one point. But if you look at everybody bitching about the game and you see the gameplay that they have on the screen while bitching about the game, then you can see why they're bitching about the game, right? It's not because the game has bugs. That's just an excuse they're using because they're literally bad at playing the game and do not understand the game. That goes for any game, though. That goes for any game. Like PoE. I'm going to say shit about PoE and say it sucks because I don't understand the skill tree. But I'm not going to go to YouTube and say PoE sucks, right? I'm just going to say I admit that I suck at PoE because I can't understand their massively fucking 420 skill tree that they have.
Well, no, but that's a fair point. Like a lot of the negative press, right?
Are bad.
Probably just people looking for excuses because they're bored of the game or they don't like it, right? That's fine. And you're right that the devs probably retreated because they were just getting blasted from every angle. But I mean, you're right. They're taking steps in the right direction. I don't know, just the way they they release a patch, Borealis gets fixed, and then it doesn't happen. And basically, hours later, Toby is in the thread saying, "Oh, sorry, Borealis isn't fixed." I guess it just feels like, I don't know, lazy or like incompetent almost. Like I don't want to flame them too hard, but
I would say this. And this is like I said, like We have to be understanding. You have to sit on the
Yeah.
other side of the table.
Yeah.
You have to, because
No.
it's like I said, when people stream content, relax. It's not a live service game. Be glad that they're even patching shit. Right?
Exactly. Yeah, yep,
Be
yep, yep.
glad that they're even
Yep.
fixing things, because they could have been like, "Ha, I got my $60. I don't
Yeah,
care."
like,
But
think about it
they're
this way,
not.
guys. Look how many people bitch about this game, and I do on stream too. I'm not immune to this. I have talked shit about this game so much, but I'm not talking shit about it in like, don't buy Outriders kind of stuff. Like, don't play this game. It's not worth your money. That kind of stuff. I'm bitching about the game because I love it so much. That all these glaring issues that are here, once fixed, oh my god, this game is going to be so polished, right? And a lot of my frustration doesn't even come from all the broken abilities and mods. It comes from not being able to have a fucking good P2P experience with your friends when you're playing the game.
Right.
That's
yeah.
where my biggest frustration comes from on Outriders.
So you have to sit here. You have to sit on the other side. Now, once again, they're giving us dev news every Thursday, right? Be like,
Yep.
even if, let's say, if you've never been to my stream, but if you come to my stream, you will notice that the CM is sitting there asking me questions, and I'm talking back to chat. Who's like, what other company or what other game is doing that, and it's taking all this feedback, right? Or it's sitting in my chat reading what everyone is saying, and then having me ask chat questions.
Well, sure, but that's just the community manager, right? You're just giving props to the community manager.
But even then, I can see the developers in there.
No, but like, I get what you're saying, right? And sure, that's great.
Yeah, but PCF also talks to me like, "Hey, I was watching your stream today. What was the details on this?" Because the CM talked to me. So what's up? Can I get more details? Yes. And then I pull the stuff out my stream. I give him the clip. Here you go. Check that out. This is what was said. You can have a little bit more understanding. You know what I mean? But you don't get that
I'm
from
at least glad,
else.
Capo, that you're still down for Outriders, though, bro, because I don't know any other ambassador that still is streaming this game. You know what I mean?
No, I mean,
to be able to give this kind of feedback back. So
it's
nice
so
to have.
So you have to. That's why sometimes, and like I said, I'm not being like defensive about it, but I want the community to understand that it's not easy being a game developer. Because if it was, then we all would be coders. We all would be game developer. It's not easy.
Yeah.
And if
I do have to agree there, right?
I don't understand none of that coding shit. I don't understand it. I don't know how it works. I don't know how graphic designing works. I don't know none of that shit. I was born in 1983, so I'm a boomer. I did so many years in the Marine Corps, so that means all I do is I know how to put my head on the ground and push forward, that's it. And I do as I'm told.
Hey, Capo, Full Metal clapping back at you. You're giving them props about the community manager listening, and he says, and yet Ash Blast gets buffed. LOL, are they really listening?
I mean, but Full Metal is completely right. Like, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
He is.
Not only are they not talking, right, but they're not listening. That's both. They're not doing both. That's the problem, right? They're not saying.
I feel they're listening to the wrong side. The wrong side.
We fixed this bear. Didn't say anything. Oh, by the way, we're gonna buff 3 meta builds, right? The best builds in the game, we're gonna buff them, right? So
maybe
that
that's
shows like a miscommunication almost. Like there's
Capo.
a break.
I was gonna bring that up
later.
There's
a break in the chain somewhere.
Yeah.
Because
it's
the information we're getting is not what we're getting in game, right? And it's happening in both sides.
But Dawson and I agree we shouldn't give them a gold star for doing the bare minimum, but at least they're doing the bare minimum, whereas a lot of other companies would have probably said, fuck it. I'm telling you that right now. There's so many games that I've enjoyed and played where they took my $60, not a single fucking update to fix the game. So thank you, PCF, for that. Thank you for doing the bare minimum, but please listen to your community a bit more and not just randomly buff meta builds. Even if there's newer content coming, it's not needed at the time. Buff the off meta builds, which is probably going to come soon anyways, right? But I'm just saying.
So I would say this, Plato. Go ahead, Matt.
I think it's important for anybody that for content creation, but also like as a fan of like a game or like part of a gaming community, I'd recommend everybody make a friend with like a game developer just to like see their perspective of things and ask a few questions and learn that other side, because it'll change your perspective a lot. I feel like the gratitude, and there's a lot of this stuff that we can just look at and say, this is laziness, this is this is that. Like hearing their perspective and knowing more is it's like it's game changing, really.
Yeah.
And it makes you appreciate what they do.
Right.
Well, no, but at like range, sure, I can agree with that sentiment. But at some point, we also have to keep him accountable, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's
Like
important to me for sure.
that's my ultimate point. Basically, is that
we're like
we're not keeping them accountable, or they're not keeping themselves accountable. They're kind of
I,
going on the fly. It feels almost.
I feel
Dawson,
like
I'm gonna
this.
argue there with you real quick. I think Outriders has good enough gunplay to justify the bugs. Okay, for me personally, with all the bugs, I still love the gameplay of this game so much, and that's why I keep playing because the core gameplay is fucking addicting as hell to me.
I would say that everyone that's sitting here right now, we're like 1%
Mhm.
of this game. We're the 1%.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
just sorry.
one
I'm
percent
sorry to
is
say
all
this.
that's left playing, brother. That's the
What
problem.
and I hear you, but doing the things that you're saying, I don't think it's gonna bring the other 99%.
Oh,
Doing the
sure.
things that they're doing right now, like buffing Ash Blast and Bone Shrapnel, guess what it's gonna break? It's gonna break 99% back because I bet you 10% of the player base that want to play techno can't get through Coliseum, but the fact that Bone Shrapnel is getting a 5%, and now because their aim sucks, and I'm not just trying to be as blunt as I can right now, because their aim suck, but now you give Bone Shrapnel that 5%, guess what? Now they're going to be able to get through Coliseum solo, and they're going to be able to get it gold, and guess what? Now they're going to come back and play the game. So you have to understand that when we hold these like this is the first one of many, right? But let's say my channel, even Maffeine's channel, Plato's, Dawson, yourself, right? Because you guys are new streamers, but guys are a little bit more established, like Plato, myself, Maffeine. Um,
I don't know about established. I literally started streaming because of Outriders.
but check it out, though. But what I'm trying to say is, and you compares to other individuals that don't play Outriders as much as I do, but they possibly get more viewerships, or they're a content creator and they get tons of viewership. Why? Because what they're presenting is a casual gameplay, so they appeal to the masses.
Yeah.
Because when you agree with a casual, like, yes, this is too hard, and in actuality it's really not that hard. Yeah, the game is difficult, but it's not that difficult. It just requires you to put in a little bit of time and effort and to build your skills. Then
Yeah, but you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. Like, I've
no,
always personally said that we need balance, right? And basically, my point is that we don't need to buff these builds, right?
they're
Like,
gonna
I
buff
get
it.
I get what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
I get what you're saying. Make
they're
it
gonna do
easier
it for
the
those
casuals.
people.
But
Yeah.
you don't need it to be easier on the best builds, right? The casuals are done playing the best builds. That's the problem, right? You ask anybody who quit the game, and there's a good chance they'll say, that actually played it to end game with full builds on most characters, right? And what they'll tell you is, I got bored because I was playing the same thing every time, right?
Or I couldn't beat it.
Sure, but still, like, I didn't want to beat it, right? Because I didn't want to play the meta build. My build wasn't good enough, so I stopped playing.
I'm gonna give a good example. I quit a game because it was too hard, and that game was Sekiro. I'm gonna put it in that perspective, right? Like, I know it's a totally different kind of game style, but I can see the point where people are quitting the game because it is too difficult.
Right.
That's what we, and that goes for every game. Yeah, that's for every game. However, look, I didn't get carried to get my characters built, right? I played all solo for my trickster and my technomancer. I literally was watching Daddy Nick's 2 stream while he was streaming, and I got to CT15 on my techno on that one stream. So I think a lot of people that are having trouble and saying that this game is too hard, they are literally just very new to the game and doesn't have like a resource to go to. Like, they don't want to go to YouTube, they don't want to go to Twitch or anything like that. They just want to play the game themselves. So in that aspect, I can see it as being hard because they want it in fresh eyes, like we did when we first played the game, right? In that regard, I see that this game being extremely hard for new players, because it is, and especially for people that, if this is like the first FPS they're ever into, but they love the looter genre and they want to get into the shooter genre, and if you're playing this on controller or keyboard and mouse, yes, this game can be extremely hard if this is your first FPS game type of this kind. But that being said, I think a lot of the issues is certain mods not working as well for console as they do for PC. And I have crit stack in mind for this. I don't think anybody on console I would recommend to ever run crit stack, because trying to hit critical spots in this game on a controller are honestly impossible. They're so hard.
Yeah, I used to do it.
I get the, I know math. I just mean consistently, right? So I understand. I understand why people say this game is hard, and I know that Dawson says shit like, "Oh, this game is too easy," but Dawson, come on, man! Like, we're on keyboard and mouse, we have cracked aim, we have the best in slot gear, and
No,
even
but
now
then
you're
I
proving
think
without the
I think
best
you
in
just
slot
missed
gear.
you just missed the most important part, honestly.
Oh, did I? Sorry.
The best in slot gear, right?
Yeah.
Like,
True.
people don't want to do the fucking meta build. They want to do what they like, right? They go into a game, they see some interesting skills, interesting mods, they put them together. The build is garbage, they stop playing the game. That's the
Well, okay,
problem.
you can't blame that for Outriders in general.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. That's the problem with the game. That is the problem with the game, okay?
Isn't that
The
the problem
casual-
with every game though?
Yeah, but casual experience can be way, 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 way better. That's the
Yo,
problem.
DN, thank you so much for the follow.
Okay, the
Appreciate
casual
you, my man.
experience is,
DN,
oh,
if
my
it is
build
legal,
garbage, let
stay
me play that
blazed.
meta build.
You
Okay,
already
now I'm
blazed,
CD15,
DN.
let me
Smoke
quit.
a little bit for me,
That's
man.
the
I
casual
appreciate you.
experience, basically. They need to make more stuff viable to make the game more enjoyable overall.
So
So
here's my
somebody joins, plays something different, and still enjoys himself, still
So
has fun.
my question to you would be this: what happens if you're a casual and you're frustrated, like you don't want to play the meta build because you can't complete the shit with the meta build? What makes you think you're going to be able to complete it with another
No,
build
no,
that's trash?
not because you can't complete it. Just because you don't like it, right? You don't like it, you don't like this play style, and you want to play something different, right? And if they do,
But you want to
turn
use
out-
eruption over thermal bomb. That's what you're saying.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? You just want
Yeah.
to play differently. Like, that's the biggest problem I personally think with the game is you're limited in ways to have fun. You're extremely limited in ways to have fun in endgame. Extremely limited.
I agree with that to an extent too, Big Daddy, because you can look at other games like Diablo, like Diablo 3 or just any similar genre, and there's always going to be fun builds that are just not viable in any scenario. At least a little bit of agreement there.
Sure.
And in Outriders, I
Division.
think the problem is more like we see the problem more because for starters, there's only 4 classes, whereas all those other games have more than 4 classes. So there's more viability there. You know, you want to try a new build, but you don't want to play the same class. Well, you have like X, Y, and Z class to try these builds. Whereas Outriders, you're literally stuck to 4 classes, and each class has like one meta build, one works for solo build, and many other builds that just fall off the table. And I can see the argument there, Big Daddy, but you have to be a little bit fair to say that there's every game is going to have this issue where you want to have fun, but that fun build is just not going to be viable in any scenario kind of situation. Like Slow Trap, I don't see that being viable, like no matter how many buffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with you to some extent. I'm just saying the problem is kind of generalized this game, right? Like, only very specific mod combinations will give you the damage to have fun. And that's a massive problem.
If you really ask me, and I might be wrong here, but you could possibly do it. You could possibly gold most of the expeditions with whatever build you put together. It really comes down to play style, right? It comes down to game sense, how good you are at playing video games. Because I know a guy that could probably put an eruption build together right now and get through a CT15 with eruption, right? With phaser beam, right? You have options.
What is he using? What is he using as his legendary set?
Oh, you don't have to use Akari. I know people that I know a guy right now that doesn't use Akari.
Look, I'm just saying, right? I know
I got you.
Not that bad. I'm just saying, right? I think that's like where there's a lot of untapped potential, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of builds and a lot of things that we could be using, but we
can. Right. But can we do? I would ask you this question: can you complete a CT15 with a different build that's not a meta? Can you do it?
Of course I can. Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. The problem with the casuals is I think you will have fun, right? Because you're gonna build that build to you and what's gonna make it fun for you. I just think the problem with sub casual is that they're like, oh, I don't want to be the meta. I don't want to be a follow. I don't want to use the meta. But yet you get mad because you can't use a build and you can't complete a CT15, I don't think it's the fact that I have to use a meta. I think you have to look at the mirror and be like, you know what? Maybe my gaming skills is not up to par for me to not use a meta. You know what I mean? Let me work on my gaming skill, and then I could worry about not using the meta. You know what I'm saying? Because if you can complete the CT15 with the meta, but you're kind of struggling, my man's stay with the meta until you get a little bit better. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you. I mean, honestly, I'm just speaking of my opinion and my
No. I agree with you.
No, that's good. No, I think we all need to hear it. Honestly, like
because that's basically my experience with the game. Like I've tried to have as much fun as I can with this game. I've tried, and now at this point I'm at speedruns because that's the only thing left for me that I actually enjoy. Yeah. But yeah, like honestly, going through each characters and trying to make different builds, I can tell you it was miserable and not fun. And that's the biggest problem I have with this game personally. Is like you go through the skills, all the skill trees.
Kane has a good point here. Can I say this? He says and I love Kane's point of view. Sorry to cut you off, Daddy. He says he disagrees with this completely. He is I can't copy that. It's the opposite of what you're saying. Casual gamers watch a YouTube video, highest DOS build. The company is making it easier to attain and use those builds for the majority of players. The people trying for fun, off/meta builds are us, the ones that mastered the game and love it so much we're looking for something fresh.
Well, see, I completely disagree because I played the game completely differently, right? I played the game, didn't look at any YouTube videos, made my own builds, right? Because that's how I play games. And I could tell you right now, all my builds were garbage, right?
Yeah.
All my builds were garbage. So that's
and you got a point there because there's been people that's several. I can't even say a couple. There's been several be like, oh, was there anything else I could utilize besides the meta? And I'm like, well, what do you want to do? Say, like I can't help you. I'm going to use the meta build because I like to put out a lot of damage. My philosophy is kill the enemy before the enemy kills you. That's just how I play video games. I'm sorry.
I saw your question, Shining. I'll get to in just a second here. To put on Kane's a little bit. Where he says like casual gamers watch a YouTube video, highest DOS build. I'll tell you this right now, Kane. If you go on YouTube and you type in highest DOS build for Technomancer, I guarantee you my video will not pop up, and you'll just have somebody providing a build that is completely just out of their ass for the sake of getting clickbait on YouTube.
Yep.
That's one of the biggest issues I have with YouTube is, and this is another issue I think is driving players away from the game, is a lot of the content on YouTube when it comes to like highest builds like that or shit like that. They just focus on like the single target damage. Like, holy, because that's what clickbaits people, right? Like, you go to somebody's thumbnail and you see like, I don't know, a 2 million crit on a Technomancer, and you wonder, how the fuck am I going to do that? But you go into game and you actually play that build, you're dead. You're dead. Yeah. You're dead. Oh shit, I saw that 2 million crit, but I'm dead. But it in that regard, like Big Daddy said, Kane, it's all how people play the game. And if you are relying on YouTube for any game, resources on what build to build, then you're really not playing the game, right? You're just like having someone else tells you what's good, and then trying to replicate that in game is really hard, I think, especially when they're telling you what's good isn't really that amazing either. But I agree with you. What you're saying is we're doing for off meta builds because we need something fresh in the game. I 100% agree with you there, Kane. We do need a little bit more freshness. But again, like Capo said a long time ago in the beginning of this podcast, this is not a live service game. So the fact that they're even thinking about adding new content is a win-win. They're not required to do it at all.
My argument to that is I've thought of this problem since I started playing, right? I'm not now looking for off-meta builds because I want to keep it fresh. I've been thinking of this problem since the start.
Of what? What problem?
The problem of the balancing, right? Because I've been trying to get good builds going since the start of the game. But the balancing has been a problem the whole time.
That I hear you, but what I mean, and I'm like I say, I'm just playing the other side. I'm not. What I'm about to say is not what I truly think, but not a live service game. So why do I care? I got my money.
Oh no, I mean I agree. I'm just thinking, right? They are trying, right? They're trying. If they weren't trying, we wouldn't be playing anymore, right?
Yeah. We'd be done with this shit a long time ago.
Correct.
So yeah,
just to get back to Shiny, so I don't feel like I'm ignoring him. Right?
Oh yeah, I agree
He
with
brings up a
Shining, by the
point.
way.
Yeah, he does. He says, I don't know if PCF plays test though. How many people at PCF actually tried clearing a C-15 solo as a Devastator or multiplayer as a Devastator? Get content creators more involved with the game. The 230 crafters who say this could be a ton of fun, but this and this and this is underwhelming. And Kane, you know what? This is something I was going to talk about after or during the Q&A session. I was going to bring this up because this has been bothering for a long time. Is how does PCF actually play test their game? How do they like not know the state the PTP is in, right? How do they not know about like the weapon desyncing stuff before launch and that kind of stuff? So I think the playtesting in PCF does need to improve because I really don't think the people who have made this game have actually tried, clearing a CT-15 solo as a Devastator or playing in a multiplayer group where you're not in the same room with P2P, or one's in Florida, Big Daddy's in Canada, I'm in Seattle, or someone's in France. Which is silly, but you
Yeah,
make
I
a good
mean,
point there.
if they were playtesting, the stagger bug would have been founded like that, right? Like any techno playing the game could see that
Oh
stagger
shit,
bug
Pablo.
coming from a mile away.
Pablo's talking to me. I keep seeing him saying at Plato Bear, then he says Capo, and then I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
he's not
Castell,
talking to me.
just add Capo
At
next time.
Capo, yeah.
It'll
Not
be
a
easier for him
service
to
game
see.
is not a good excuse to not fix your own bugs because good luck selling anything after it. Well, tell that to all the companies that just put out games, don't fix the bugs, and then put out the next one, it still sells. It still happens, brother.
I want to bring up something that Knight makes a really good because I'm kind of going through this. We can honestly go back to this in just a moment. We can open it up to the group here, but he says I have trouble not using meta, but my skills aren't that great. Not to mention having limitations that affect how I can play, which is a valid fact, right? If you have like a disability or something along the lines of that, and you're trying an off meta build, which requires on fast pace aiming and all of that kind of stuff, it's just not possible, right? And that's where off meta really shines, Knight. And I really wish there was more viable off meta builds that could be good to the user base. That being said, if you guys do want off meta viable builds, man, honestly, Yuke is a great guy to go to for that resource. This man has off meta builds just for days that might fit your scenario. So maybe link up with Yuke here and see if he has any off meta builds for you, my man. Because his off meta builds are pretty fire.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying this since the start of the game, basically. But what I want the most is making, more shit builds better, basically.
Nah, I agree with it. I mean, I think more builds would be beautiful for the game.
Oh yeah, Bojangles makes a good point. Some games don't have any easy respect like Outriders, so following a build is highly recommended. That's true, Bojangles. Like fucking Path of Exile. What? I need to follow a build guide 1-to-1 from someone reputable that I have to do some research on, right? Not just clickbaiting.
Well, yeah, Kane, but that's the meta evolving, right? Like you're speaking about the community evolving the meta. I'm speaking about the game balance, right? That's two different things.
The YouTube guides for this game are horrendous, Kane says, but it's the mindset that I'm speaking to. The company is trying to maintain a higher user base just by keeping it updated. This is an issue with all games like this. Yeah, League of Legends comes to a great example, and I don't disagree with you, Kane. League of Legends always buffing meta, to keep like their assassin player base, like the Yasuos and all that shit. So I see where you're coming from there, 100%.
I couldn't tell you. I don't know anything about League of Legends.
Yeah, in League of Legends, you have a lot of instances where a lot of the underused characters that have like off meta builds don't get updated, and they solely focus on what's meta.
Okay.
Kane is really right about that. Yeah. Like they'll buff someone that's already in the meta, just like with Bone Trap here. And then put a random nerf to a character that's just off meta for no reason, like Trickster.
So buff Techno and nerf Devastator.
Yeah, exactly. That's what League of Legends would do, because you can use that shit in the world tournaments and shit, get your viewership.
Oh my God, Dawson! No one, you're different. You can't come in here and say.
Yeah, Dawson, you seriously can't come in here and say that shit. Even I have to stop there.
Man, Dawson loves wasting
this
his
fucking
time, by the way.
dumbass, man.
Yeah,
651 caller with no bone strap, 74 KR. Don't mind me. I just have cracked aim.
Who cares, by the way?
Yeah, I'm only the one of the top techno in the game. Only I hold all the records, so Have the developers mentioned anything about possibly giving us the ability to modify on attributes down the line?
Fucking Dawson.
Is it possible or completely off the table? Right now, it's completely off the table. Anything big like that, right? It's not being looked at right now. Their main concern right now, and they continuously say that to us. Well, to me, because I'm always pitching myself and one other person. I think he's
Wait.
a YouTuber.
Can we get a little plug for Maffeine right now? Maffeine, do your spiel.
What?
I mean, he wants to be ambassador, so let's go. I want to hear the spiel, Maffeine. Why should you be ambassador?
Oh yeah, same though. I also would like to be ambassador of PCF if you're listening here. But let's listen to Maffeine's spiel first.
What? What do you mean a spiel? Why am I doing a spiel right now on the spot? What?
Sorry.
No, but they just want to fix the bugs before they go into anything. So that's why increased stash, loadouts. I think loadouts is going to be a little bit more difficult, but as far as increased stash space and marking stuff, like all of that has to take the bandwagon. They just want to fix everything, all the bugs that's going on right now before quality of life stuff gets brought in.
If someone from PCF is asking, the reason I want to be an ambassador for this game is so I can give people the proper info for Outriders and have a meaningful conversation with the community manager, etc., to really focus on what a lot of people, at least in the Twitch community, because honestly, I don't see much of a YouTube community on Outriders, right? What's left, I feel, is on Twitch or just playing casually and doesn't know that Twitch exists. But to have a meaningful conversation, to go back and forth, to discuss meaningful changes, and I don't even need insight on upcoming like patches or like bugs fixes, or like new content. Just to have a meaningful conversation to where we can be like, here are the top more underlying issues that's really ruining the experience of this game for a lot of players. And if you can focus on these points, I think it'll bring a game at a better state in the interim while you're working on fixing the game as a whole.
Yeah. If you ask me, and I listen, I can't.
Not that I need to be an ambassador, right? We can have this conversation.
I don't sugarcoat shit a lot,
honestly.
But a lot of the ambassadors just wanted to be ambassadors so they could say they were ambassadors. I will tell you right now, a lot of the ambassadors that were ambassadors originally or came in, like a lot of them didn't even make it through all the expeditions. Most of them didn't even.
Let's be real, Capo.
A lot of them didn't even complete Eye of the Storm, right? So a lot of those guys, they got a lot of views. They played the game for about a week or two, and then they left. And then it was like this game. It was either because the game was too hard, the game they didn't know how to play it, or they didn't have anybody to carry them. And then the other ones, they just left because there was nothing left for them to do. And they didn't want to.
That's the thing, Capo. Like, it's a dog world out there. So gotta keep hustling, gotta switch game, gotta keep that viewership going, So you can't blame anybody for stopping playing this game. Not at all.
I disagree with that, because if you know Twitch, your viewership is not going to increase by becoming a variety streamer. So
sure, but also there's the passion as well, right?
Right. So
it's both of them. Right?
You either stuck with Outriders and you was getting the views because you were an ambassador, and then you started to see that your views were declining because you weren't progressing as fast as all the other ambassadors were or other streamers were. So you started bashing, and then it kind of upped your view, but then you saw that the bashing couldn't continue upping your view, so you went to somewhere else and you restarted all over again. You see what I'm saying?
No, but I see what you're saying, right? I get what you're saying, but I'm saying, right, basically devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Is that, it's a hard world out there, and not only that, but there's also, right, the passion side of it. Like,
the passion,
doing content without passion is basically just a job.
Like, I'm not putting Nick on the spot here, but Nick is a great example.
Yeah, that's why I think basically we can't blame any ambassador for leaving. We can't tell that they didn't give it their all or that they didn't deserve it, right? Because it's a hard world out there. It's a
to that, Big Daddy, I would say some of the like Nick too, I'm gonna give him a pass on, right? This man literally created all 4 characters, best in class builds, all these guides, and he legitimately has nothing else to do in Outriders. He's not interested in speedruns. He's not interested in
I'm
carrying
done.
people because let me be honest with you, he did a shit ton of carries during his streams. He was just done with the game and he's done. For Nick too,
Yeah.
fucking have my medal because you busted your ass off this game. You made
Facts.
amazing content for this game and you have nothing better left to do. So as an ambassador, what else are you going to do, right? Like you're not going to have fun streaming a game where there's nothing left to do for you personally, even if it keeps up your viewership, right?
Nah, nah, I'm gonna keep. I'm not gonna.
No, but let's say like people like Chadley, right? Chadley, I'm Quest, Moxie, right? Those type of guys where they are variety streamers or
Nah,
like Borderlands
I'll
streamers,
DM
right?
you my answer to that question.
Like think of those guys, right? There's a reason they're not coming to Outriders anymore. Not only is there no content and no passion, but there's also no viewership, right?
Right. So
like
yeah,
I'm saying,
exactly.
it's a double-edged sword. Like you can't sell all of the ambassadors that they're
No. I'm not selling all of them
or whatever, right?
Right. So I will tell you this, right? You got guys like Nick 2, like Solid FPS, Moxie, that they just went, they destroyed the game. There was nothing for them to, but these guys, they need a challenge. And once that
I would
challenge
argue
is
Solid
over,
FPS didn't destroy the game. He was just kind of like a techno one-trick pony. I'll say
but that's his whole thing, right? That's his thing.
That's
He-
like every other build wasn't that. So
yeah, Solid goes for whatever is max DPS. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna put the build together, and I'm gonna destroy the game, and then I'm gonna move forward. That's how he works, right? That's how he does all his video games, right? But then, like to Knob, to just right, because he says, of all the ambassadors I know of, like myself and Lieutenant are the only ones still running the game. You have to understand that there's some people.
Sorry, Buzz. I always forget your ambassador. I'm sorry, Buzz.
Yeah, but
bad.
like there's just some people that just goes with what's going, right? And then they're just gonna move on to the next thing.
Yeah, and
They're gonna move on to the next thing. So like when it comes to what had to become an ambassador, real quick, like what made certain people ambassador is just established streamers. That's it, 100%.
Viewership.
That's it. If you had viewership and you was gonna help promote the game, here you go, right?
Oh yeah, that's the thing. That's my point.
And to everybody thinking that was a shit way to do it, that's really not a shit way to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what promotes your game.
That's how it works.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now to keep it, and I'm gonna keep it frank with you. I'm gonna just chat. I'm gonna step on my fucking high horse real quick. I am the only ambassador that legitimately cares for this game.
True.
I agree with that.
I am the only one. I stream this game from Monday to Friday for however many hours. Any build that I've come up with, I've put into work. I don't get carried by anyone. I don't allow anyone to do any work for me. I do everything that I can because I've put in that work. You see what I'm saying? From day one. From when the demo was out, and if you go back, well, you can't, but I've done Outrider stream before I was an ambassador. I've done Outrider streams after I was an ambassador, before the game release, before the demo, and I go out of my way to give you guys information when at times I'm not even supposed to, but because I know how hungry you guys are. Because I know how hungry you guys are. I will not clickbait you. I will not feed you. You know what I'm saying? Or I will not promote something to you guys that I cannot do. I'm legitimately the only ambassador that does it. The only one.
I mean, I will say this as well, right? We got to take, the mainstream appeal as well in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Like the game got a lot of negative press.
Yes.
And there's a double, when you're streaming, you got to keep people entertained. And if they don't care about the game, that's something you need to think about. Mm-hmm. And if the negative press turns out to have a negative effect on your viewership, on your content, then you're gonna bail. Like that's just a logical thing to do. So that's why
what do I even do there, man?
That
the entire ground erupts in my face.
That are actually successful in their
right.
careers. Sorry, Capo, I mean you're successful as well. That's what I'm saying, right? But they picked people that were successful, and these people will be more susceptible.
Thank you so much for the sub at T1. Sorry for the podcast.
The industry
I had
and all of this. So
all over the ground.
I mean, I think honestly it was kind of.
Thank you for putting $2.50
Yeah,
of
no,
Uncle Jesse's
100%.
money into my
It was
pocket.
expected.
I
And
appreciate
I like
you.
the question now.
Enjoy the best T1 sub emotes
so
on
how
the
do
entire Twitch
you have
platform.
ambassadors
And let me welcome
that
you
stayed
with
the course?
a beautiful
Listen,
chant.
there's only been one ambassador that stayed the course, and that's me.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. Basically,
That's a fact. And I know Buzz is an ambassador, but Buzz
Everybody
only
get on this
recently-
chant, please.
Buzz only started streaming the game about a month or 2 months ago. Like, I was already doing the carries. I was already helping people out. As far as ambassador, like obviously Maffeine I was already doing this. I legitimately was the only ambassador that continued going.
What about
like,
mining?
even DJ Tickle stopped. Even DJ Tickle. Shout out to my guy DJ Tickle. That's my homie. You know, like I'm not talking bad about nobody. I'm just saying he went to go do Destiny before and that's even before Outriders even super dipped, right? It went down a little bit, but he even stopped, right? And I was the only one left standing. I'm literally the only one left standing that sits here and says, you know what? Yes, there's problem with the game. Yes, there's this, but you know what, guys? This is what's coming. This is what's here. This is what's there. Like, we don't have a patch today, but check this out. You know what I mean? And it's hard, but it's just I'm that passionate about the game. And Big Daddy has a point though. We can't get mad for some people leaving, right? Nick too. There was nothing for him to do, so it doesn't benefit him. He raked up what he was gonna rake up. You can't knock his hustle off
you
of
can't
it.
knock
You
the hustle,
do that
though, for sure. And to everybody that was doing carries for money, right? There's some negative stigma about that too. I just want to off topic put this here though. But
supply and
broskies,
demand.
Supply and demand and carries are so hard work. Like if people, to the people, that were like paying what $200 for like
carry,
for not even a carry, for like 10 carries, maybe don't do that. Okay, maybe don't do that. But for someone who's doing like some legitimate work, like 5 carries for $10, I would pay someone $10 to carry my 0 item ass. To get some Legos. If I was struggling really that hard, you know.
I'll put it in this perspective though. If Plato is saying 10 gifted subs for carry, why would I be bashing you for that? Why?
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting it, like,
if I'm a viewer, if you have a stream with 200 people that's willing to gift you 10 gifted subs for you to carry them, why am I bashing you for it?
Yeah, exactly. Supply and demand. Like, there's 200 people lining up to play with you, so the people that want to pay are getting in first. That's how it fucking works.
But I'm doing it for free, and you're like, "Oh, Capo, you should." I get it. You know, I'm doing it for free. No issues, no problems. It's gonna be the same result that you're gonna get from that person that you're doing 10 gifted subs, and it's probably gonna be faster, right? Whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, why are we mad at the content creator? Because he's charging them. There's still people there.
Don't be mad at the content creator.
Yeah, don't be mad at the people are still there giving him the money. I mean, let them do that. If you don't want to do it, then you go check out the other guy. You know what I'm saying? You know, you go check out the guy that's doing it for free. Like, you can't, like, you know, it's just one of those things, right? If one person is selling PlayStation 5s for $800, but Walmart is selling it for $500, don't get mad at the guy for selling it for $800. He has it, right? You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. I felt some type of way about it, but I had to sit back. I'd be like, yo, I can't be mad at them, bro. Get it how you can. You know what I'm saying? Get it how you can. People would pay it just to play with that individual, to say, yeah, I did my run. I got a death shield running with fucking, with Nick too. I did 3 runs with Nick too, and I got an Animoy, a death shield, and a Kari chest. What's up? Hey,
clip that shit, post it on YouTube, get the views. I don't know, shit like that.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you know, hey, it happens. Can't get mad at them. It's just.
I feel like we did open it for Q&A, but I just want to run through the next steps real quick, and then we can open it for some more Q&A where people actually.
Also, I think it's fair to say that the carry meta kind of killed the directory as well. I think that's fair to say.
I don't think the carry meta killed the directory. I think the 100% legendary drop increase killed the directory. We can talk about that later.
Nah,
We can talk about that later.
I disagree.
Hey, let's talk about that later.
wholeheartedly.
Hold on. Pause. Let me just go through certain mods not working. Grand opening and other mods may not activate when a player uses his last magazine, whatever. Player dying while a shield is active sucks. Okay, whatever. Hopefully they fix it. This is actually fucking annoying. Also, on top of that, didn't they say that if you have a shield up, you wouldn't get staggered? That's bullshit. Maybe that needs to be looked into as well. Trickster Vendor's Knife may target the wrong enemy. This is getting fixed in the upcoming changes. Trickster may be unable to revive others while using Borrowed Time in expeditions. Fucking annoying if you use Borrowed Time. Techno Plague Source sets does not consistently apply as bonus. What else is new on Techno set bonuses? Technomancer turrets may fall through the ground. I've never seen this happen, but fucking hilarious.
I've seen
Journal
it happen.
Journal entries pick up not a paragraph and secondary characters, whatever. Damage blocked, I don't care. A cutscene, and who the fuck cares? Okay, the rest are non-legible. We can open it to Q&A, but if you
skipped one that it's gonna
oh, did I?
somewhat meaningful. So grand opening mod, basically.
Oh, did I not?
I think
Oh,
it's
sorry.
first bullet shot from a magazine gets increased damage, basically.
Oh.
So basically, what they're saying is that right when you're at the last magazine, right, and you can't reload, right? Like there's a 0 and it's red because you don't have any extra ammo.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're saying there's a bug related to that mechanic, basically.
Thank you for catching that. I never used the mod, so I just kind of skimmed over it. Appreciate that.
Just explaining that little snippet.
Thank you, Big Daddy, catching me. But I know people want to get to the Q&A section because there was a lot of questions asked. So if anybody has Q&A, please either at me, Big Daddy, or Capo and ask the questions. If we missed any of the questions earlier,
Or me.
and
Or
Maffeine
me.
as well. Sorry.
Thank you.
Maffeine, the only reason I didn't mention you is because, you... Fuck.
Why?
Because to be perfectly honest, I'm a little blazed and I only heard 2 voices and I thought you
because he forgot about you. He forgot.
Yeah,
about
you mentioned
just
something in the DMs, Maffeine, that said you were getting dinner, so I figured you were getting dinner.
Well, I
so
was supposed to
that's
get
just
dinner
my
like 2 hours ago, but here we are.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Shit! Was that 2 hours
Yep.
ago?
Yeah.
That's my bad. We've only been at this for 4 hours. Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, that's a really long podcast, by the way.
Yeah, it really is.
World record.
World record. Yep. And Maffeine, by the way, sorry, I'm scuffed. Maffeine, I'm so sorry. Holy shit! I'm gonna shut up now.
I mean, we were about to get on a spicy topic, but I completely forgot.
Yeah, no, I have the topic. Carry meta did not kill the directory.
Yep.
Let me finish this. Don't cut me
Yep.
off. Let me finish my thoughts on this. The carry meta didn't kill the directory. The carry meta made people salty, whose viewership was declining because they refused to do carries. They didn't want to adapt and do carries. They just wanted to play the game and get subs, get views, but they saw their views declining. They chose not to do carries. So there became this like spread negative stigma about doing carries, about this being a service directory. But I think when the views truly declined and the game started to wind down was when it wasn't immediately after the legendary increase, but I'd say a week or 2 after that, everybody got their shit and they're like, what do I do now?
Well, sure, but that's an incredibly limited point of view from yours and Capo's point of view, by the way.
Where? How? I don't see it.
Because you're both carry streamers, right? So you're basically correlating your reduced, your drop in carry people wanting carries with the game dying, but that may not be the fact.
I mean,
I disagree.
I say numbers don't lie, and I mean,
Viewership.
okay, I guess there is viewership from bigger streamers that did quit, so they probably their people with them, but the game, I guess it depends your definition of kill the directory type thing, like how big of a difference, because I've only seen it until fairly recently, people not seeing the same faces and stuff like that.
I will tell you this much. That's not what it was. So the directory was a solid, right? Because I look at the directory every morning when I wake up to see where we're at, right? How many people are viewing? 400, 500. I come online. Now we're about 6, 7. Math comes online. He pushes this damn directory to about 1,000, right? Okay. Now People are getting their carries, obviously the list and all that shit. But once this legendary stuff came out, where it increased at 100%, the directory actually went up the very next day. It went up. And I was like, holy shit, okay, we're good. But as the days went on, people started not to watch it anymore. Why? Because they didn't need to watch people get a death shield anymore because they got the death shield. You have to understand, sometimes people watch to see, no matter how much I tell you, I tell the community, yo, you just have to farm expeditions. Go into Boomtown and farm in Boomtown is not going to drop you the death shield. If you get a clickbait YouTuber that says go to Boomtown, and if you run it 7 times in a row, on the 8th time you're going to get a death shield. But if you don't get it on the 8th time, on the 13th time you're going to get the death shield, right? Because you got to do certain things like this. They're going to believe it and they're going to go do it. So they're going to watch, and that's how it works. You see what I'm saying? But once that legendary drop increase came, a week later, a week and a half, why are you going to continue to watch Outriders? You have everything. You have
Mark
everything.
brings up a good point too. He said increased drop rates didn't kill the directory, lack of content did, and I can see that because it tackles on top of that, right, Mark? Because increased drop rate means people will get to end game faster. Means what is there left to do at end game?
Exactly. Yeah,
They have
that's
everything.
true. I agree.
Yeah. So Mark brings up a point there.
My point is basically it's more of a domino effect, basically, right?
Yes.
Because what happened is, well, okay, I'll say this, right? This is all my opinion. This is all my point of view. So, take it with a grain of salt, please. But basically, right, the carry meta set in, and then everybody that did not want to play the carry meta but still had some basic viewership to their stream, right? They just went away because they didn't feel like it was worth it to play this game anymore, right? And then the fucking legendary update killed the carry meta, right? Basically is what you guys are saying. So then that's basically a domino effect, right? You lost the viewership from the guys that didn't want to do carries, and now you lost the viewership from the carries. So whoop, down the drain it goes.
I would kind of argue the carry meta. You have to understand that every looter shooter is going to have a carry meta, and that doesn't kill the directory. It actually helps it,
Sure,
because people come back and they'll continue to watch you for that carry. Like, like if Division drops a new raid, fuck that. You're gonna go from 12 viewers to probably 200, right? Destiny drops a new raid, you're gonna go through because you're carrying, right? People want that. So the carry meta, I don't ever think kills a directory.
No. But I think Mark actually hit it on the head. Basically,
Yeah, Mark is correct. Exactly, right? The
like
legendary.
It's a combination of all of those together, basically. Kill the casual, no carry viewership, then kill the carry viewership with no content as well, and it's just just all going down the drain, basically.
Because what they need to make a change to that will literally get me playing this game for hours and hours. Make legendaries drop different stats, for the love of God.
Oh my gosh, static.
Holy shit. I will farm for a fucking death shield for 2,000 hours. I don't give a shit.
Facts.
Right? Getting a crit, close, and whatever the other fucking one for cooldown. Not cooldown. You can't have cooldown on a gun. Crit, close, and whatever the third stat is. Status or whatever.
Weapon life leech, probably.
Weapon life leech, yeah. Crit close weapon life leech on a death shield. I will farm for that item. I will farm for the best in class item for every legendary set. Yes.
Yep.
And make the tier 2 mod RNG as well. Yes.
Yep.
Or T3, right? T3. You mean T3, Dawson, not T2. Make the T3 mods RNG.
No. T3 mod stays static to the item.
Oh, yeah. You mean the T2 mods on legendaries. Okay, yeah. I like that. So Inferno with Bone Trap? Ooh, spicy.
Oh my god.
Exactly. If you don't like the T3 mod, you can mod over it and get a good tier 2. That would be insane.
Yep.
Oh my god. I don't know.
T1 on sets? Man. Yeah. I mean, that would be amazing, right?
If but the problem is it would just add even more RNG, right? Even more RNG to the RNG.
Who cares at that point? I'll take it.
You're playing. You're playing, bro.
I'm playing.
I agree with you.
Bro,
you're playing.
Yeah, I'd be playing as well. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
grinding for the
I'll be
perfect-
playing the shit out of this game,
Yeah.
bro.
Uh-huh.
Back to carries 24/7 because I'm farming for
Fact.
shit too.
Yeah, honestly, not wrong.
And I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Oh, shit.
Speed carries will even become a bigger factor because now you're going through these missions even faster. And people are gonna be like,
Yep.
yo, this guy goes way too fast. Nuh-uh. I'm not going to this guy. I'm gonna go over here. I'm telling you. I agree with you on that one. Hell yeah. Make stuff static. You know what
Don't
I
make
would
stuff
do?
static.
No,
Don't make
we're
stuff static.
saying.
I mean,
don't make
yeah.
stuff
Do not.
static.
Yeah.
Yeah, do not. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I'm eating pizza and trying to talk at the same time, right? Here's the thing. You know how many people will farm for a Akari headpiece that's anomaly, cooldown, and status?
True.
What?
Yeah,
Here
no, but
comes
that's what we're saying.
Here comes
Like,
Palm. Here
that
comes
would
Palm.
be so fun actually. Like, because you could get some min max builds with legendaries as for
Oh
once.
my god, bro.
Right, because that's the problem basically with legendaries is if they've got garbage static stats, most of the times they've got garbage like second
Yeah.
mods,
Adding
like
2-piece bonus set to pair with your 3-piece bonus would be nice as well. Not as nice by default. Sprint
Ooh.
option though.
Okay,
Fucking Full
so
Metal. Shut up about the
somebody-
sprint option, man.
yeah. Can we just tell Full Metal to stop speaking about this default sprint?
Oh
Yeah,
my
I think what he means is a 5-piece set, right? Instead of just having the 3-piece set, you got also.
I
a
think
5-piece
that's what he means
set on
too.
top.
5-piece
Yeah,
set.
yeah.
god. Ooh.
A 5-piece set
That'd be
bonus.
nice.
That would be nice. But
That would
hey,
be nice.
you know what? Maybe I'm playing like very hopeful here. Maybe the increased drop rates was a step in the right direction for them eventually doing non-static rolls on items. Because how hard would it really be to do? Keep T3 static because you're gonna need the T3 mods regardless. But the
Right.
secondary mod slot, whatever the fuck you want to do with it on those Legos, and especially with the firepower
And the
shit too.
attributes.
And the attributes, yes, and the
Ooh.
attributes because I don't know why it wasn't done that in the first place.
I mean, I know why.
I'm okay. Yeah, I know why. But
It's pretty obvious why. Because if you get a fucking get a Nakari piece with bonus firepower, long range, and like close range, like that's why.
But who cares, right? Like, who cares? Make if you're gonna make the whole game RNG, make Legos RNG as well.
I
Like,
mean, it
literally,
could be
the
like-
whole game is RNG.
I
now.
think what they could do though is maybe like an end game, right? An added difficulty where RNG legendaries drop, right? So you can
Okay.
min max your build, like if you want to, but if you don't want to, you just use the basic bullshit, right?
Like a CT15 plus?
Yep,
The
and they
CT15
get you
plus.
RNG legendaries. Yeah.
My man, just giving PCF ideas.
And once you get gold on all the damn shit, what's it called? All the expeditions, now you don't have to keep going back and forth. You just unlock all of them. and you can
Everything.
pick-
Bro, will
You
it
can
be?
pick-
Okay, there's literally a speedrunner in training right now that cannot play because it takes him 5 minutes to swap fucking zones. To
Who is
change
that?
Will it
Who's
be?
that? Oh my god.
He's playing on the PS4, and yeah, like imagine. If
Oh
I
the
see
my
what
maps-
you mean there.
God.
No, I see, Mark.
Imagine if the maps weren't RNG, you could just play them. But no, he has to wait 20 minutes to get the map he wants.
Less computations
Wow.
and code to write is why they didn't complicate the problem. Wait, Knob, can I would it really be that hard, Knob, though? Like, you see
No,
how
it wouldn't
every
be.
other
It wouldn't
item
be.
is RNG in this game, right? Why can't they just add that same RNG to legendaries while keeping the T3 mod static? Because I'm going to tell you one thing right now, Knob. The ritualistic cape, I'm going to use an example. I swear to God that it only drops certain T2 mods on its secondary slot. Because I've never seen a ritualistic cape with anything but like some random ass
Yeah.
mods and some defensive mods.
That's
So
what I
I
was
think
going
it's
to say, Plato.
yeah,
It
yeah,
already
yeah,
works
exactly.
like that, right? Every purple has a name and is a specific item, right? So they could literally do the same thing with legendaries. It would just have a name, but everything would be RNG on it, right? Because that's how purples work. Every single item is unique.
Shuffle attribute.
Just the stats on it are RNG.
Yuck. Oh yeah, I know, Knob. You're just playing devil's advocate. I get the point. It would probably be with how a nightmare this game already is in terms of bugs and everything like that. Like if they made that change, what else could break? But then again, that's why you have your dev area, like your dev testing area. That's why you get actual play testers to test each patch.
I mean,
You
I
say
don't
you
know.
have
It
a dev
sounds like
environment.
it sounds like a pretty minimal change, honestly.
I think so too, but we're not coders, so we can't really like say it's a minimal change. 'cause
True.
we don't know.
True.
Yeah.
True. Also, we don't know how spaghetti the game is.
exactly. Like League of Legends, complete spaghetti code too, by the way. A lot of shit doesn't work as well, but for the most part, it works. And Outriders
Yeah,
just get
I
into
can
that.
confirm pistol trickster will not work.
Wow. Wow.
But yeah, let's open up the floor for QA now. I guess that's a good point to do some Q&A. So anybody that has a question for my boy Maffeine here, who I failed to mention earlier because I'm scuffed and literally thought he was eating for a few hours with Kelly. My boy Capo here, only Outriders ambassador left alive and standing, streaming. bigdaddyshyt, who came in to answer a few questions but has stayed around. Thank you, Big Daddy. Appreciate you bringing all the mathematics and all those little nitty-gritties into it that even I'm not aware of for certain things, my man. Or myself. But please only ask me Trickster and techno-related questions. If you have any Pyro or Devastator questions, I'm not the person to go to. But that being said, let's start with Kane first. That's gonna be for Big Daddy right there.
With the time,
I mean, the simplest answer to that question is thermal bomb will always be king at
Yo,
single
X Worm
target
Blood, thank you
debuff,
for the follow,
but
man. I appreciate
Ash
you,
Blast
X
is
Worm.
already
If it is
good,
legal,
right?
stay blazed.
That sentence
If you're already
is already
blazed, smoke a little for
already a
free,
good
man. Appreciate
debuffer,
you and
right?
thank you for the follow.
Yep.
So if you buffed that sentence, you're just making it even a stronger build. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I will say this: right, the Ash Blast, the Ash Blast Pyro build with burnt out and that sentence is already debuffing a lot, right? And if you add third degree to that build, you can also debuff even more. So if you want to try a little spicy debuff build, you can try that with third degree, burnt out, and that sentence.
But he's talking about top tree, so I'm just gonna.
Oh yeah, no, I am running a top 3 debuff build on our trio speedruns. Can confirm.
I wouldn't. I mean,
Because it's just better, right? Because the problem with branded is it's only single target, right? If you're trying to go as fast as possible and you got 2 teammates, you're gonna debuff 2 targets way easier with the Ash Blaster degree build.
so you're answering this question as a speedrunner, right?
No. I'm answering this question as a theory crafter.
All right. So I personally wouldn't go top tree.
Oh no, but I'm saying it's extremely viable. That's what I'm saying. Like,
oh, okay,
it's
yeah.
extremely viable.
Okay. I personally, I still wouldn't say. I said if I'm playing trio, I'm not going top tree. I'm not gonna put myself in that predicament because the survivability is way less. The ads are scaled up to even more, and I don't know if I'm running with somebody that's running Aura Force. So
No. I'm not speaking about anything like that, right? He's asking specifically, is it a contender? Is it a contender against the Therma Bomb debuff Pyro as far as true viability? And of course it is.
Kane, I would argue it's better than having a debuff Pyro on your team unless you're doing specifically Eye of the Storm. I think Eye of the Storm is the only instance where you need a full debuff Pyro because, and I was oblivious to this, but Ash Blast Pyro, man, they provide enough enough debuff when played correctly, where you get an insane damage boost that affects everything and not just like thermal bomb spamming a single target or an elite.
Yeah.
So
basically that sentence, the dead sentence buff will make that build even better. Basically.
Yeah. I didn't see the debuff Pyro what he was talking about. Yeah. I mean, I don't. That's on. Yeah.
Yeah. So you see, Uke is running full debuff basically, where he runs thermal bomb and Ash Blast and Overeat.
That's full debuff, bro.
Yeah. That's pretty juicy right there. But yeah, so basically the idea with the Ash Blast debuff build is you just use your Heat Wave for more single target debuff, right? But you got your Overeat and your Ash Blast on a 10-second CD for a full map debuff. That is juicy as hell. I can confirm that is juicy as hell.
But now that's gonna turn into a 8-second debuff, bro.
Exactly what Dawson said too. Smaller debuffs just for the TTK. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's gonna be insane.
Dawson, tell everybody in the chat what TTK is, because acronyms are people are gonna
time
ask,
to kill.
Type it, please. Yeah, time to kill. But people
time to kill.
Yeah, well, no, but that's a good point as well, right? Because don't take me wrong, thermal bomb is extremely good for this single target damage, but you can get enough debuff and just more map wide with the Ash Blast version.
Yeah, exactly. So then I would ask you this question, right? Just in general, as far as like debuff viability or whatever the case may be. If you're running trio, with the cooldown being reduced, why just not go bottom tree? And
Oh,
just
no.
stay bottom?
I mean, that's the thing is like that specific version of the top tree build is purely a debuff oriented build, right? To make your team be stronger.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm playing casually, right, I'm gonna run a bottom tree build for sure. Yeah.
All right. So the top tree, you're giving your team what, 25% more damage to Ash, basically.
No. The reason you go top tree build for the pure debuff version is because you can get a 10-second Ash Blast, right? And you can also get the CD node on Heat Wave and the CD node on Overheat and Wildfire, right? So you're fucking spamming all your skills, right? And just debuffing
Right.
constantly.
But
so
you
it's
can.
actually a really good debuff build.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. But I can get to 10 seconds after this. I'm going to possibly get like 11 to 12 seconds.
Yeah, but that's a trade-off, right? If you want to go like the Ash Blast over Heat Wave full debuff version, you can go top tree if you want. But if you want to do a more useful version, which actually does some damage and can clear a little bit, you go to bottom tree for sure.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay.
I know. Moving on to the next question. I know. Seth has asked us, what do we rank in terms of classes, in terms of everything? So I'll let everybody answer this individually.
Techno, Pyro, Trickster, Devastator.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is also Techno, Pyro, Trickster, Devastator. However, with the updates to Devastator, I could argue could go a little bit differently. But currently, Techno, Pyro, Trickster, Devastator. Maffeine?
I think I'd say the same order. I'd say Techno, Pyro, Trickster, Dev. Yeah, potentially. I mean, we'll see when the update, but yeah, definitely. At the moment, I'd say Tricksters are just slightly better than Devastators.
We said overall, right?
Yeah, he says in terms of everything. So I figured
in terms of everything,
like
I would go
everything.
Pyro, Techno,
Nope.
Trickster, Devastator. And the reason why is the only thing that the Techno is doing right now is putting out more damage. That's not everything.
No, but I'll say this like real clearly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pyro versus Techno, the flexibility, right, on the maps. Techno is infinitely more flexible in its ability to play maps fast. Infinitely more flexible.
You said the wrong word. You said the wrong word.
We're not talking about speed. We're not talking about speed.
We're
talking about
speed.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just being real. Like, you put a Techno and a Pyro in every single situation possible in this game, and the Techno will come out successful more often than the Pyro.
I disagree with you.
What?
I think they will both be equally. I think the difference would be that you will have more survivability with the Pyro than you would with the Techno. And we're talking about overall. We're not talking about who's going to be the fastest, because we know that right now Techno is the fastest. We know that. Like that's
no, but I just said I don't know, but I'm just saying like Pyro is very good at what it does, right?
All around, Pyro's the best class in the whole entire game. And
I
around,
I wholeheartedly disagree.
Yeah, it's all around because he'll have more survivability.
Here, man. I love it.
Yeah. That's good though. But that way so people can see the difference. Pyro has the most will have more survivability, will have a better AoE clear, right? Would have a better AoE clear. Would have a better crowd control. Because we're talking about overall. We're not saying the only factor in where the Techno will demolish the Pyro would be in damage.
No,
that would be the only factor.
No. That's a misrepresentation. Okay, look, I'll say my point of view though, because basically what I'm thinking, right, is if you put a Pyro in Boomtown, right, he's gonna be flying. Okay, he's gonna be flying, right?
Yes.
But if you put a Techno in Boomtown, he's gonna do okay. He's gonna do okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying that the Techno is going to do okay in more situations than the Pyro, right? A Techno can get out of a situation way easier than a Pyro, personally, I think.
What's easier than Ash Blast and Overheat?
I mean, actually killing elites, right? Shooting an elite and it dies instead of staggering you into a corner and getting alpha'd. Like, that's what I mean. Like, Techno is way more reliable at killing something and still being alive after killing it right?
That's not everything.
And
That's
killing
not
it often as well, right? That's the thing is
dude,
Ash Blast, you need your stacks, you need them to be in the Ash Blast range, right? Techno, couple shots there, couple shots there, couple shots there, couple right in the wider maps, in the more monster spit out maps, Techno is way more reliable than Pyro.
I have seen you run out of a door, right? Throw 2 heat waves, Ash Blast, and then Moaning Winds and overheat the whole front area of motherfucking Boomtown with a pyro, with an elite standing right in front of you.
Yeah. But I'm just saying,
I mean, if you want to compare, I could. That's what I'm saying. Overall, we're talking about overall aspect.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean,
Pyro is better. Pyro's the best overall. CC crowd control. Yeah,
because that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're speaking overall, okay, I know I'm going to bring speed again in the discussion. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I cannot.
Yeah, no speed. No speed.
No. I will bring speed in the discussion because it is a representation of the game, whether you guys like it or not. Okay,
True.
It is.
Okay, you're not wrong. You're not
basically,
wrong.
Right? If you compare the
But hold on.
Pyro, right?
Going fast generally
very
doesn't
often outspeed the Pyro, and I'm not saying that's because I'm not talking about speed, but in general, right? Techno has better tools to take care of every single situation in the game. That's just a fact, just a simple fact.
But Pyro
when you take every single situation in the game with all the expeditions and the times you can just get an alpha, right? And you need to kill that dude, you have way easier time killing that alpha with a Techno, right? And there's a prefer riding in the corner, way easier time with the Techno. That's what I mean. Like the Techno.
Wait, no, Mark. Okay, hold on.
In more situations.
See, Mark's saying we're as detached from the game as the developers. Ask any new player what the best, easiest class to play is. Well, we're doing Q&A, Mark. So somebody asked what our opinions are. Okay, are on the best classes, in everything overall. Overall is what he was asking, and in my opinion, Techno, Pyro, Trickster, Devastator, Capo, Pyro, Techno, Trickster, Dev, and that's where Pyro, Big Daddy, and
so
Capo are having their
so I hear what you're saying. And
yes, devs are not easy to play, man.
I'm not saying that you're wrong, but remember we're saying overall, right? We're saying overall.
Yeah,
so
well, that's what I mean.
You look at overall
because you're saying right, Pyro is good at clearing. Sorry,
yeah. Survivability, the Pyro is gonna outdo in survivability wise. Is gonna outdo the Techno.
Hey, Kappa. I'm gonna stop the cap for a second. Techno also has tools for survivability. Their weapon leech and cold snap. Just put that there, right? Yeah.
It does. 100%. And also, what's it called? Fixing wave, right? It has fixing wave. So now we have to, because I was gonna say this, but now I'm thinking. But now I'm thinking, right? Because also, if you're running Dark Sacrifice and you're running what's it called, that node that gives you less, right? Now your survivability is in jeopardy.
You mean blue screen or?
No, that node that gives you extra damage, but you take extra damage also.
2 sides of power.
Yeah, 2 sides of power, right? So these are things that play a factor, right? Because now I got to get deeper into it, right? Because if you could put a Techno build and you can not run Dark Sacrifice and not run 2-sided power, and you'll still do, you're going to do some good damage. It ain't going to be great, but you're going to do some good damage, and now you have more survivability, right? But I still feel that with all the tools that the Pyro has, it has a better survivability than Techno.
The tool it doesn't have, right, is elite killing. That's basically my point, my complete
point.
Right,
but that doesn't make you better overall just because you can kill an elite in 1.5 seconds and it takes
you worse. It makes you worse overall because you're not as flexible at performing, right?
That's not true.
Two different point of views, guys.
Techno can clear as well.
I get it. I see what you're saying. I understand.
To slow down on all this,
slower, but it's also got the elite killing as well.
Guys, to slow down on all this, I think there's varying opinions, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's varying experience. It's all opinion based here, okay?
Exactly.
When you ask a question like that, it's all opinion based. So the best answer that we can have for you, regarding that question, I think there's another one. I'm trying to scroll up that you added something along to it.
Sorry.
No, I can't see. It's okay.
I got lost in the.
So
it's all good.
Yeah. So it's all opinion based. So make the 4 characters and form your own opinion as well. But if you
That is
ask
true.
the majority of people, Techno will be on the top of their list because it is just broken and overpowered. But I do see Capo's point, Big Daddy, in terms of Pyro being better in everything overall because it does have the most versatility, right? Let's be frank about that. It does have the most versatility when it comes to builds, skill trees you can run. Literally, you can run fucking 30,000 different skill trees on Pyro and it'll still be viable. Whereas Techno, you don't get that viability out of it. But I also see Big Daddy's point of view, right? Techno is more versatile in every other map than Pyro, because Pyro's gonna struggle in fucking shit like Scorchland. Like take a Pyro to Scorchland. The fuck you do in Scorchlands. But let's just say it's map based. Overall, I do agree though. With Big Daddy, I think Techno is overall just the most versatile and better class in every scenario. Pyro is the second runner up. Trickster is Trickster and Devastator is,
Yeah, don't take me wrong. I mean, there's a reason I'm putting Pyro second, right? Like, don't take me wrong. Okay, I'm not saying Pyro is bad.
Y'all, you calling Pyro trash, bro? That's fucked up, man.
I'm just saying the ability that Techno has to just get out of a situation, like flying, just critting elites and just killing everything in trios as well. Like, that's just what I mean. Like, right? There's a reason people get double carry with Techno because it's the better class.
Yeah.
It's just the better class.
True.
Yeah.
But look, guys, you got to realize when you all make classes, you start with the best guns in the game. Do you? When you all make classes, you start with the best. Mark, elaborate.
Maffeine,
Are you
shut
just
up.
talking about Earthborn? Maffeine with the trailer comment. I saw. Hold on. That being said, let me get through some of the comments that were missed. Sel actually another one. He says he feels his fully built dev is better than everyone in terms of fun and survivability. Again, I'm going to say that's opinion based, but the survivability factor, you're 100% correct on the spot there. Devastators will live through everything. Technos may be versatile and great, but if you watched my stream yesterday, I was getting fucking one bursted from a rifleman many times. Okay.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, the question isn't right. What's the most fun? It's like the best class. I think in terms of like game values, right?
Sir George, Big Daddy's all about speed. Capo's all about the bigger picture. That's what I hear. Sir George, I think Big Daddy is also about the bigger picture. He mentioned speed because he can't help it. But you also have to realize what he made a point of that you have to mention speed in this game for every single build and viability because that's what the end game truly is how fast you can go.
That is
true. So you can't discount. So if to all the casual players, to everybody that's saying like, hey, we're talking about speeding a lot. Well, we have to because it is a core mechanic of end game, right? The faster you are, it's time gated. The faster you are, the better you will perform. So saying things like we can't talk about speed and we have to talk about like, playing the game casually. While it does have some facts, you have to truly realize that speed is everything in this game because it is time gated. If it wasn't time gated and all you had to do was complete an expedition, then it'd be a different topic. But then they would have to readjust how the legendaries were rewarded, right? But that's again another topic in general. But like the reason that Big Daddy mentioned speed a lot is because everything in this game is time gated at end game. Like the entire end game content is time gated, right? Whether we like it or not. So whether we don't want to hear about how fast somebody goes X, Y, and Z, I know we promote speeding a lot, but
well, no, but I just to be clear as well. I think this is something that people like to ignore or maybe just misrepresent. But when you play the game, right, and then a broodmother is taking 2 minutes to kill, right, you're not having fun. Let's be real here. Like, I think people need to admit that the way the game is built, like at its very nature, you remove the timer, right? You remove the timer, but the way the game is built at its very nature, there is a lot of fun based on speed, right? How fast you're killing things, how fast you're like you feel strong, you kill things fast, right? That's just logical.
Dawson saying that Trickster's the same play style as Pyro, but worse because you can't get out of here. Trickster's the same play style as Pyro. In what world, man?
I can't. Okay, I'm trying to play devil's advocate on this one, right? I've had people say that what's the point of playing a game, right? And there's just some people, don't beat me up. Hold on. I've heard this before say, well, damn, if you're going to finish Boomtown in 2 minutes, then why even play it, right? Okay, I get it. For some people, it may not be that cool, right? It may not be that fun. But for some people, they like the challenge of taking 6 minutes to kill a broodmother because it gives them that challenge, right? Now, if it's to the point where, wait, I can't kill that broodmother in 2 minutes because I don't have enough my build sucks, then I could see where you're not having fun. But if it takes you 6 minutes to kill the Broodmother and you're just there enjoying yourself playing the game, trying to figure the thing
Capo,
out.
stop the cap. Stop. Don't play
Okay,
devil
okay.
advocate on. Please stop the cap right now.
I mean,
you were
let's be
telling me
real.
you were gonna have fun getting surged and staggered by a Broodmother for 2 fucking straight, let alone 25 fucking. You're telling me you're having fun. Get out, bro. Bro,
that's
stop
what
the
I'm
cap.
saying.
Oh my fucking god,
That's
Capo.
That's what I'm saying. Plato.
I couldn't
Like,
listen to that shit any longer, bro.
that is exactly what I'm saying. Like, just need to realize that
I was just
the
trying
way
to,
the game is, like the way the game is built at its very nature, like you eyed the timer, right? The timer isn't there. No more reward based time. Same thing is gonna happen. The meta is gonna be the same. Like people put too much value into the timer. I think.
I'll come back.
They
George
argue
has a
with
follow up on this real quick, guys. He asked overall speed isn't needed when you start the game. In fact, you don't even care about speed as a new player unless you watch endgame play. I may be wrong or just playing on words with that question. I think his question was really like probably towards endgame, Sir George, because in the beginning of the game, it doesn't really matter what you do with the build. Everything is viable. But I honestly think Steph's question was asked as general endgame question. And in endgame, speed is everything because you're gated with expos,
Fucking
right?
Mark.
Well, sure, but I mean, even like that's basically my point, right? Is when you're playing the campaign, right, and it's taking you 3 hours to kill an elite, and you keep dying over and over again. Were you having fun?
Yes.
Or were you raging and maybe lowered your wealth here a couple of times?
I was raging.
No, you feel me? Like,
Like
That was
Outriders
great.
build run being offensive is better to go hard than run, and I always cringe when I'm in randos and get like 40% HP and start running away, and choose not. Well, Rowan, I think they're in that aspect. They're just playing the game at the level that they're not ready for yet. In that scenario. Sorry, go ahead, continue, guys. Just wanted to address that.
Oh shit, that was funny. That was good though.
but yeah, I just think like just the way the game is built, especially like
Yes.
how strong the NPCs are, and like each second they stay alive is a second that you can die to some bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Like
But
just the way the game is built, it's just
am I wrong for thinking that regardless though that looter shooters speed it doesn't matter what game it is, if it's a looter shooter, speed is the end game?
Well, yeah, I mean, not
Because-
necessarily speed, but damage, right? Doing big damage, killing things
Right, to
fast.
be faster.
That's always the fucking goal, yeah.
Because in Division, they have a leaderboard, and once the raid gets done and world's first, then it's about how many completion you got or how fast you can get it done, right? Because you play the game to get the build to get to the raid, right? Because the raid is the end game, right? Or the same thing like Destiny. They get the world's first, blah 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 blah, and then once the raid shows up and they do it, then it's about how fast they can get that raid done. So I just think at the end of the day, like we can't like exclude speed.
Yeah. Well, I think my whole point basically is that the time trial aspect has been way overblown.
Yeah.
I agree. I think it has been way overblown. I
Like
think
you can
in
get
general-
some okay builds and do a 15-minute course lens or whatever and get your gear. Like that's
Yeah, you
not
can
a
go.
problem. Like
Yeah.
that's not a problem at all.
Yeah. No. True.
No, I agree with that. Time trials are way overblown in this game. People, bruh,
Yeah, people worry too much about time, honestly.
Bro,
Like,
when they reduced Chemplan and Boomtown timers, people were in a fit.
Oh,
Yep.
They
You
lost
remember
their
that?
fucking
People were-
mind.
They were in a fit. To where I would say, go to fucking Scorchlands. but yeah. I
No, but
think
it's like if you really care about getting that gold, right? There's avenues for you to get that gold.
exactly.
Like the timer, right, is not that punishing.
I agree with that. Okay, Shining brings up a good point. Also, if you guys want to ask more questions, please do. We're not done here. Just ask as many as you want. Yuke says viewers want to experience too, not just get carried and told how to play. Yuke, I'm going to disagree with you right there. I would say the majority of viewers that watch, I'm gonna say the majority of the viewers that watch YouTube, that watch our streams, they don't give a shit about how to play the game. They want to just get carried. I'm gonna be straight up with you right there. There's only a small percentage of people who actually want to learn and really learn how to play the game. Do you know
Can I
how
get a
many
Big Daddy
times?
true?
And
I
I'm
mean,
just
bruh,
saying this. This is for
I mean,
all
I will
games.
just say, I
Okay.
will just say from my experience, right? Like, yep, I can just agree right now. Yep.
Yeah, because guys, like a lot of the times, like even at our carry streams, I guarantee you, and let me be straight up, Outriders was blooming back in the day, right? Blooming. I was averaging what 90, 100 viewers. What were they all there for?
Yeah.
They were there for carries, didn't give a shit about the game, learn how to properly play the game. They just wanted their loot and go, right? To
Right.
everybody that gave a shit about the game, they're still sticking around right now, learning how to play. So you guys are the very small percentages of people that are still sticking around, theory crafting, learning how to play the game. A lot of the people, when they come to lure shooters like this, you definitely define it differently, my man. But the majority of players, they want the best build. They don't want to work for the best build, and they just want to do shiny DPS right away and then quit the game because they're now bored. And even when people do have the best in class gear, they still don't know how to play the game properly. Why? Because they got carried, didn't care about how to learn the build properly. I'll post a build. I shit you not. I will post a build link for my techno build by Dawson, by the way. And they will still ask me questions that I covered in the build. So do they really care about learning the game? For the majority of the people, I'm saying, right? To those that do that, or are they only there for carries? But I'm saying to everybody that actually comes to the stream to learn, to get carried, and also to learn and ask those questions, you guys are the real 1% and OGs, like Tom says.
I think there's something. I was having a talk about this before with somebody, and there's definitely people that are less interactive to join carries when they can't kill things. Like they know, you know what I mean? Like they know they're not going to be killing stuff, that it's going to be fast runs, but like you know what I'm trying to say? Like some people are down to be carried, but some people, they also want to contribute.
Yeah.
So it's
yeah.
like
Yeah.
it
yeah.
kind of, I don't know if it hurts their pride or I don't know what. Like they'll
Yes.
get upset
Yeah, it's
about
a
it.
double-edged
Yeah.
sword, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah. I
So,
mean,
yes.
it's like, yeah. There's always
No.
going to be people that wants to carry. They don't care. They just want.
Yeah, they just
And
want to show up and play with
Yeah,
you.
exactly.
Also
Shining,
And
I'll
the,
get to that in a sec.
Low-key
And-
carry you as well.
and the other thing is, like, when people be like, oh, like when they be like, oh, we want more builds to be viable, but do you really? But like that's the next question. Like, do you really? Or you,
Oh,
because
wait,
at the
Capo,
end of the
before you
day,
stop,
all
before you
people
start that,
want-
hold on, Capo, before you start that, Shining actually mentioned this. He says, I want Outriders in a spot
Sorry,
like this,
Mark.
okay?
Sorry,
Okay,
Mark.
every skill tree is viable in solo and MP. Every high damage ability has a build revolving around it, even if there is only one way to do it, but those builds need to be viable in solo and MP as well. Fuck you, Mark, or fuck you, Roran. But you can now transition to what you were going to say, Capo.
people like
Oh.
at the end of the day, we all know what everyone wants to do, and what does everybody want to do? Everybody wants to do damage.
Not
Everybody
everybody.
wants to-
Be careful with that. A majority, a very high percentage of people.
A very high percentage. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Y-
Because not
y-
everybody
let's
wants to
be
do
real.
damage in the game.
There's-
You know
there's
what I
plenty
mean?
of people that run debuff builds, right? And there's
Yeah,
They do,
there's plenty
they
of
run it.
people that
They
want to
run
be
it.
supportive. Exactly. So I'm just saying
so
in that.
that's the thing. It's just maybe right if somebody wants to play damage, well, they can't. If there's a techno and a pyro on the right, destroying everything, that's
Right.
a fair thing to say, honestly.
And it
I
kind of
can't-
depends
I
on
But I
can't
mean,
blame
but at the end of the day, okay, who doesn't want to be Michael Jordan? Not everybody wants to be Scottie Pippen.
No, but
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm saying, though, Capo. Not everybody wants to be
Right.
Scottie Pippen, but not everybody wants to be Michael Jordan either, right? You need a Scottie Pippen for an MJ. You need a Dennis Rodman for an MJ. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Shut up, Dawson.
I actually like being the Scottie Pippen. Like when I team up with Big Daddy, like it's fun being the pyro.
All right, well, just take his nuts out your mouth, okay?
Damn.
Capo. Look, Capo. Hey, Capo. Can I be real?
I mean, I'm just trying to have
hey,
fun
Capo,
as well,
Capo,
right?
Capo.
No.
That's
But what
the-
I'm
No,
basically
Capo.
saying is,
I'm
hear-
gonna flame you real
listen,
quick.
let
I'm
me
gonna
just
flame you.
say
Hold
that.
on. I'm gonna flame you.
Wait. I want to speak about what Maff just said, by the way. Okay, yeah, keep it in Play-Doh. But yeah, like when I play, I also want to have fun, right? Like that's the
Right.
thing. So
Mhm.
like, people saying that, oh, there's a god techno in my game, so I can have fun. Well, what the fuck do you think I'm doing? Like, I'm trying to have fun as well. So it's
Yeah.
kind of, it's not really fair to me.
No, I understand. I get it. But I just, some of the thing is, usually people always say like, oh, but come on, guys. We all know that you want to see the build that does all the damage, right? And at the end of the day, we cannot make a healer build be viable to do, damage, or a tank build to do damage, because it serves its purpose, right? If you're a healer, you're gonna heal, bro. You're not gonna do any damage. Why would I want a healer to do damage if I'm playing in a
Techno?
group?
Joking.
No. I'm just saying, I got a techno for that, bro. Just make sure he doesn't die. That's your whole sole purpose in life. You know what I'm saying? I used to always that used to be something I used to like converse about in the division, right? Because they'd be like, "Oh man, but the damn tank builds, man, they can't do damage." You're not there to do damage, bro. You're there to protect your teammates. Make sure protect the guy that's doing the damage, all right? You take the aggro so he could kill him. You know what I mean? So I just think like when we say let's make all the trees being viable, I disagree with that, bro. If you want to go middle tree, then you want to be the tank and you want to have a lot of survivability and you want to help your teammates stay alive. That's your purpose. I don't think.
I mean, that's not gonna work, basically, right? Because of the way the game works. Like everybody self heals the whole time, like.
Yeah, like I don't know. I
And
I
you
don't agree
heal
with that
more,
aspect.
right? You heal more the more damage you do. Basically, is how the game works. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know, man. I don't feel like every tree or every skill angle should be able to do that much damage. If that's just
oh
me though.
yeah, no, you're right. You're completely right. I mean, all we're
No, see,
asking really is
Yuke is
just
right about that too, right? Like getting back to like the supported builds, like because there's supported people out there like Yuke who want everybody else to do the damage and they have to fulfill their role, right? Especially in multiplayer groups, and that's very viable. But yeah, Shiny, I do not think every skill tree should be viable and every build should be viable. In my opinion, I think there needs to be some, because I think that's just too hard to balance. I really do think, because skill nodes are kind of reflective on multiple builds, right? And so are mods in certain gear pieces in general. And I think while that is nice in a perfect world, it's just I don't see it being viable in this world, because look at League of Legends as another example, right? You can never make that game be completely viable. Like every class being equal, that kind of stuff. It's just the nature of games like this. There's always going to be a top build, a decent build, a supportive build, and then you can fuck around but still be viable builds. But I think getting every build to be viable to like where Techno is at, if that's what you weren't asking, that's my bad, is not going to be possible. But I think getting every build to be viable in terms of being able to clear expeditions solo, that's very viable. That's currently still viable within the current aspect of the game, right? You could run Grim Inventor's set in solo and any map and get a gold, in my opinion, with Pain Launcher and the rockets, because I've seen people do YouTube videos about that and stuff. Just getting to my perspective on that.
well, sure, but that's like there's also based on the experience, right? Like people will seek out a better experience if they feel like what they're playing is not fun, right? And then when they look at the better build, right, and they feel not only is it faster, better, do more damage, but it's also more fun, right? And then they look back at all the other garbage builds they've played before, and they realize like it's all not fun, right? That's basically the problem, right?
But yeah, Tom brings up a good point. Tom TV, not Timmy, by the way. Tom said, I started a techno on a demo because I thought I was going to be support, because I'm always the healer in types of games. And Tom, I looked at techno, I was like, I don't want to play this class because it's a support class, right? Boy, was I fucking wrong, and boy, were you fucking wrong too. Because I literally thought like Trickster was the way to go for DPS, and then I was like, what the fuck is happening with Technomancer right now? And then I was like, I need to build this because this is some fucking heavy dealing DPS motherfucker right here.
But yeah,
and
Tom is right, by the way.
Yeah.
Tom mentioned that he doesn't get after buffs they did, and completely right. Because I mean, they buffed what? Ash Blast, Time Rift, and Bone Shrapnel. Like, why? Why? Can I just
because of Reddit, man.
I just need to keep bringing that point back. Like,
bro,
why
Reddit.
would you buff the meta when there's a ton of other garbage that needs to be buffed? Like,
getting before I get back to Tom's comment, I know Yuke and Boz are saying, like the healer's meant to do damage, like to support your friends and all that stuff in this game. If we're talking about purely supportive healer classes in this game doesn't have a healer class or needs a healer class. You know what I mean? Because every class has a way to get HP back naturally. And I think supportive class in this game, as far as healing base, just doesn't work.
I don't think that the DLC is fair at all to say it's a cash grab. I mean, bro, you can get that Bonchannel AR like just like that.
Yeah.
Like it's not really fair to associate a 5% buff with a cash grab.
Wait, Sun
Yeah.
Bacon 3 head? Is that what you're talking about, Jack? Sorry, answer me later. But I agree with also Yuke as far as like supporter builds, right? He does his builds to keep you alive, boost your damage, and maintain the flow of speed if possible. That's why I like using Cycle with fixing wave. I'm assuming you.
Well, no, but that's the
Um,
thing. I agree there that there should be There should be mods that help you buff your team as well, right? More mods.
Yeah.
Not only
Agreed.
debuffing enemies, but also like maybe increasing their armor, putting a shield on them, some type of thing like that. Because that could be useful, right?
Or just to kill
Mark is
the
also
shit
right. We're
before you
asking for
kill
things
it,
that
before
might
kill
won't ever
shit.
be in the game. True.
No, but you know what I mean. Like,
Nah, I do.
it's just better mods where or you increase the firepower in the AP, or and you make him more tankier at the same time, some type of thing like that,
Yeah.
Because like
Sorry,
right
I'm really
now, the
behind. I'm just
support
looking.
builds are just useless. Like straight up, the support builds don't do enough to be even used.
Yeah.
Like it would be kind of easy, right? You just put like a mod on fixing wave that buffs AP
You also
like
need
on
to
your
see
teammate, or like
inside.
if your teammate is in a slow bubble, he gets way more damage or something. Like there's ways to put the game, put some teamwork in the game, but they're not really doing it, honestly.
We Shiny says we also need to see buffs to more weapon types, so that we can efficiently make builds around
Oh
them.
yeah, I mean that's just a fact. Let's be real. Like how many weapon types are actually good enough to kill things?
I mean, just only the AR attack and a shotgun, maybe, if that. That's it. I mean, no. I mean, listen. You can kill things with the rifle. You can kill things
Yeah,
with a rifle and the
definitely,
sniper rifle.
definitely. But it's
I mean,
like
SMG is trash. LMG is trash.
but then you compare that damage, right? You compare that damage to what you can do with attack AR as easily with attack AR,
Well, I
right?
mean, because you have the burst, right? You have it's the RPM factor, right? And how many
Well, it's
rounds?
also the damage per bullet, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Double the base damage on the attack AR.
Yeah.
So they just need to balance that, because every single automatic gun in the game is like the 3K except for attack AR, which is not automatic to be fair, but basically is.
But you kind of have to be careful, right? Because let's say, for example, right, what Maffeine always says, right? Buff double gun. You gotta be careful with that. You have to be careful with that.
I'd like a 800 maybe base damage, like 800 or 1K base damage type of thing.
800k base damage?
No, 800 more base damage.
Oh.
Right, bring him around to 4K base damage is what I'd say. Like for double guns maybe.
So you bought 4K. Okay. You just got to be careful, because then next thing you know, the Amber Vault, it would be unstoppable.
Well, no, but that's not a bad thing. Like that's not a bad thing, is the thing, right? Because you'll be sacrificing AOE if you go full single target damage, right?
You're right, Jack.
I just think they need to make it right, so at least when you go a double gun, full single target with Dark Sacrifice and Killing Spree, it's equal to attack AR. That's all I'm asking for.
But you got to be careful with that, because I know you're gonna say you're gonna lose AOE, but you have splash boost.
Well, sure, but I'm just saying, like, right, or you could put on something else than Dark Sacrifice, right? You could put on another, like, Damaged Link, or.
I mean, even then, that's you gotta.
You're right that we need to be careful, but I'm at the same time there needs to be something that happens.
Right, because you have to understand like what you're putting together, and that's why when you look at, let's say, Infernal Seed, why Infernal Seed works so well, right? When I say it's a tech AR damage, but it has, you're never like, you're gonna either lose the Wrath of Moloch, which is not a bad mod, it's not great, but it's not bad, or you're gonna lose the crit, right? So you could choose, you could pick and choose, right? But you're gonna go with a regular attack AR because you got bone shrapnel.
Well,
you're not gonna go with that.
I think
you're not gonna go with that. But double gun, you got to be careful, because you grab an Amber Vault and you leave Killing Spree on it. It don't matter what you put. You could put Ultimate Damage Link. You could put what's the other one? Dark Sacrifice. You could put some crazy shit on that, bro.
Yeah,
Spree,
but right now it's garbage. That's what I'm saying. Right now it's not even that good. That's my point. Because the base damage, that's the problem basically. Okay, That's what I'm saying, and that brings up a good point. It's that the way that the formula works basically is base damage is king,
Yeah.
and your
Yeah,
damage
true.
getting multiplied, like the 7k base damage getting multiplied, is just way better than a double gun at 3k base damage. Like that's the whole
Right.
problem with the thing. So I'm just saying, just bring it up a bit so we can get those nasty multipliers to be at least equal to the attack AR. That's all I'm asking.
But then there will be no reason for you to use attack AR.
Well, no, you'll still use attack AR if you want the AoE. I'm saying, like, if you use killing
wouldn't need
spree, if you use killing spree and killing dark sacrifice on your Ember Vault, you should be doing the same DPS as attack AR with just dark sacrifice for sure.
Okay, so then there would be no reason for me to ever use a tactical AR then.
What do you mean? The same damage and you got bone trap? No, you'd still use
For
attack
what?
AR.
For
Still-
what, man? I have a 800 RPM if I'm not mistaken, and then all I need to do is splash boots. I'm straight. Fuck the bone strap.
Sure, but it's a different build. But it would do, right? I'm saying it would do around the same DPS, right?
And I don't.
You take that
Yeah,
in mind, right?
but you have to also understand this. You're doing the same DPS with a higher RPM.
Oh, no, that's it. DPS. That's the key word. DPS. It's not damage. DPS.
Okay, damage per second, right? But
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
but then there would be no reason.
Well, like I just said, you'd do the same DPS, but you'd have the AoE of Bone Shrapnel on it, right? That's what I mean. Because that's the problem, basically, is that you get too much value out of T2 mod, and also the base damage on Ember Vault is utter garbage. So like, there's no point to using Ember Vault. But if it was at least equal in DPS, then there would be a reason, because you'd have more mag, right? Easier to keep your ammo, type of thing, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I just at that moment, I feel like there would be no reason for me to even use anything else. If I'm doing equal DPS,
I disagree completely, because of Bone Shrapnel being just superior.
okay.
And also the accuracy, right? The feeling of the TACR is just way better than a
Yeah,
double gun
okay.
will ever be.
Stability, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Mark brought up a good point too. Sorry, I'm just catching through the chat because I know you guys aren't catching through everything. I'm just going through seeing what topics we can discuss. But Mark actually brought up a good point earlier, where like, and this will get changed now, Mark, right? For Devastators, you guys are getting a huge patch, but right now, Devastators are just a moaning wind spot, and you guys can't disagree with that fact.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Devastators are literally a moaning wind spot, and I can't wait for the class to actually show what the fuck it can do.
Yep, 100%. Honestly, I think the reason people want a nerf to Moaning Winds is not because, right, Moaning Winds is too strong, but it's because it's the only thing that's useful.
For a Devastator, yeah.
I mean, for Pyro.
Pyro too, yeah.
To everybody that still has more Q&A, when you guys ask the questions, can you please either tag me, Capo, or Maffeine, please?
I mean, right, the same
Big
thing.
Daddy. Now I forgot Big Daddy, because it's really hard for me to cycle through these to know what's a question and what's a response to a question, right? So if you guys have a question or you want like us to like respond to something, just either tag one of us so we know it's directed at us and not just conversation happening in the chat, because it's really hard to follow what's a question and what is just response to what Capo and Big.
I mean, to bring to
Boz is talking to you, Plato. Boz is talking to you.
I mean, to bring Boz's point about Absolute Zero. I mean, yeah, if they buff Absolute Zero, use it as much as you want.
Oh, Boz with the Absolute Zero. So, Boz, when they fix Borealis set, I don't mind using Absolute Zero, because if an Absolute Zero can crit for 1 milli with the Borealis set working, I don't see why it's not a viable build, right? However, to that, I will say I will still run TAC AR because it'll be critting for over 2 mil. And again, for me, I'm such a meta bitch that I will always go for meta, But yes. I will not knock on the Absolute Zero anymore, Boz. If I see that motherfucker hitting 1.2 milli crits, by all means.
Depends if they fix it, Depends if
it depends if the set is fixed. Yeah, and fixed stagger. Oh my goodness. True psychotic. True. To that real quick psychotic, I will say that though Dev is most reliant on Moaning Winds versus Trickster and Pyro, right? Because Pyro is you have other avenues. Moaning Winds is just an extra bonus. But for Devastators, man, when you look at the damage chart, it literally is Moaning Winds. Everything else is just secondary.
Oh my god. I knew Boz was gonna say that, and that's his argument, but he still doesn't understand. He doesn't grasp the concept that the RPM still doesn't make up for the damage, though. The damage is different.
Well, also, I mean, sure, you can argue the RPM of the TAC AR when you just hold the trigger down and it goes.
Yeah.
But if you tap it like you're shooting like a motherfucker.
Yeah, like you know what I mean? You're doing 600. You're doing 1.2 at 600 RPM, right? So it takes you 10 rounds to kill, but I'm doing 2.5, right? And it only takes me 3 rounds to kill. Like,
Boss is saying when Borealis work. Yeah. Let's reiterate that real quick. Boss is also saying, Plato, maybe make a command for questions so we can do it like exclamation question and then write the question after. Should have. I'll do it for the next time we do this, boss. That's a great idea for the next time. I actually agree with that because the chat can get cluttered a bit, and maybe I'll do a channel point redemption for one channel point, where you can ask a question, right? Because I think that'll be actually really good because then I can see all the questions in the request queue. Glitch, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. If it is legal, my man, stay blazed. If you're already blazed, smoke a little bit for me, Glitch. And can you tell me and everyone in the chat what the 2525 in your name stands for? My man. But yeah, boss.
Fucking Plato always asking
sorry,
people
I had
numbers.
to. But hey, dude, it's important, man. I always am curious when I see numbers in players' users' name, and I need to know what they fucking mean, man. It's like an OCD thing for me. I need to know. Okay, that being said, you agree, Psychotic. You agree. All AP builds do use moaning as a filler. Dev just needed more as a filler than any.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is obviously, right? Moaning Winds does a lot of base damage, and as I said earlier, right, the way the formulas work in this game is base damage is king. So yeah.
Increase the value of damage that AP gives.
Hold on. Before we get to Psychotics, let me answer Kane's question really quick here. He says, I looked at the speedrun report, and the top 3 Trickster had Stare Down the Barrel instead of Captain Hunter. But I heard that you guys say Stare Down the Barrel is not a reliable mod. Is it simply for solo speedruns, or do you find Captain Hunter superior in all situations? Kane, to not get into too much detail, Captain Hunter is superior in every situation. Except if you're Pyro running like in trios and you're specifically going for clears.
You're right. You're right. Like, let's be real clear with this this part. Captain Hunter is a multiplicative multiplier, and is basically one of the best mods in the game, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So,
and where Stare Down the Barrel is, say it, Big Daddy?
Stare Down the Barrel is additive to your firepower.
Yep.
Exactly.
Not only that, but let's be real, right? Most of the times when you need damage is when there's one elite in your face, right? So you're getting 10k firepower from a mod. That's pretty bad.
Exactly. Right? So Kane, the reason Stare Down the Barrel is a pretty trash mod, and Big Daddy explained it too. The additive versus multiplicative, but most importantly, where you need that maximum firepower from Stare Down the Barrel, right? Up to 50k firepower is only for elites. When is going to be the maximum uptime for Stare into the Barrel? When you're surrounded by ads where you don't need that extra 50k firepower, right? Because you mow down ads anyways. But when you use Stare into the Barrel and if you say you replace that with Captain Hunter, you're getting an extra 10k firepower just for one elite. That is definitely not worth it. Plus being additive versus multiplicative. So Captain Hunter is the better mod in every situation and scenario. However, if you don't have the best in slot gear, best in slot mod, Stare into the Barrel is still a pretty decent mod, right? I'm not going to discount it and say it's a shit mod, but if you're thinking about replacing Stare into the Barrel with Captain Hunter, don't do it. You're just losing out on a lot of damage, because you have to realize a lot of things in this game are elites, right? Alphas are elites, all the captains you see are elites, and on the bosses are elites. In this game, I think killing ads is not, we always have enough damage to kill the ads, right? It's the elites where we struggle, and having more damage against elites, especially multiplicative, is always going to be better than additive from Stare into the Barrel, where it's pretty much RNG if you're going to get the full damage from it or not. So it's better in all situations.
There's a good point being made in chat, by the way, and I think
real quick, 2 things. Knob, I'm gonna answer your question, but Tom and Raw, how you say his name? Roran. Yeah. So you're never gonna have mechanics in a games like this because it's time gated. So with having times, you're never gonna have.
Wait, can I address that? I think mechanics are required in this game, especially when you're playing Trickster, and even with what kind of mechanics? Hold on. Go to Big Daddy. I want to finish what Big Daddy was saying earlier about the important part.
Yeah, no, I just wanted, because there's some good points being made in chat about AP builds, and yeah, I mean, it's a pretty obvious problem with the game that AP builds lack the ability to kill elites effectively, right? Yes. I mean, you look at Phaser build Pyro, right? You're basically triple stacking all your debuffs on the elite and stacking Akari, and then you can Phaser beam to kill him, right? It's like AP builds are just struggling to kill elites really badly, and Morning Winds is basically the crutch, right? Is the solution to that problem. So
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. If they buff AP builds appropriately to where they have the ability to kill elites effectively, right? Then Morning Winds could be nerfed and it wouldn't be as bad of a problem.
Did you answer Psychotics? Because I think this is a better question for you to answer, Big Daddy. Psychotics asked, increasing the value damage of
Yeah, that's what I'm
Is that
saying.
what you
That's
just answered?
the-
Is that what you just answered? Okay, thank you. I was making sure.
I mean, he
'Cause
also
that's a hard question for me to answer.
he also gave a
I'm not
point
a
about
player.
the multiplier we can't benefit from, like long
Yeah.
range damage, which is true
Yeah,
as
I
well.
know.
But yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, yeah, because we lack the on AP builds, you lack the ability to kill elites effectively, and that's basically what you use Morning Winds for, right?
And Boz, yeah, to tackle on what Big Daddy said and also what Psychotic Wolf says, yeah, AP builds are in a really rough spot in this game.
And
They're
yeah,
just
Tom,
not
I
very
think
viable.
you're overblowing the time based like if you remove the timer from the side of the screen, that's literally not gonna change anything about the game. Like you could remove the timer and then remove the rewards, and I mean, sure, maybe more casuals would have stayed playing, but you know, who wants to play this game taking 30 minutes to do like an expedition, right?
I agree
Right.
with that too. But to bring it back really quick, what Tom said about he wants real mechanics, I have to disagree with here. Would disagree with Tom here. I think there are there's so many mechanics to this game. Whether you're playing Techno, Pyro, Devastator, or Trickster. The more that I know about Techno and Trickster the most, right? But there's hidden mechanics that a lot of people don't know about in a lot of classes. And especially combos as well. I think you mentioned like maybe like comboing a little. Maybe I'm just bringing that out of my ass, but like to be decent at Techno, to be average at Techno, you really do need to know Techno mechanics, right? What's considered long range, right? Knowing your skill tree and how to appropriately use your skill tree damage bonuses while you're in game, right? Learning to stack your Bloodlust and your Sharp Eye, learning to switch on ads to get ammo refill, using animation canceling for
Yeah,
cold
I think
snap
he
and
means
turrets.
he means things
So
like
boss
you
mechanics.
actually need to play around,
Oh, things
Boss
you actually need to play
mechanic.
around, like boss mechanics. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Tom, 100% agree. Aside from like maybe the Paxian boss fight at the end, where it's a little sketchy on Trickster and Techno sometimes, there really isn't any mechanics against bosses other than just shoot them and they're dead. Agreed with that. I agree with you on that one. But as far as going class mechanics, I think there's really high skill cap for playing a class perfectly with perfect mechanics versus playing it averagely with just playing expeditions. Like Trickster, for example. I want to go on this topic here real quick. For Trickster, if you're doing double carries on Trickster and you have the best, like you have literally build for build, my build, with the same gear, same mods, and let's say you go into Colosseum, right? And you're hard carrying two people that, let's say worst example possible, both undergeared, fresh level 30, not even level 30s. Like let's say they're level 27s, right? So you do 10% less damage. You're going to need some goddamn good mechanics to carry those two, especially if they're going to be dying all the time, right? You need to know how to combo and use Time Rift. You need to know your skill rotations on elites like Broodmother that literally take like 4 Death Shield clips to kill sometimes. So there are mechanics as for you as a player, but if you're talking about the general state of the game is not being mechanics for like, to play around certain enemies, I like bosses, then I agree there. But I just wanted
Does Diablo, because like I said, I never played Diablo. Does Diablo have mechanics?
Like Diablo
No, is it yeah, like like when you see a boss, do you run up on the boss and then you just
Oh bro, it's been so long since I played D2, I can't remember.
Because I would say like this, right? You have to look at this game for what it is, right? It's not a Destiny, not just it's not a Destiny where you do damage to the boss and then you got to go back and do some other mechanic stuff. Like you're not gonna get that in this game, and that's one of the things that like I preach a lot. You have to understand this game for what it is, not for what you want it to be, for what it is, right? And it's a game that's made from the developers of Gears of War, and with the inspiration of what? Diablo.
Sorry, Tom.
Inspired the shit out of this game, right? So, with that being said, like I don't see the mechanics coming. I don't see any kind of like crazy ass mechanic because the game is basically based on how much damage you can do and how fast you can get it done. You know what I mean? So I don't.
I mean, there are mechanics. They're just
Right.
Yeah, sorry, Tom. I read that first question and I was like, and then I didn't read because I'm always 5 minutes behind chat, right? I'm trying trying to get through it all and read it. That's my bad.
Well, see, I don't, Tom. You know, like you said, Division 2. I don't think that's an issue because prime example and Division 2 did a. I mean, Division 2 showed us, right? Their first raid was called Dark Hours, and that was a straight DPS check, right? Straight DPS check. I'm talking about you put all 8 of you.
Wait, Capo, can I tell you to shut the fuck up for just a second? Boz would like to know Maffeine's take on someone who has been playing the game but took a while to use other characters. What's his take on this? Boz, can you clarify what you mean by what's Maffeine's take? Sorry, Cap, to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure Maffeine was able to see that and answer Boz's question.
Oh, I gotta answer Knob question. I don't think Maff.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You breathing?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
So I mean, a lot of the reason for me it was like from an efficiency standpoint, like continuing to use Techno on controller and like I don't know, just I'm not gonna lie, it got a little bit repetitive for me. You know, you kind of reach like and I don't know if this might sound silly, but like a skill ceiling with controller. Like you really don't get better at points versus M&K. You know, you can definitely see improvement in aim and stuff like that. And with like the aim snapping to like the stomach and stuff like that, it kind of like threw me off. And I feel like it was kind of like an unappealing thing from like a viewer standpoint, like versus seeing like an M&K Techno. So I was like, you know, I need to learn Pyro. I need to learn something that's less aim dependent. And I'm glad I did because Pyro's like a blast.
Mm.
And Capo, sorry to cut you off. I didn't actually technically see that Knob's question was before that question Boss asked. And now I feel like an asshole. So my bad.
No, you're good, man. But just for Tom real quick. So, and then they came out with a second raid, and that raid was way more mechanic, right? There was mechanics involved in it. And that raid, people hated it. People didn't like it. They didn't give a fuck about the mechanics. They wanted more of a DPS type thing, right? So I think with this game, it's gonna always be a DPS thing, right? And then to Knob, there is builds on Division that you can, right? That feature different weapons, right? You have your M1A, that's the strongest build in the whole entire game, but then you also have your ARs, your SMG, your LMG, right? And then you're going to look at what's more effective and efficient, right? Where's the build diversity here? It's not that big of a game as Division is, right? And this is one of the things why I always tell people, when you talk about Outriders, you cannot put it in the same category as Division and Destiny because it's not that. It's not. When you talk about Outriders, you have to talk about Gears of War and you have to talk about Diablo, because that's what you can compare it to. You know what I mean? And it's not meant to be that big. You know what I'm saying? It's not meant to have that much diversity. Those are games with, you know, they're live service games. Those games came out in 2019, and they're still going. And it's 2 years down the road, right? This Outriders is not lasting 2 years. Outriders is not lasting 2 years. It's barely lasted 3 months. Look where we at right now. You know what I mean? Look where we at right now. You know what I'm
you're
saying?
right. I mean, let's be real. The
You
DLC
cannot
would only
compare.
bring. The DLC
Yeah.
will bring, you know, maybe hopefully 10% of the player base back. Maybe
I-
10%.
I'll tell you this much, and I might be reaching. I'll say out of 3.2 million, it'll probably bring 30% back. I don't think it'll bring a million back. I think it'll bring 30% back because a lot of the people left because of the bugs. A lot of the people left because of whatever the case may be. But it's one of those things when you start seeing a lot of streamers playing it, especially some of your favorite streamers. Let's say Nick 2 comes back and says, "Oh, there's a DLC," boom, and those individuals that said, "Yo, I'm not playing this game again," but they watch Nick 2 play this game, or they watch Solid FPS, and those guys are sitting over 1,000 views. I promise you, those motherfuckers is getting back on the game to do what they're doing.
Yeah, but we're just speaking right in the grand scheme of things.
All right, but this
They
game
get
will never.
expressed, right, and that experience
The
will
game
just have ruined like any, you know.
the
goodwill.
game will never reach those. It's nothing compared to those two games. So that's why I would say never compare it. Never put it in the same sentence.
Can I
I'm just saying,
stop
like,
this?
You're,
Sorry.
you're only gonna
10%,
disappoint yourself.
10%, I think 10% is more,
I don't know. You never know. Might surprise you.
Roran did have a question, guys. I don't know if it's directly at us, but he asked why we don't run a Trickster, Pyro, and Techno for speedruns. But Roran, Psychotic Wolf hit the nail on this question. It's because 2 Technos and a Pyro usually can kill everything before a Trickster can even get to it. While Trickster has mobility, you can't kill shit off spawn with Trickster. You have to literally run. You know what I mean? Like killing things with Trickster, even with a Techno and a Pyro on your team, you're just going to be slow for time, especially in maps where you need to kill stuff on spawn. Trickster can't just do that.
Yeah, but I mean, the best example for Trickster is basically the time it takes you to TP to the guy and then walk back, right?
Yeah.
It's
It's
basically
just such a
time
time
loss.
waste.
That the
Yeah.
Techno already killed the elite and is walking like up there, right? That's basically it.
The only viable map for Trickster, for talking just speedrun, to run in a speedrun, Tim, I would argue is Drought Palace. Because you save a lot of time by TPing to the top of the bridge to get that first door open, which makes the rest of the map feel not as bad when you have that big time saver. Like getting a 35-second door, I think that's what you guys got, is actually pretty fucking insane compared to what 2 Technos and a Pyro would have been like a 50-second door or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, but that's so cliche.
That's so cliche and niche. Yeah, I'm just saying. But yeah, that's why you don't run Trickster in speedruns, because it just takes too long with their movement.
Yeah, but Wolf also hit the nail on the head there. It's like not only is there the walking around problem, but it wouldn't be as bad since you can TP like with a 5-second cooldown as well, almost, right?
Yeah.
But you can even cast it on elites that are still spawning, right? They have the little animation, spawn animation, and that can happen a lot, right? If the gate opens and can't land, you can't you can't HTP on any of those guys while they're walking out. How do you get your ammo back then, right?
Yeah.
That's just one example where that problem will just ruin like Trickster.
I think it's as simple as this, bro. As a Pyro, you're gonna cover the whole map, and then you're
I
gonna
totally missed this. Sorry.
everything at one time.
I totally missed this, but Pablo,
you're gonna kill everything at one time. With a Pyro, you see what I'm saying, right?
Pablo, thank you for the follow.
You're gonna kill everything.
Pablo. If it is legal, stay, please.
While you're killing all the
smoke a bit for me. Can you tell me what all those numbers in your name stand for, Pablo? Let me know. And Glitch, if you told me what 25 in your name was and I missed it earlier, just at me and tell me what that means, okay? Because I legitimately am curious.
Like, you can't even compare that to anything else basically in the game. Like,
Yep. You're never gonna defeat those 2 combo unless you come out with a new class that's some lightning dude and he has a skill that he drops lightning and it one taps every ad that's on the map.
What do you mean? By the way, I need fucking Roran to explain himself. What do you mean? Can you not control spawns?
That's Roran, you can't control spawns. Roran, you can't control spawns, man. You went off on this shit last night, but you know what I mean?
Does he mean like controlling spawn? Like if you kill an ad that causes the spawn to happen?
No. Well, he means can you stop spawns from spawning in this game, like by doing a certain mechanic, and you just cannot unless it's Scorch Lands. No. That's the only map.
Well,
you leave a venomous alive.
Or Eye of the Storm. You just keep a little one of the the dragonfly things, the annoying ass motherfuckers, and then you just freeze it, and that's it.
Yes, Roran. I mean, basically the game is all over the place. Okay, if you want me, yes, Dawson. I mean, no, it's not RNG, but basically, the game has about 300 different mechanics. Okay, so we're going into deep speedrunning mechanics right now. Okay, so basically the way things spawn is different at different places.
No.
And sometimes if you walk at a certain spot, you proc a spawn. Sometimes if you kill a certain guy, you proc a spawn. Sometimes, like, if you kill everybody, you proc a spawn. Or it's only one guy, or it's time gated, right?
Tell him to go do Boomtown.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
go control that spot.
But the spawns are different on every single map, so like I'm not gonna start.
And every single time you play the map, the spawns are RNG as well. It's different.
Yeah.
On certain maps, not all maps, but oh my god, Boomtown, Roran.
Oh my god, bro.
Speedrunning that map, and we're talking like speedrunning that map with
no. I mean, Roran, that's the thing is most of the times, like it's very rare that you can position proc spawns. Most of the time, it's kill proc spawns, so you need a Pyro and a Techno to kill faster, right?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Sorry, I'm still catching up to the chat because I knew you guys were carrying this on.
Yeah, well, Mark is also speaking of another weird mechanic, like bringing, more clarity to my point that basically the spawning in this game is completely all over the place, and good luck figuring it out.
Yeah.
Not to mention there's certain spots where if you look while the mobs are supposed to spawn,
They don't spawn. Can't plant.
you will delay the spawn. That happens in 3 places, like camp plant. Happens in
Jesus.
2 places in camp plant. Happens in like 1 place in the front line.
Yep.
Also, the frontline spawns where they're invincible while they're jumping
my
down. And it's
God.
only like 2 marksmen and 1 rifleman are invincible.
My God.
Everything else isn't invincible. It's like, why? Why are they invincible?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, no, I mean the game is just all over the place, sadly. Like, I like it, but let's be real. From a design standpoint, there's a lot of mistakes, a lot of poor choices.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna have your pros and cons, right? I think, and I will always say this, I think that it didn't help, like this whole like pandemic shit didn't help the game either. It didn't do it any justice because with it having so much things wrong with it and people not working and just being at home, like it gets scrutinized so much more because people have the time now to sit there and nitpick at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
Where a lot of these things, I think a lot of people, which it happens with games, a lot of the stuff would have been missed. You know what I mean? If if people kind of was,
Yeah,
'cause
well,
people
I know what you mean.
people-
If more casuals only played the campaign, basically, is what you're saying, right?
yeah, they would have never, you would have never heard all this bitching and complaint because they would be like, oh, the game works fine for me. You would have heard that. You would have like, hell no, bro. But that's just because we spend like 10 hours of our day on the game, and they just spend an hour or two, so they don't get to notice all of that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
So
fair.
I feel like that didn't help the game, and it kind of like,
Well, you
said
guys
to
are
them
right on
like,
that.
Yeah,
like-
it's amplified the problems that were there.
yeah, and it made it worse, which in turns causes people to be like, where is the content? The game's
I
only
mean,
been out for 3 months.
also, let's bring a point to Shining, right? You just said it took 5 years for this game.
Yep, I was gonna mention that just now once you guys were done. But yes,
let's be real clear how development works. Okay, the game was on a shelf for 4 years.
Yeah.
Is what happened.
Yeah.
That's how it works, basically. Like, yeah, they
You
didn't work
want me
on
to tell
it
you?
for 5 years.
Yeah, you want me to tell you? I can tell you exactly how it went down. The game was put together. Square Enix looked at it. Square Enix said, you know what? This is what we want you to do. We want you to sit down. I want you to go put the game away. I want you to go over there and I want you to look at Division and I want you to look at Destiny. And then you come back with a different game plan and how we're gonna make this game a AAA title. That's exactly how it went down. If you go read it and you do your research on the game, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. I mean, you can see it. You can see
Yeah.
it. There's like there's
Yeah.
some basic mechanics missing,
Yep.
which any AAA game should have, like the compass and the mini map and things. Basic
And
good quest tracking, like
yep.
very basic things that games would have perfected on a AAA level, right?
And I think they tried to get some of these things to work, but
But they
failed to
couldn't.
realize, right, because you don't have what I want to say, maybe the server capacity.
The engine
Maybe your
didn't
team,
have
yeah, you didn't have
technology.
exactly. You didn't have the engine that these other looter shooters that you were, studying, right? That you was looking at what they do wrong and what they do right, so that way we don't make these same mistakes. You didn't have those technologies for your game, and I feel like that's where they failed. But I feel like they're trying to make everything right now, and they've learned from their mistakes. And with Square Enix saying that this is gonna be a top looter shooter, I feel like, yeah, we're gonna learn from our mistake. We're gonna do a couple other things, and once we figure everything out, we'll drop a DLC or two. But when Outriders 2 come out,
Can I just say
gonna be a
that?
thing.
That's why I keep speaking about Outriders too. Because if we're being
Can I say
real,
one thing though?
like the game is
like,
limited to its core. Like if we're being real,
I'm honestly getting tired of AAA companies and publishers, whatever, making us beta and alpha testers until they get it right. Especially for $60. I think that's such a fucking shit thing to do, and I'm gonna just like say it straight here. Like, you go on and you say this is a AAA game and you charge AAA prices and it's just a broken product, and I can see all the frustration stemming from that. Whether the game was 4 years or 5 years in development, maybe not get pressured by the publishers to release a product that you're not at a happy state with, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure internally they knew that they weren't in a happy state about this game. But then again, I don't know all the logistics and the politics behind what goes on, behind, versus publishers versus dev. But Square Enix is at fault here too. We can't blame all the,
No,
all of it on
absolutely.
PCF, right? Because they hyped the shit out of it. It was something that they were passionate about, and then to release something like this for $60, and this is not just Outriders. This is legitimately every new game that comes out. 9 out of 10 times, it is broken on launch. It is broken for months on launch, and then when they fix it, their player base is gone, and then it's just like, man, you see the cycle repeat itself, and I do not know what it takes for game devs to like stop this shit, right? Anthem, great example. A lot of other EA games, great example, like fucking Star Wars or whatever, the Squadron shit, the Star Wars games, the Jedi, all of that stuff. They hype it up. Even Battlefield 2042 that's coming out, all right? Like, don't pre-order that until you see gameplay of what it's actually going to perform like. This goes for COD games too, for crying out loud, man.
Oh man, you had Cyberpunk. What else you had?
Cyberpunk. Oh my god, I can't forget about Cyberpunk, for crying out loud.
Yeah,
Jesus,
you had another one. Godfall. Godfall was another one. Yeah.
Yo, Kane, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Royal, my man, putting $2.50 towards my pocket. Royal, can you at Kane and say thank you very much? All right, say thank you very much to Kane Royal for providing you with the best T1 sub emotes on the entire Twitch platform. My man, I'm sorry guys, I thought I was muted. That's awkward.
That's fine. I don't care. I don't care. It don't bother me now.
Bet.
I mean, the only problem with Cyberpunk was it was like way overblown, right? Like way overhyped.
I mean, but Cyberpunk was 8 years in development.
Bro, Keanu Reeves, man. Come on. You can't overhype that shit.
Yeah.
But no, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they just put so much money into the marketing, right?
Yeah.
And then people expected the best game they ever played. And
well, think about it.
Of course, that's not going to happen.
Well,
especially these guys are doing RPGs, right? And then they whip out a GTA.
Well, they have. I'm sorry, I was sneezing. They did The Witcher 3, right? The Witcher 3 was apparently a phenomenal game 3 years after it released, right? So people assumed that it was going to be better. I don't know. I mean, there was no indication that it was going to be a bust. That's all I'm saying.
There was no indication that it was going to be a bust, correct.
But they were pretty limited, and like, I don't know, the marketing seemed like, it showed the story and all, like cinematics and everything, but then you play the game and it's like basically GTA, like.
But I had fun though. I don't mind. I didn't mind it. I mean, it was cool. I don't think it was.
Oh, Maffeine, you got moved to AFK because I think you were away from your keyboard for like 15 minutes, so it just auto moves you to AFK. Just FYI. Yeah.
Yeah. But we'll see though. Listen, all I can tell you is this. All right. Let's just keep running along, right? Just keep paying attention to the patches, right? You know who your streamers are, right? You know who your Outriders loyalists are, right? The guys that are going to keep you in tip-top shape when it comes to builds, any kind of information or anything, how to do anything, right? Just keep tabs on those guys. We got some really good patches. We went over it today, right? We got some stuff that we could kind of be excited about. And I think honestly, like if we're gonna bitch, moan, and complain, let's hold on to it for like another month, right?
Or let's make it productive, right? Let's make it productive,
right.
Bitching, moaning, and complaining.
But let's just wait to say, you know what? Within a month, because I'm even willing to say like within a month or 6 weeks right from now, if we don't hear anything about content, like now we got something to worry about.
Well, yeah, but I think it's fair also to just let it out a bit, because
absolutely,
the game dying in front of our eyes is not a fun thing to do.
And you know what? Yeah, agreed. Hold on. Before Knob did ask me one thing. Do you think Square Enix should release this game as an early access title? I mean, they probably should have, but they weren't going to. Knob, you know what I mean? I think they were ready to push it out as is, alpha, beta, whatever version you want to call it.
I mean, I think once the demo came out, bro, and they saw the kind of response they got to it, they were like, "Fuck that! We need to release this now."
Yep, that's the feeling that I got from it too. And the demo was kind of a scam, right? You know how I talk about scamming the chat, but PCF pulled the ultimate scam on everybody. Demo with dedicated servers, full game with P2P. And Big Daddy, you're right. We do need to let it out, and PCF does need to hear like the negatives, but they just don't need to get absolutely fucking bullied and plastered all over
like,
YouTube for things that just really I don't blame them for, because making a game is fucking hard. But that being said, having it be in this situation is also hard. But then again, we're only 3 months into this, right? We have to realize it's only 3 months.
Yeah, honestly, I just hope
they're doing a lot more in 3 months than a lot of game companies would do, as Kappa would say. But Big Daddy said it on the point, man.
Yeah. No, but
the
I
game
just
is
hope
dying in our eyes.
I just hope they have a better track record, right? Because I know they can't do anything about people leaving, right? But at least what they're doing should be clean. Like, you release a patch, the patch works, right? Like, maybe delay the patch cycle or whatever. Do what you need to do to just make it work. Is what would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and Big Daddy nails it here too. And Dawson's saying it a bit more toxic light, but it's really hard to give devs kind of these devs the benefit of the doubt right now with their track record of their patches, right? I mean, let's go over some of the negatives, even though like I'm sure we've all heard of it, right? The thing that hurt the game the most was a shitty launch. Again, one of the things, I wouldn't say the thing, it was a crappy launch, right? Just like every other game at launch, servers couldn't handle it. People were waiting to sign in, etc., etc. However, where it really went bad, and this is where I cannot ever give any dev or any publisher any sort of leeway, is the wipe. Yes, you knew it was coming. How do you miss this? How do you miss this within 5 years in development? Item wiping. And then not being able to restore those items even though you promised them. Because I guarantee you there are people that never got their items back. They got a shitty appreciation package that took way too long to dish out, if I may be blunt there. But to not catch, if anything is hurting the game, that hurt the game the most, it's not even the current state of the game. It's not the current meta. It's not the current bugs. It was the item wipes. 100% the item wipes is where they lost all of their player base and why people never came back to this game. Yeah.
100%.
I don't think, yeah.
Shining had a question. Let me read this one. So this is a question of benefit. You are currently the only ambassador for Outriders and our direct link to PCF. Aside from the Outrider Discord and Reddit, what is the best way for a loyal to express their concerned thoughts and ideas for their game without us bitching and complaining? There isn't, honestly. I mean, the best way is for you to continue to use Reddit or in the Outrider Discord. I think, but more of an understanding should be like, put yourself in their shoes. And I think Plato says it a lot, and he hits it on the nail. Like, how much negativity are you going to continue to read, right? Until you just, once you read the first 2 lines, you're just like, all right, just another person bitching. Next. Okay, just another person bitching. Next. So my thing when it comes to bitching and complaining is like, yes, we should, it should be heard, right? Obviously, right? Because sometimes it might click something. But if you're going to be that person that's going to be bitching and complaining, don't only bitch and complain and not have a solution. Don't bitch and complain and be an individual that's not understanding. Because, right, like I said, I get people that tell me, content, we need content. Well, the game has only been out for 3 months, right? So you're not gonna get content.
It feels like a lot longer for us, though. Let's be honest here. It
right.
really,
No,
like, for us that it feels like the game has been out for 3 years. Let's put it that way.
But I can understand that. But that's why I said before you go out your way, and I'm not saying where is it? Shinny, I'm not saying you're here to bitch and it's for constructive. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying before we go off and we say, hey, I have this for you. Before you go tell them we need content, do you not think they already know that? But do you not think that in their mind, which they've told us specifically, 100%, I could read it from you, like, we rather fix the game than give you content. Tell your community that we want to fix this game before we give you content. what sense is it for us to give you content when the game is still fucked up? So you're gonna, not only are you complaining, and I'm not saying you, but you're complaining about the game and the bugs. So now we're gonna give you content and the game is still buggy. So you're gonna play the content
Yeah.
while complaining and then still leave the game. What's the purpose? How
But,
about
I
I
mean-
fix the game, give you the content, and then you stay playing the game because the game is fixed. But before you ask for content, understand that the game has only been out for 3 months. There hasn't been one game in the history of gaming that has given you content after release in 3 months. If there has, show me that game.
Yeah, the
But
problem
there-
is, right? You need
there
to look
has-
at it from the developer's point of view. Okay,
Yes.
how much money are they gonna make from making new content on this game? How much
Not
money are they gonna make from increasing, fixing this game, right? Instead of just moving on to Outriders 2.
Yeah, like
but to be the devil's advocate there, right? To that point is how many people are going to play Outriders 2 because of your bad track record in Outriders 1,
true.
right?
That's
How
true.
many people are going to be salty about the item wipes, the unfixed bugs, the patches that say we fixed something but we really didn't, the no transparency to certain mods not working, or the no transparency to this is not an exhaustive list of things, right? I think that PCF is being a little bit careful with this because of the backlash that they got. But to be
Right.
perfectly honest, you have time to make amends before Outriders 2 comes out. And this is a
Yeah.
great step in the right direction. But please do better patch testing before you
Yeah,
release
I
something.
was gonna say, Capo,
Real
can you
quick,
put me in contact with Toby or something? So,
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
same
give
here
me a
too.
quick second. Quick second. See, and this is why I say the things that I say, right? You, Shiny, you just said Destiny 2. I just finished. You can't. It's not a live service game.
Yeah, we
When
do have to
you
realize
start-
that though.
It's not a live service game. You're doing it to yourselves when you compare it to Destiny and Division. You're letting yourself down, right? I'm not gonna go and I'm not gonna go to Dawson and be like, you know what? I'm gonna beat all of Dawson Techno's records. I'm gonna do it. And then when it doesn't happen, I'm not gonna get mad at the game. It's not the game's fault. I should have known better that I wasn't gonna beat his records. You have to understand this is not a live service game. When you purchase the game and they tell you it is not a live service, you should have understood that once you get to end game, it's over. That's it.
yeah.
There-
I mean, people running out of content is not a problem that they need
Yeah,
to care about.
you-
Let's be real.
You know, I got you, Shiny. But I like to go into that aspect so that way people start, like, I want people to listen. Like, it's not a live service game. It's not meant to continue. It's like supposed to be like Super Mario's brother. You buy the game, you play it, and then you're done.
No, I mean that's fair. I think we forget
Yeah.
that sometimes, right? Like,
Yeah, we
there's a
do.
reason why I'm only doing speedruns because I've
Exactly.
everything else, right?
But
Yeah, and
because
That's normal.
the
That's
game-
okay. That's not a problem with the game,
but
right?
because the game did so well, they were like, yo, let's give them some more content. Because the game did so well. If they were assholes, they would have been like, yo, I don't care. I got 3.2 million people. You know what I'm saying? However many, I don't care. Xbox Game Pass, PlayStation, PC, I got it. And we debated Stadia. So we
Yeah,
good.
okay. We were not even like we totally glossed over the state of Stadia, but like honestly, if you're buying a game on Stadia, you're doing this to yourself. I am sorry.
You know
Like,
what
I'm
saying,
sorry
Pat?
to all the 2 Stadia players that are still playing this
Right.
game. You made a really bad choice to purchase this game. You made a bad
Like-
choice of even thinking Stadia was a gaming option. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you know, but the game, honestly, like I would say this for a live service game, okay, coming from Square Enix, that had a flop with Avengers, right, and still to be able to put this game out, they still tried to fix the game. The fact that Toby even talks to me and wants feedback from me, it says a lot, right? And sometimes if they don't talk, you know, just give them a little bit of space, give them their time, because it's hard, man. They get a lot of grief. And if you look, which I can't show you, but in that Discord, it's only me and another YouTuber that talks.
Oh no, but I'm just saying if you can put me in contact with him, so he knows just give me a little you don't like this guy type of thing, right?
You know,
Noob, you said something
No,
about
but
they're probably
I'm just
testing
being real
with,
because
like,
I've got a
most
lot of
IT.
bugs. Like, I've got a 30
No, I got
Instead
you.
of putting it
I
through
got
and
you.
try
I
to
can
break, just test to
definitely
verify single
help them,
item.
I think.
But
Yeah,
you know, the game
I'll
is
give
gonna
that
be
some.
fine, man. I listen. If you asked me, off the top of my head, I see us playing a DLC September, October.
I mean, I
About
will
6
say
months.
this: like the fact that they're still updating, right? The game
Yeah.
is making
It's
me
nice.
hopeful. Making
Yeah.
me hopeful
Yeah.
at least.
Me
I'm just
too.
gonna tell you this. I'm not
Me
trying
too.
to pump nobody up. I'm just gonna say this. Do not be surprised. You get a DLC, you get a level increase, and you get a new class. Do not be surprised.
Not a Noob also says they're probably testing like more of IT instead of putting it through and trying to break it. They test to verify a single item. To that, Not a Noob, I say they need better testing, because they introduced a new bug with this patch, which is the enemy staggers. And if they let either me, Dawson, or Big Daddy just play like a pre push out to live dev version of the game or something like that, if they were able to, it would be like, hey, we found this new bug. I don't think you should push it live yet. Or, hey, Borealis isn't actually working. You probably shouldn't push it live. Something like that, I really don't know how they do their playtesting or how hard it would be to give community access or to the people that they want to give access to do some playtesting and to be sure not to leak any of that information kind of stuff. So I see why they don't outsource it, right?
Oh,
But
and it's
people-
not paid away
sorry.
anymore.
But yeah, people who like myself, Capo, Maffeine, Dawson, Tom, Psychotic Wolf, everybody that are still playing Cool Runnings, everybody that's still playing this game, and that played passionately, they notice these bugs and issues right away. And like the fact that I like, not the fact, but like if there was a better way to play test these patches before they hit live, I think would be a real plus to the game.
I mean,
that being
honestly,
said,
I'd low-key say they should be more in touch with the Twitch
Yeah.
community, maybe.
I
Well,
really do
it's
think
just-
they should be. I really
Because
do.
It's
I just-
hard. It's hard to be in touch with the Twitch community and to tell you why.
But you think it's any
you'd be
easier to be in
surprised-
touch with the Reddit community though? It's fucking Reddit, man.
I will tell I would tell you this. You would think
I love
so,
Reddit, by the way.
but Reddit has more people than the Twitch would have. Do you know that I didn't know what the fuck Twitch was until about 2 years ago?
I know. I mean, that's
Really?
fair. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
we're like the last bastion of the game almost. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But
agree with
it's
that,
just
Shiny.
one of those things. And to agree, Shining, brother, I hear you about the ambassador, but you got to look at it as at the other side of the table as people could fly a Square Enix. You're not there for ambassadors are not there. Ambassadors are there to promote your game and to you know what I mean, help you make money off the game. And to talk
Yeah,
about how
and Shining, as much as I want to agree with ambassadors shouldn't be given out, like Capo said, you got to
It's-
give it to people that have a viewership base because
yeah,
you need to help promote the game before the game.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's marketing. It's
No,
all marketing.
the
100%.
ambassador.
I
thing
do not
is-
disagree with the ambassador and how they chose the ambassador.
Like, let's be real. Let's be real.
Yeah.
The ambassador thing is all marketing.
Yeah.
It's just like a cross promotion type of thing.
Right. And all these people that hasn't even played the game since the first or second week, I promise you a DLC drops, that Discord that no one has really spoken
Oh,
into,
yeah.
I bet you it's gonna start getting flooded.
Bruh,
Oh, we're
if
gonna
a
get to play it
DLC
first.
drops, you know what I'm gonna be doing? I'm gonna message Nick too on Discord, be like, Daddy Nick, time for me to give your money until you leave the game again. Come back on Twitch, baby.
Oh,
yeah.
Because I guarantee you,
Bruh.
Nick 2 is gonna
Bruh.
come back on Twitch. I'm gonna send him so much of my money, brothers, when he
Like,
comes back
If
on
Nick
live.
It's gonna be
comes
crazy.
back, I'm stopping streaming, just watching Nick 2 24
I'm
hours.
like
Exactly
it's gonna
same.
be one of those things where they're just gonna be like, listen, we want this, or can we test it out first and blah blah blah, and then they're gonna test out the DLC and then they're gonna leave, and guess what? Capo's gonna be the only one left.
Capo, why don't you talk to PCF and have me, Big Daddy, and Dawson be playtesters?
Nah, listen to me, man.
Nah, not
I
even
know, I
play
know,
this,
I know.
okay?
So-
I'm just saying.
Can we
bruh.
just report bugs
sometimes-
to them, please?
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Sometimes
bro.
I would tell you this, right? Sometimes you guys just need to shut up, because sometimes things already might have happened. You know what I'm saying?
Well, okay, Capo, my argument to
okay.
that,
Okay. That's a strange way to tell us something, yeah?
You know what I'm saying? Somebody might have already said something. Put the bug in the air.
Oh, okay, my
okay,
man.
okay,
No,
okay,
but what I'm
okay, my
saying
man.
is,
okay,
I
Capo,
think-
I see you.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
I thought
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah, I
you
got
have
you. I
you
got
would
you.
benefit from maybe having a conversation with me. I'm just saying,
I totally agree because every time I'm like, oh shit, did y'all just see what happened? And then I see you in my chat. Oh yeah, when you do this and this, this is what happened.
Okay,
You know,
Capo,
and it's
I appreciate that though. Thank you.
like,
No, I really do. Yeah, yeah,
you know what I mean? I just
yeah. But
it's one of those
man,
things where how is the game, and this is how I think, how is the game supposed to progress or get better when you legitimately only have one person in your Discord streaming your game, communicating with you, letting you know what the community is saying, right? You don't have to sit there on Reddit and hear them people call you idiots and nothing like that. You can go to one person and you can say, hey, you know what? Is this a thing? Yeah, this is a thing. Check this out. How many
Well,
people?
also, not to flame on Reddit, but anybody can make a Reddit post, right?
Yeah, exactly. Anyway,
So it's
that is
like,
true.
you that's the problem basically they're probably having. It's
Oh
that
my
they're having
god.
to draft through all the
Yeah,
wrong opinions and wrong ideas and things that
exactly.
aren't actually bugged.
Daddy
And
Nick,
then I
please
would
come
actually,
back. We need more build ideas. No, Dev
so,
or Dad. That's why he's not back because there is no more
yeah,
build ideas.
there isn't anymore. But then I asked you this other question. Like another thing that we do not know is how big is that development team?
True,
Yeah,
true. And how
that's
much
true.
of it is actually bug
Exactly.
fixing and how much of it is
Exactly.
just on new content.
Yeah.
Exactly. We don't know what's here, what's over there. We don't know that.
But Capo,
That's
can I go
fair.
back
That's
to
fair.
one thing real quick where you said like like someone anonymously tells people at PCF that there are bugs that are aware of. My request to PCF would be just provide us a list. I don't care if the list is 300 items long, right? At least
Yeah,
if we
the
know
answer to
something is
that was
broken,
no. The
the answer
answer
to
to
that
that
was
was
no,
no. No, the
right?
answer to that was no.
See,
Okay.
that's the
If it's a
part where
if
I
it's a
lose.
lot of little thing and you have to, but I would say, and I agree, I understand because knowing is power, right? And knowing
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
knowing is gives you more ease, right? Calms you down, like, okay, I got it. And this is something that I've definitely tried. It didn't kind of work out, but I gave everyone, I told them, listen, I have a channel. I have a specific channel on my Discord. Go in there, tell me all the discrepancies. I got an Excel spreadsheet. I take
Oh,
it, I
I'll
put it
go
in
in
there,
there and
I give
post
it
it.
a
I don't
to
know that shit. Oh, post it
yeah,
in there
No, I
then.
think
go
I
in
think
there.
it's fair. I think it's fair because a lot of the bugs in the game are
Yeah, all I do is
very
I
intricate.
copy, I
Very
paste it on the Excel, I send it, I be like, hey Toby, here you go. If you know about it, well now you know about it again. If you don't,
Yeah.
here's something new.
Okay.
You know
Well, I
what I'm
mean, I
saying?
guess I understand that, but what about okay, to my argument to that is okay, maybe you don't list every bug, right? Because some are pretty niche, like
Yeah,
the
they could
turrets
be
dropping
stupid.
whatever. But as far as the mod discrepancies, right? Like how many of the player base know that mitigation and death and crit stack don't work together? And how many builds
Not
do I
much.
see posted with mitigation and death and crit
okay,
stack?
but that's so niche. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
It's
But I would
niche, but
ask you this.
it's
As a company, why would you wanna, let's say if you do know about it, but why would I want to
hmm?
put it out there if I'm not getting a lot of it? Like, hey, let's try to fix this real quick on the low.
Okay, then to my argument to that would be why are you promoting a build on your Twitter using a known bug to your entire viewer base?
Who
Like
is?
as a
is it
hypothetical scenario.
Is
is it
it
a
If
null
Dev?
PCF,
tag? No.
like
But
I'm saying, if
let's
PCF ever did that,
no
right?
no no
Like
no no no. But
you know
let's
what I
be real
mean?
clear, Plato. Let's be really
Yeah,
clear.
Yeah.
Is it a known bug? Is it a
exactly.
reproducible known bug that they are confirmed they know the origin of and how it
Right,
works?
I
right.
It's not
mean,
that simple. It's
Let's
not
just,
that
yeah, let's say
simple.
they
It is
don't know
not
about it.
that simple.
And how about they just want to show the community how they have people still playing the game, showing a build, like, hey, look at him destroy. How you know that? They're not just trying to show the build. It's not PCF. They're just showing an individual who's doing great
I meant
things.
like the Outriders Twitter. You know what I mean? Like their Twitter
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff like that. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So
No, we're
I would
just
Okay.
say
pointing
this.
out, like, that you're putting too much responsibility on there.
Yeah,
You
Oh
and
no,
that's
I
a
guess
lot.
I'm
Do you
yeah.
know?
Okay.
Can you imagine one person sitting there writing 300 bugs on one sheet because you know what I mean? Come on,
I mean, you know
bro.
what? You know why I can imagine it? Because I enjoy doing that stuff, right?
Oh my god. All right. I get it though. Don't get me wrong.
Like you have to understand. Like me and my friend Adam, we built a nothing to a scale like PCF, right? But we built a tabletop simulator game from the ground up, and it had a lot of bugs. What did I do? I listed every single bug in every single update, and I listed when we were going to fix these bugs in every single update. Granted, our bug list was like 10 to 15 items, but I let people know that these bugs were there. I feel like more transparency can never hurt. But sure,
Yeah,
maybe we don't need a list of 300 bugs, but maybe we can
Yeah.
list, certain bugs that,
No,
especially
but
when it's mod related.
I think what they need is more reliable sources of information, honestly. Because right now
Exactly.
they're just relying on
Exactly.
anybody that like walks up on
Yes.
Reddit and starts saying bullshit, right?
I agree with that factor, and which is why you have to, I would say before you read someone
Yeah,
off of
like
Reddit,
Jake said too.
that before you read someone off of Reddit, right? At least you have not only an ambassador, but you have a content creator. He's sitting there, and he's letting you know, listen, I get it that guy on Reddit is telling you that he has 700 hours, but how do you know that those were productive 700 hours, or those were
Facts.
700 hours that he knows what he's doing? I'm giving you names of guys that I know for a fact. Oh, you know how I know they know what they're doing? Because the motherfucker sat here with a 1 minute and 59-second boomtown. That dude is on Reddit. Tell him to go grab 2 other people and do that shit. Or tell them to come back to you with bugs. And I bet you that these guys right here will tell you what's wrong with your
Okay,
game.
I apologize. I'll slow my roll. Okay, I'm sorry about like getting so. Listen, I'm sorry about getting so passionate about like these bug stuff because, like Dawson says, not everybody likes being a data entry hoe. Guys, I literally logged almost 2K expeditions and legendary items just to
There you
prove
go.
somebody on YouTube wrong, right? About this shit about target farming because I got really that fucking pissed about it. And what does the spreadsheet show? That everything is fucking RNG. Right? There's no such thing as targeted farming because all the items drop. Aside from that, like dumbass, PCF. Aside from locking like certain gear at level 48 and plus, and not telling everybody, that was kind of. I would say that was kind of iffy, right? Just because how many people were that couldn't complete higher CT levels, but needed that Ugake Cowl to complete those higher CT levels to help them out, or farming CT12s and getting absolutely fucked. Because it would never drop in that scenario, right? Because CT, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm gonna slow my roll because not everybody likes being a data entry hoe.
Why was that
so I
probably
apologize.
good? Oh my god.
But yeah, to come back to what Capo said, it's not only about being good at the game, but it's about playing the game day in and day out. And
Right. That you could start seeing these things. And if you guys, honestly, because you guys clock in more hours than I do, obviously, right? I'm not gonna lie to you, once I'm done with my stream, I fucking be like, man, oof, right? But you guys are in here, you're like fucking Palm running Stargrave for 10 hours a day. You're gonna find the shit that's wrong.
Yeah. Not only that, but you'll have a more reliable image
A
of
source,
the game, right?
exactly. Right.
So yeah, I think they could benefit from that personally.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we are trying to help the game in more of a consistent state. And we sometimes come across, especially in some of my streams, if somebody from PCF tuned in and I legitimately said, fuck this game, shit map, shit build, shit abilities, shit RNG during my Boomtown run, they would probably think I was legitimately meaning that, but because I was doing my Boomtown runs, right? Earlier.
No, but I mean, let's be real. Okay, while the stream running, we get pretty spicy. Okay, but
we
still love the game, right?
But we love the game, and we don't mean anything like disingenuous by it. Like any player that's passionate about the game is gonna shit on some aspect of the game if you're getting hot and spicy with the speedruns, right? I was just bringing to the point, Capo, to bring it all around to where like if people from PCF come into a Twitch stream and they hear some of the negativities behind it, like in that scenario, if they did pop into like my Twitch stream while I was speedrunning Trickster and they heard that, they'd probably be like, oh, this guy's just like another hater. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know, Tom. I like to be more, I don't know, slow on my approach. I think we need to be real about the problems of the game.
I agree there too with Big Daddy Tom.
But
I think only putting the positives in the game really draws away. It feels like you're marketing a perfect product when that's not the case. But I still hype the people up about this game. Honestly,
yeah,
I do.
I spent like what 800 hours by now on this game or more. So yeah,
900. Let me see.
I think I've got my money's worth. Like, you feel me, right? So
920 hours. I've definitely got my fucking money's
oh,
worth.
I'm actually up to 900 hours.
Yeah, 920 hours. Definitely got my money's worth. PCF. I can't remember another game that I put more than 200 hours into. Okay, so PCF, you did a fucking great job. Honestly.
Like, from my point of view, the game is amazing. So I'll promote it to people, but I'll just be real. Like, there's a lot of problems, you know. And if it's not your type of game, maybe don't play it, right?
Yeah, but to be honest, when people ask me on the stream, they say, Plato, is it worth it to get this game? And I always tell them, yes. And I'll say, look, the game has its issues. It has its
I'm
bugs.
real.
But at the end of the day, I'm still having fun with all of these bugs, right? With all of these issues. I feel like when I play Trickster, even though sometimes I go to fucking Narnia or sometimes my ability doesn't work, when it works, it's fucking amazing. That goes for every class, by the way. As
Yeah,
far
that's
as
what
this
I was
goes.
gonna say. Though I'm gonna be honest, I did say, you know, maybe buy it on sale.
Yeah. Maybe buy it on sale if you're not really like into this type of game. However, I always tell people if you're buying this game for a PlayStation 4 or an Xbox or an older gen console that is not the Series X or the PS5, do not get it because you're going to be fighting the game to load and not kick you, not crash you, versus actually playing the game for the older consoles. But if you have a capable PC, a PS5, or a newer gen Xbox, the game is definitely worth it if it's your type of game. But if you have an older gen console or an older gen PC, I wouldn't buy it for that reason. But sorry, Big Daddy, go ahead.
Oh, I don't know. I forgot. Well,
We were just talking about like the state of the game and like how we like hype it up, but we also have to be realistic about it because I'm not going to be like, holy shit, this is the best game in the world. It has no issues.
Yeah.
I'll spend $60, right?
no, I mean that's fair. I mean, you just want to be real with people, right? Like, I don't want to mislead them into thinking it's the perfect game and you're not gonna see any problems. Like, because let's be real, especially with the P2P, that's basically, you know, a massive problem that we can't ignore.
Oh, Spider, I got the game for free. So
I got the game for free. Hey, you know what? You know what I found really funny to kind of go off topic here, but you remember how I was recommending people that gigabyte monitor? Because they always ask like me, hey, Plato, what's a good monitor for my build? And I'm just like, hey, if you guys are on a budget or not even on a budget, and you want to spend $300 on a Bombin monitor, here we go. And I can't believe that monitor comes with a free copy of Outriders. I was literally self-promoting Outriders without even knowing it, and I fucking found that hilarious.
I'm not sure, Baz. I mean, on one side, right, it's more exposure, but on the other side, people are way less invested in actually playing your game if they get it on their pass, right?
Roaring, yeah. Probably benefit because they did make a profit from the game. Yeah, I can see from that way, Tom.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. In the grand scheme of things, they made money, right? So they don't really care, and they probably made a ton of money having it on Game Pass, right? That's how it works. They get
holy shit, man.
They get like a shit ton of money for having it on the Game Pass. So yeah, they're showing. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, Baz. It's like, sure, there's a ton of people that get to play the game that probably wouldn't have, but they also then probably stop playing the game way easier because they're not invested in it.
Anthem, though.
But still, you know, it's I don't know.
But yeah.
I never played Anthem. Why does everybody always say Anthem?
Yo, I never played Anthem either, so I just know the memes about Anthem, how it just was like, I watched a YouTube video on the state of Anthem, and I felt like, and you know what? I actually stopped. Listen. I stopped watching a video on people shitting on Anthem because I thought to myself, this is the same shit happening in Outriders. I'm not going to watch this video.
Oh my god.
Palm says, want to see an Anthem clip? Palm, no, just explain to us what was so bad about Anthem if anybody wants. Like the TLDR of why Anthem got completely shit on by the community.
From what I understand, everything about the game was basically, you know, garbage.
Cyberpunk has less bugs than Anthem? Okay.
Wow.
So you're telling me Outriders could be worse.
You know, some people tried to say that Outriders was like Anthem with the like weird scaling because there was a problem with Anthem where like a level 1 purple was basically better than the max level item.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, and it took forever to get legendaries or like high end gear.
Yeah, like the devs made a stream with the new.
Can I just really put in an unpopular opinion out here?
And only purple dropped. Like there was a ton of problems with the game.
Oh, the gunplay felt similar to Outriders. I see. Like a low level item better than endgame loot. That's the day one Anthem experience. Hi, Momo. You want to go outside for your walk? Soon, okay? Soon. Ryder says better game mechanics. Hey, Danielis, that's the main reason I'm playing Outriders right now. Is because of the game mechanics and speed and going fast and going speed. But like, holy shit, the game mechanics, I fucking love it. You think I would torture myself with 4 days of straight Boomtown if I didn't enjoy playing the Trickster class and its game mechanics? Heck no. Heck no.
I will tell you
You think I would
this.
have put 900 hours in this game if I didn't enjoy the game mechanics? No. Even with all these bugs, like I said earlier, in Big Daddy and Capo and Maffeine, we love
Yeah,
this
yeah. I
game
mean,
for its core, right?
Anthem was so bad basically that they were like, oh, let's just shut everything down and redo it. But then they gave up on that as well.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I did want
Oh.
to. I did want to mention something before you go, Capo. I want an unpopular opinion here, but I really think increasing the drop rates that much was a little too much. Personally speaking, sorry.
I
I
agree.
think it changed nothing.
Unpopular opinion
and
here.
I think it changed nothing, and you're overblowing it. Honestly,
Nah, it changed. It changed.
people
a
that
lot.
didn't care about the loot still didn't care, and people that care just stopped
Nah,
playing. Don't like the game.
It would have not died as fast.
Well, sure, but the difference between an instant death and a slow trickle is
No, it could have been a big difference because how about people would have still been playing it and you would have came out with something like I don't know,
Yeah,
like
Matt,
it wouldn't
same.
have been that bad. They
Yeah,
could have
but
came out with something next week and it would have probably brought more people back. But now you had so many people leave.
I know they're
Like-
trying to mess with something else on the
yeah,
drops,
but maybe
right?
that's a good thing. Maybe that's the problem. Is maybe that's a good thing, right? Because now you got people leaving the game with their items.
I agree,
instead
boss.
of leaving the game without anything, right? And being pissed off at the game.
I mean, yeah, I can see it from that too, Big Daddy.
Yeah, I
But
guess.
what
I
they
guess,
really should have
yeah.
done with the I think they should have left the drop rates alone, but actually made Tiago useful. So because I
No,
never thought there was
don't-
much
don't
issues
say it
with
again.
drop
Don't
rates.
say it again. No
Don't say it again.
rotating in Tiago, please. No, stop saying that.
Okay, I
Not
would tell you
rotating,
this.
but what I said earlier about like a weekly thing where you can use drop pod resources, man.
It's the same
'Cause
thing. It's the same thing.
I
Rotating
know, it's the
Thiago.
same thing.
Stop
But is it so
recommending-
bad, man?
Stop recommending rotating Tiago before my brain explodes, please.
Why? Why
Why-
not?
It's
Why
not
not?
a bad idea.
It's not a
It's
bad
some-
idea.
Look, he
Not
gives you
saying it's-
legendaries anyways.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm saying stop recommending it because they haven't done it yet. Okay, they know
yeah,
about
okay,
it.
okay, yeah.
Stop talking about
fair,
it, please. It's
fair.
not happening.
Fair.
I tell you, they should have increased drop rates at most 50%. That's
I
it.
agree. I think 100%
most,
was a
Too
little
much.
too
It was
much.
overkill. It was overkill.
Yeah, I mean,
But
you guys want to know why I say it's overkill? Here, look at this shit. I'm sorry, but look at this shit.
Show.
Look
I
at
know what
this,
you're about to
all
show.
right? I know what I'm about to show. I don't think everybody's seen this, but you really need to know. Look, pre-patch drop rates, okay? Pre-patch drop rates, we found 4,200 total legendaries in 1,300 runs. Post-patch drop rates, we're at 350 runs, and we already have 2,200 legendaries. And if you look
Holy
at my
shit.
data entry tab, there is literally maybe 3 runs in total that has no legendaries, and many runs with 13 plus legendaries, one having 15 legendaries in general, right? So
Yeah.
I think this drop rate was too much. Like, I look at this and I go,
Oh, sure.
like, is it a looter shooter at this point? You know, it's just you get your loot.
It's just a shooter.
It's just a shooter, right?
Like in the grand scheme of things, right? I agree. Sure, the drop rate increase was too much, but like in terms of the game dying, it had no effect. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Nah, it did.
I think you're right.
Nah, I don't think so. I think it did. I mean, okay, if he say that the game was gonna die anyways, yes, he's correct on there. But I don't think it would have happened as soon as it did. Because honestly, it was literally from one day to another.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. By the way, that's what I meant earlier when I said like you and Maffeine
Thank you, Ro,
have
for the lurk.
a specific point of view, right? Because it's specifically the engagement to your carry streams that you're referring to when you say
No,
yeah,
I'm
no?
looking. No, I'm looking at the viewers on the game.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying.
general.
That's exactly
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, it was gonna happen, but literally
Yeah,
A
yeah,
week-
yeah.
a
But
week after the legendary shit happened, right? So they did the patch. I think it was like on a Tuesday or something like that. Literally on Monday, it was good. On Tuesday, shit just went like an old woman.
No,
booed.
I know. I mean,
down.
we've spoken about
That's
this.
it.
I'm just saying that, right? You noticed the effect of that patch more based on the situation, right? That's what I meant, basically.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Like, I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm saying you're noticing it way more because of the way the directory works, right?
Yeah.
That's basically the goal of the directory is getting legendaries. So That's why there was like an uptick, but ultimately it was a downtick. So yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, I see both points of view, Capo. Like you're saying increased drop rates help the game, and Big Daddy's saying it helped the game get deader faster. And I see both ways too, right? Because Big Daddy's is the people that were grinding for it. Once they got it, they stopped playing the game. Not Jester, but like Roran is a good example, right? He was searching for that cowl. Now he has it. He's like, I guess I just play the game now, and carry other people that needs help, right? Whereas if the drop rates weren't increased, people would still probably be grinding. But at the end of the day, the same result would have happened, which is the game is slowly dying anyways. Whether they increase the drop rates or not, the game was always going in a downwards trajectory for viewership and average players anyways. So ultimately, at the end of the day, it did nothing other than help people get the gear that they needed, get their little enjoyment out of Hunt the Prey not losing ammo, and then just go back to Destiny 2 or
Yep.
whatever.
I think ultimately, I'm not sure. That's my opinion, obviously, but I think ultimately it might have been a good move just for saving that little bit of goodwill on the last couple of people hanging around.
So increasing drop rates, I honestly think that was a class move. I think it probably wasn't needed, just because you're playing a looter shooter to struggle to get the loot, right? And I think Reddit blew it out of proportion, YouTube blew it out of proportion, but yeah, Reddit and YouTube really blew the whole like drop rate stuff out of proportion, in my opinion. I liked that certain things were hard to get in the game because it made me want to play it. And once I got it, I didn't want to quit the game. You think I'm going to grind 500 hours for an item and then get it and stop playing? I mean, some people will do that, I guess. But like for me, when I got that Hunt the Prey mod on my Trickster, I was like, okay, what do I do next? Like, how can I min-max this and fucking just like show off like how fucking amazing Trickster is to play to everybody else, right? Personally, that's because I love min-maxing games.
Yeah, I think a lot of the fixes they did with the drop rate was good, like removing the item level limit on like Ugakikal and stuff, right?
Yeah, that was kind of troll to even have that in the first place.
Exactly, but you're right. Like maybe just a 25% or 50% on everything. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
And maybe they shouldn't have made Noah have all of the loot without fixing Noah.
No, but that's fine. Like whatever. People are gonna exploit. Like you can't.
That's true. You can't.
It's probably the game, like the game's mechanics themselves can't be like There's no way to patch it probably, or they can patch it, but then they break something else, and as usual.
Yeah. Stagger being the first thing that we noticed right away after the patch. Yeah, Silar, we are going in circles with this conversation. The Q&A section kind of died down. We're just like talking out of our asses now.
Yeah, damn,
ultimately-
Siler. Just
Well-
blasting us.
Well, man, tell Silent go to the corner and shut up.
Yeah,
True.
Silar, go to corner and shut the fuck up, man. Go fucking Boomtown Trickster and get back to me when we get under 2 minutes and 10 seconds, bro. I don't want to hear from you until you do that. Sheesh.
Wow.
I love you, Siler, my man. All right, always showing the love and the support, Siler, one of my true homies. Siler, please never leave my stream. I appreciate you a lot. I love you.
Fucking Dawson.
Bro, I went to watch a movie and came back, and we still on this? We had a really good discussion, Siler, honestly. Even though this podcast landed way longer than any of us had intended. I think a lot of good
we had
points were
some
covered.
good conversations. I think we did. Maffeine, though, not talking about a lot.
I mean, that's okay. Maffeine.
Yeah, no,
has
Maffeine
a
had
lot of things to
a
deal
great
with, man.
inputs, man. It was a lot of input that he fucking,
Oh no, I'm just saying maybe I'm talking
was-
too much. Sorry.
It was telepathic, but we got it.
True. I mean, we're just talkers,
Yeah.
And
Maffeine,
I apologize to
you're talking,
Maffeine
you
for
muted.
not having him more time to speak on some of the topics as well. But like you read something in chat and like I let Big Daddy and Kappa go, and then I would come back, with other questions and stuff, and I would direct it towards Matt. I try to moderate a little bit towards the end, but like I said, this was our first ever attempt at a podcast. If we do this weekly or bi-weekly, we're gonna come up with like better topics, better flow. It's gonna be a lot more polished. But we just wanted to see if people would be interested in seeing this kind of stuff. If people, Big Daddy was the most passionate. I'm not gonna lie. Big Daddy really gives a shit about this game, 100%. 100%. All right. Capo's the ambassador. Plato is just here because he's Plato. And Maffeine is the big CEO behind all of this because ultimately this podcast, I believe, was Maffeine's idea. So Maffeine, my man.
True.
No
True.
wonder he's partnered. He got all the big ideas. Shit.
True.
Maffeine?
Yeah, we're kind of hyping you up so you speak.
I just realized that I was muted.
I just told you that. No, you just realized that you was asleep.
No, I'm awake. I'm awake.
Now, also, guys, Maffeine is also sick as fuck, so it's probably good that he wasn't talking and just making it worse, you know?
That's
So
true too.
you're welcome,
Yeah.
Maffeine.
That's why I
Yeah,
took
that's
some
very
medicine
true.
before the fucking podcast.
How are you feeling, by the way? Feeling any better?
Next time we have to have Timmy on. Oh, Tom
about
TV,
the
yes.
same.
I want Tom to be in part of one of these
All the same.
podcasts too, 100%.
I think there's a few names that would be good to have, like McGlown, Tom,
We
Wolf.
can have Mark
if
on here too.
Wolf was interested. Yeah, Mark could be good.
Boss would be nice too, you know? But if Boz, I swear to God, if you promote Absolute Zero and overhype it, I'm gonna mute you. I'm joking, Boz. I love you.
You're gonna get kicked.
I love you, Boz. Please don't. But yeah, we can have a lot more people on the podcast. We can have Dawson on here as long as he promises not to be too toxic. Probably
Dawson's
Dawson
gonna
having
be toxic.
Dawson's gonna be
Yeah.
toxic. Sorry, Dawson, you're banned from
Da-
podcasts.
Yeah, I don't know about Mr. Dawson. I love Dawson, but
He's too toxic, bro. He's
We can have Palm on here.
We can't.
you know.
Hey, we can't have Dawson jeopardizing certain opportunities, okay? You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro.
No,
Oh,
no.
shit.
Come on.
Dawson's a liability.
No. Stop talking, trash talking my boy, okay? He's perfect
Oh.
in every way. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Dawson is
Wow.
perfect in every way. True. That's right.
Wow.
Never makes mistakes. Never loses ammo. Boz, you better not have to schedule next week. We're fucking trolling, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh man. I mean, hey, he's fucking
Bro.
he's blasting with it. I'll give him that. You know, not everybody could get a 7-minute Coliseum with Absolute Zero.
That's
Do
true.
that.
That's true.
Good
Okay,
at the
pre Borealis set working, by the way. Pre Borealis set working.
Pre-Borealis is working. Imagine if it was working. Oof.
Yeah. Under
You'd be
5 for
glad
sure.
to
Right,
Easy
it was
peasy.
good 9 years ago. Fucking boomers. Wow, you're tough.
Trevor,
this is
do
the
I fart or
toxicity we
purr?
need to- Jesus Christ.
If Absolute Zero was attack AR, this game would be broken on Borealis. I'm
Yes.
sorry. The
Yes.
game would be I'm glad it's not
Facts.
attacked AR. Whether that was intentional or
Facts.
not, I am glad that it's not attacked AR. Holy shit.
Facts.
I dare to argue that you should never be able to change, like, ever. Like, BCF should never allow legendaries to swap variants. Never. Leave it how it is on that
No,
one.
Yeah.
If you allow...
No. And do exactly that. Do
No.
exactly that.
No.
No. Break the meta even more, bro. That you would have...
No.
no,
Yes.
don't do that.
Yes.
Don't
I want to
do
make
that.
I want to make a bulwark and narrow variant is what I want to do.
Oh,
Oh.
no. Jesus
Oh, yeah.
Christ.
That's a little... I even have my limits for certain things, yeah.
Yeah.
no,
leave-
that's
yeah,
just
yeah.
me. You know, that's just me dreaming
Yeah.
about doing lots of damage.
Outriders
Oh.
2. Outriders 2. It'll happen.
Exactly,
Attack
bro.
matchmaker.
Exactly.
Yes,
Fucking
sir.
Attack
ultimate damage link. I would attack matchmaker. Ooh.
What? No. Let's buddy. They could be only one
Fucking
ass
boss.
blaster. Maffeine 2021.
Yeah. Maffeine gonna get it. A butt tattoo saying ass blaster.
It's all about the motive.
I mean, he's not wrong. It is all about promoting wins.
Mm.
Naya.
But yeah, hold on. Just to let everyone know, I think that's the end of the podcast, right, guys?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, holy shit. It went for 6 hours. Like, literally, I didn't even notice it's been 6 hours. I know Maffeine noticed it was 6 hours. Because it's
Yeah,
fucking
Maffine's
midnight
over
there for
there.
Maffeine here.
Yeah, it's midnight for
and-
me too. He got his
Yeah,
thumb in his mouth, ready to pass out.
That's true. But I did want to
I'm
thank everybody
awake.
for coming to this podcast, for joining this podcast, for listening to us talk about the game for 6 hours, the positives, the negatives, the patch changes, what's upcoming. Me getting a little ahead of myself, being a data entry hoe, just getting a little too passionate. But I think that's what keeps games alive, is passionate player base that doesn't give up on it,
Facts.
right?
Shout out to everybody who stuck around and listened.
No,
and-
all wannabe motherfuckers here, man. Can I get an
Yeah.
oh yeah? Tom, you can't get an oh yeah, but what you can get is hold on, I think it's in my Twitch shit. It's in my Twitch shit. Where is it? you can get this.
Hey, turn that shit down.